This story of survival in an apocalyptic world kicks off with a harsh betrayal. The protagonist, Jang Xiaoyong, finds himself suspended precariously above a cage packed with ravenous zombies. As if the situation wasn't dire enough, his ex-girlfriend sneers at him, taunting him about the deaths of all his friends. Her mockery reaches its peak as she assures him that his pathetic life is also nearing its end, soon to be just another addition to the carnage below. As Xiaoyong reflects on his misfortune, guilt and regret gnaw at him. He curses himself for trusting this treacherous woman, someone he now believes deserves a fate far worse than his. In her eyes, however, Xiaoyong's threats are meaningless. She's moved on to a wealthier, stronger man and tasks him with disposing of her former lover. Her new partner, a corpulent man named Fatty Li Shuxiong, eagerly agrees to the plan. He even suggests dragging out Xiaoyong's torment for her amusement. Before pushing the button that would seal Xiaoyong's fate, Li Shuxiong smugly thanked him for his generosity, gloating about the supplies they'd looted from him, which would keep them comfortable for months. With that, Xiaoyong was sent plummeting into the zombie pit. The frenzied zombies, driven by an insatiable hunger, swarmed Xiaoyong instantly. As agony overtook him, he clung to a desperate thought. If he could live his life again, he would make both Cui Jing and Li Shuxiong pay dearly for their betrayal. Suddenly, Xiaoyong jolted awake to the grating sound of Cui Jing's voice. She was nagging him, demanding to know why he hadn't added her name to the deed of his house. For a moment, he was disoriented. Was this a dream? Had he somehow gone back in time to before the apocalypse? Memories of his previous life flooded back. Cui Jing had conned him, stripping him of his parents' inheritance and leaving him homeless. Shortly after, the apocalypse descended, unleashing a global catastrophe that turned humans into mindless, flesh-hungry zombies. Despite the chaos, Xiaoyong had managed to survive, thanks to his resilience and the help of loyal friends. Together, they established a safe haven, fortified and well-stocked, where they could live without fear of the undead. But just when things seemed stable, Cui Jing returned, feigning desperation to win his sympathy. Xiaoyong, blinded by her deception, let her in, only for her to betray him once more. She sabotaged the safe zone, allowing their enemies to breach the gates, leading to the destruction of everything they'd built. Now, she was back, demanding an extravagant bride price and the deed to his home, as if her betrayal had never happened. This time, however, Xiaoyong was determined to take control. Though he kept his anger in check, he knew he needed a careful plan. Giving in to impulsive emotions could jeopardize everything. After pretending to agree to her demands, he sent Cui Jing away, leaving her stunned at his newfound confidence. Unused to being defied, she couldn't understand how her obedient slave had suddenly become so assertive. With Cui Jing out of the picture, Xiaoyong could finally focus. He had a month left before the apocalypse struck, and every second was precious. He vowed to prepare thoroughly this time, ensuring that no betrayal or misstep would threaten his survival. Then, something unexpected happened. A system notification popped up, resembling a video game interface. Xiaoyong discovered he had activated an apocalypse system, which came with missions designed to help him survive. His first task was titled Apocalypse Preparation, requiring him to secure a piece of land and stockpile enough supplies for a year. Completing the mission would earn him 10 points, which could be exchanged for valuable rewards in the system's store. Our protagonist was thrilled with the unexpected perk, the system's missions, and the rewards that came with completing them. What more could one ask for? However, the system store's offerings remained a mystery to him. It mostly stocked loot boxes and potions, such as those for boosting physical strength. Yet, his musings were interrupted by the loud growling of his stomach, reminding him he needed a proper meal. Reflecting on his past life, Xiaoyong recalled how he used to pinch every penny, starving himself to save for Cui Jing's bride price. But things are different now. Determined to indulge, he decided to treat himself to a luxurious meal. With the impending zombie apocalypse just a month away, he figured he should enjoy the finer things while they lasted. A few hours later, his delivery arrived. Xiaoyong marveled at the sight. It was a legendary Michelin 3-star takeaway. Never in his wildest dreams could he have afforded such a thing before. He eagerly dug into the $300 braised pork, savoring every bite. After surviving on scraps during the apocalypse, the taste was heavenly, almost surreal. But Xiaoyong didn't stop there. He went into full food enthusiast mode, devouring dish after dish. His appetite seemed insatiable, and he nearly polished off everything when his phone rang. The caller? Xiaoya, Cui Jing's friend. It seemed Cui Jing had wasted no time complaining to her. Xiaoyong reluctantly answered, only to be greeted by an ear-splitting tirade. Xiaoya berated him, questioning how he could dare to treat Cui Jing so poorly. She insisted Cui Jing was merely testing his love and claimed he had failed miserably. If he truly loved her, he'd prove it by handing over the deeds to his house and 1,000,000 yuan in cash as an apology. Xiaoya even offered to mediate with Cui Jing if he complied. If not, he could expect a breakup. Xiaoyong's patience snapped. Who did she think she was to test him like this? Furious, he told her off and ended the call. He was done with greedy women who only cared about money. His priority now was to secure a suitable piece of land. He envisioned building an impregnable fortress, easy to defend and strategically located near water and forest. The following morning, Xiaoyong visited a real estate agency. A friendly consultant greeted him, asking if he was looking to rent or buy. Xiaoyong confidently replied that he was after something more valuable. Just then, the sales manager, Zhu, appeared and brusquely ordered the consultant, Xiong, to help unload boxes of toilet paper. Despite Xiong's protest that she was assisting a customer, Manager Zhu dismissed Xiaoyong outright, deeming him a broke nobody in shabby clothes who wasn't worth their time. The manager's arrogance irked Xiaoyong, who decided to put him in his place. He asked Zhu to repeat his words and explain his audacity in belittling others. Zhu, unfazed, doubled down, mocking Xiaoyong further. He even declared he'd eat a toilet on a live stream if Xiaoyong could afford to buy one. It was clear the manager was about to regret his words. Unbothered, Xiaoyong smirked and advised Zhu to prepare for a feast of porcelain. He clarified he wasn't here for a house, but to buy land. The announcement stunned everyone present. It wasn't every day someone came to buy land outright. Xiong quickly invited Xiaoyong to sit while she outlined the available options. Meanwhile, Manager Zhu glared in disbelief, convinced Xiaoyong was bluffing. Xiong presented detailed listings, but Xiaoyong wasn't interested in browsing. He outlined his requirements instead. Land near mountains and running water, preferably with existing factories or large buildings. Xiong promised to check for suitable options. Manager Zhu, unable to resist butting in again, suggested a property in the Eastern District. Xiong hesitated, pointing out that the area, known as T-City land, was filled with unfinished projects and abandoned factories, making it unsuitable for most buyers. Zhu dismissed her concerns, claiming no real customers had shown up anyway, and he suspected Xiaoyong was just wasting their time. Xiaoyong didn't care about the location as long as the land met his needs. He didn't mind the unfinished factories. Actually, they were a bonus since they would save him time and money. After reviewing the details, Xiaoyong confirmed that the land was exactly what he wanted. Without hesitation, he agreed to buy it. He was ready to sign the contract and make the payment. Xiong was shocked. No one in their right mind would buy land with incomplete factories, but Xiaoyong stood firm. He even urged her to hurry up because, as he put it, someone here is eager to eat some fresh poop. Manager Zhu stood there, holding the check, unable to wrap his head around what he was seeing. How was it even possible for this scrappy guy to pay $300,000 for land with old, run-down factories? It made no sense to him. Before leaving, Xiaoyong had reminded him of the payment. Now it was time for Zhu to fulfill his part of the deal. Meanwhile, to soften the blow, Xiaoyong sent a super chat donation to keep things light. Other customers in the store were urging Zhu to hurry up, as the stream had already started. One guy, whose stomach wasn't feeling too great, promised to at least make it fresh for the stream. Xiaoyong had completed the first task. The next step was to figure out how to turn the land purchase into a real business by gathering supplies. As he was leaving the real estate office, an old acquaintance, Li Shuxiong, spotted him and couldn't help but wonder what Xiaoyong was up to. But all thoughts flew out of his head when he saw what was going on inside. Manager Zhu was now being pressured by the staff and customers to keep his word, all while begging for help and desperately explaining he didn't want to go through with it. Meanwhile, Cui Jing was living carefree, painting her nails and enjoying the quiet life. That's when she got a call from Li Shuxiong, who asked if she knew Xiaoyong had just bought land at the real estate company. Shocked, she wondered where he had gotten so much money from. Li Shuxiong suggested it was probably the money he'd saved for the bride price. Cui Jing was furious. She couldn't believe Xiaoyong would use her money for something like that. Li Shuxiong urged her to stay calm and go talk to Xiaoyong about it, but Cui Jing's anger was blinding. She wasn't going to ask him anything. She was going to confront him. Back at his home, Xiaoyong was deep in thought about how to fund the supplies he needed to start building. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. It was Cui Jing with her sister, still fuming over Xiaoyong's use of her money. Xiaoyong had no idea what she was talking about, and Cui Jing, with fire in her eyes, accused him of spending the bride price money to buy land. She claimed that since the money came from her, the land was hers too. Xiaoyong, stunned by her accusations, didn't know how to respond. Finally, he decided to give her a straightforward explanation. He had plenty of money, but none of it would go toward her. He also knew about her little fling with Li Shuxiong. Cui Jing was baffled, not understanding how he knew, but her sister, sensing where the conversation was heading, suggested they calm down and resolve the misunderstanding. Xiaoyong, however, wasn't having it. "There's no misunderstanding here," he said. "Cui Jing isn't my girlfriend. She's just a doormat for that old fat guy, Li Shuxiong." He slammed the door in their faces, tired of the drama. Cui Jing still couldn't understand how he knew about her and Li Shuxiong. Her sister was just as confused, wondering why Cui Jing hadn't told her about her relationship with Li Shuxiong. Cui Jing quickly assured her it was nothing serious, just a few room rentals here and there. With things escalating out of control, they decided to head home and figure out their next move. But now, Xiaoya was thinking of taking things into her own hands and winning Xiaoyong over. After all, they were good sisters. The following day, Xiaoyong arrived at his new property with the construction crew. He was ready to rebuild one of the factories, but wasn't sure how long it would take. Foreman Li quickly assessed the situation and explained that reinforcing the walls, setting up defensive towers, installing barbed wire, thickening the steel doors, and adding bulletproof glass would take some time. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of enemy Xiaoyong had made to need such heavy fortifications. Xiaoyong just waved him off, telling him that some things were better left unknown. He wanted to know how much it would cost to finish the project in a month. The foreman shook his head, stating that it couldn't be done that quickly. Xiaoyong wasn't fazed, saying he had connections who could get the job done faster. The foreman, standing his ground, said that the safety of the workers was more important. This took Xiaoyong by surprise. He had never met a foreman with a conscience. It turned out, though, that the cost would just be higher. Xiaoyong asked him to give him the price without further delays. After some quick calculations, Foreman Li estimated that if they were to finish in a month, the workers would need to work non-stop, and the cost would come to 20 million yuan. They'd also require a 5 million yuan deposit to start immediately. Xiaoyong didn't find this ideal. He told them to get started right away, and he'd transfer the rest of the payment within a week. The construction company had nothing to fear. If he failed to pay, the land would be theirs. Out of nowhere, Xiaoya appeared at the construction site. She confidently walked up to him, wrapped her arm around his, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Xiaoyong was already tired of this woman. In his past life, she, along with Cui Jing, had driven him out of his parents' inheritance, and now he was ready to make her pay twice as much for everything she had done. No matter how much she pretended to be a good girl, he could see through her rotten nature. Xiaoya, seeing the construction site, asked with feigned interest, "Is this the land you bought? It's so beautiful here. I bet you want to build a villa, right?" But Xiaoyong didn't care about her assumptions or thoughts on what he should do with the land. Her attempts to act like she cared made him feel nothing but disgust. She couldn't understand his cold response. Normally, just a gentle touch from her on his arm would have made him nervous, but today, he didn't even flinch. Instead, he turned away from her indifferently, walking over to the construction workers to instruct them on fixing the gate, which needed to be widened. Xiaoya couldn't miss this opportunity. After Cui Jing had ruined everything for Xiaoyong, she thought this land might now be her chance. Xiaoyong returned home, his mind racing with ideas on how to get more money. After he had mortgaged his house, he received a loan of 3 million yuan, but that amount was barely enough to cover the first phase of construction. Still, considering the inevitable collapse of the world, he reasoned that it wouldn't matter. If he sold the house to a few buyers, it would be no problem. It was something that had to be dealt with no matter what. Then there was a knock on the door. Xiaoyong opened it to find his infuriating neighbor, Grandpa Li, standing there. This old man, who lived downstairs, was a wealthy, greedy person who owned the apartments on the first and second floors. He had been trying to buy the third floor from Xiaoyong, but Xiaoyong refused to sell. As a result, Grandpa Li had started making life difficult for him, painting the doors, scattering trash, leaving coffins by his doorstep, and jamming locks. The old man had done everything in his power to harass Xiaoyong, and now he was accusing him of throwing a party the night before. Xiaoyong, however, had gone to bed early and hadn't made any noise. But there was no point in arguing over the false accusation. Xiaoyong knew what Grandpa Li really wanted, his house. So, Pretending to be fed up, he told the old man he was ready to sell. Grandpa Li, shocked and surprised, could hardly believe his ears. Xiaoyong had a condition, though. He wanted to stay in the house for another 6 months, until he found a new place to live. But the old man had to transfer 5 million yuan into Xiaoyong's account immediately, so Xiaoyong could pay the deposit for the new house. If Grandpa Li didn't agree to this, the deal was off. The greedy old man couldn't let the opportunity slip by, so he agreed but insisted on signing a contract to make sure Xiaoyong couldn't change his mind. Xiaoyong had no issue with that. After all, the old man would still die in his house when the apocalypse began. Once Grandpa Li transferred the 5 million yuan, Xiaoyong now had a total of 8 million yuan, 3 million from the loan and 5 million from the old man. It was time to tackle the next task and earn the reward. The biggest supermarket in the area was the perfect place to get started. Xiaoyong set off to stock up on supplies for the coming year. The people around him watched him, thinking he was mentally unstable. They kept their distance as he pushed several grocery carts through the aisles. When he reached the checkout line, the onlookers laughed at him, thinking he was just another fool caught up in the doomsday rumors. But Xiaoyong didn't care about their judgment. What mattered was completing the task that the system had set for him. And once he did, he earned 10 points. With those points, he bought a special supply box from the system store. Xiaoyong didn't hesitate. When he opened the box, he found a level 1 space ring, a personal subspace of 500 cubic meters, where time stood still and anything stored there would never spoil. This was an incredible gain. The fact that time stopped inside the subspace meant he could store fresh food without worrying about it going bad. Along with the new item, Xiaoyong received a new mission, 10 years of sustenance, which would reward him with 20 points for completion. But just as he was starting to process his new acquisition, he was approached by the security chief of the supermarket, Yang Tao. Yang Tao, a former high school classmate, recognized Xiaoyong. He had been the lackey of a local bully, extorting money from weaker students. Xiaoyong had frequently clashed with him back in the day. Today, Xiaoyong didn't expect to run into Yang Tao here. Yang Tao insisted that Xiaoyong put everything back in its place, or else he wouldn't be kind. Xiaoyong responded that he hadn't changed at all and was still picking on the weaker ones. However, Xiaoyong had no intention of returning the items. As a paying customer, he wasn't about to back down. "Is this how you treat customers?" he asked. Yang Tao immediately demanded Xiaoyong pay for the goods right there, and then, threatening that if he didn't, things would get worse. An hour later, all the cashiers had finally totaled the items, 56,000. Yang Tao wasted no time, demanding the payment. Without hesitation, our hero used his credit card like a tool of power. The transaction was completed successfully, leaving the security chief stunned. Just as Yang Tao was about to leave, ready to let the matter go, Xiaoyong called him to wait. Xiaoyong wasn't about to let it slide. He wanted an apology for Yang Tao's rude behavior, or he'd return everything. The security chief thought it was unnecessary, but with so many witnesses around, he knew better than to ignore it. Everyone had seen everything unfold and was fully on Xiaoyong's side. They filmed the incident, threatening to make Yang Tao infamous on the internet unless he apologized. Xiaoyong even promised that if the apology was genuine, he'd buy 10 times the amount of goods. If Yang Tao didn't believe him, he could bring over the POS machine, and Xiaoyong would show him his account balance. When Yang Tao saw 7 million, his disbelief was evident. Xiaoyong only wanted an apology before he continued his shopping spree. Although the security chief struggled with his pride, the pressure was overwhelming, and he gave in, apologizing. As Xiaoyong walked past, he gave Yang Tao a piece of advice. Think before you act next time. You never know how things will turn out. Yang Tao, now trying to act friendly, asked why Xiaoyong was buying so much. Xiaoyong dismissed him, saying it was none of his business and that he had big plans ahead. Yang Tao, seeing a business opportunity, offered his help. The supermarket didn't have enough stock for such a big deal, but he knew a wholesaler, Zhang Shina, who had shifted to the wholesale business. Yang Tao immediately contacted him, excited to introduce Xiaoyong as a potential big client. Xiaoyong quickly realized that some people just never change. Since Yang Tao and Zhang Shina were still working together, he could only imagine how much they were exploiting the supermarket. Soon enough, they arrived at the wholesale warehouse, and an expensive car pulled up. From the way Zhang Shina drove, Xiaoyong knew this guy probably had never been deceived, and it was time to teach him a lesson. Although the arrogant Zhang Shina didn't immediately recognize him, Yang Tao reminded him they were schoolmates. After a moment of thinking, Zhang Shina finally remembered. He recalled Xiaoyong as the guy who had a bit of a backbone back in school. Zhang Shina immediately judged him based on his cheap, non-designer clothes. He despised people who tried to act rich when they weren't. Turning to Yang Tao, Zhang Shina began criticizing him for bringing such an unworthy client. He even kicked Yang Tao in the rear, scolding him for wasting his time. Despite Yang Tao's attempts to explain, Zhang Shina was convinced that Xiaoyong couldn't possibly be rich. He had been in business long enough to spot who had money and who didn't. Xiaoyong, tired of the arrogance, called Zhang Shina an ignorant person who looked down on others. Enraged, Zhang Shina grabbed him and demanded he take back what he said. Xiaoyong wasn't scared at all and repeated his words, calling him ignorant. To his surprise, it wasn't the insult about being looked down on that upset Zhang Shina, but the accusation of being illiterate. It turned out that this arrogant man was far too sensitive about his lack of education. Yang Tao, seeing things escalating, stepped in quickly, warning Xiaoyong to be careful not to provoke Zhang Shina further. Don't push him. He's really sensitive about being called illiterate. But for his trouble, Yang Tao received another kick and more insults, this time from Zhang Shina, who was furious that he couldn't do as he pleased. Zhang Shina faced our protagonist with an ultimatum. Either Xiaoyong would purchase a massive shipment of goods, or he'd be forced to leave crawling on all fours. Xiaoyong didn't seem fazed by the threat. He calmly instructed Zhang Shina to release his grip and requested the account details. Moments later, Zhang Shina's furious expression turned into shock as he realized Xiaoyong had deposited $1 million into his account. Xiaoyong explained that this was just an initial payment. He intended to purchase $5 million worth of goods. Zhang Shina asked about the specific items Xiaoyong needed. Xiaoyong listed basics like oil, rice, salt, snacks, and beverages, goods that had long shelf lives. A sly smile appeared on Zhang Shina's face. He had just received a batch of near-expired products, and this was the perfect chance to unload them onto Xiaoyong. When they arrived at the warehouse, Zhang Shina offered the entire stock at a 10% discount off the original price. The deal seemed too good to be true, and Xiaoyong immediately suspected something was off. Before agreeing, he decided to inspect the quality of the goods. True to his suspicions, it was a setup. Although the packaging looked fresh, the products were nearing their expiration dates. Zhang Shina hadn't expected Xiaoyong to catch on so quickly, so he immediately offered a 50% discount. But Xiaoyong wasn't satisfied. He was willing to spend his $5 million, but he expected top-quality goods. However, he had a different plan for these near-expired items. Xiaoyong told Zhang Shina he'd take the expired goods off his hands for half the price, with one condition. He would pay in a month. Zhang Shina was taken aback, but Xiaoyong quickly assured him that he'd use his house as collateral. Zhang Shina was confused, not understanding why Xiaoyong would want expired food. He didn't realize that in the near future, these items would become a highly valuable resource. Xiaoyong didn't explain further and simply instructed Zhang Shina to deliver the goods to the designated address. Just then, Xiaoyong received a call about a house sale. He quickly bid farewell to Zhang Shina and Yang Tao, heading off. The buyer was an elderly man who offered a $400,000 down payment and 3 months for Xiaoyong to vacate. The deal seemed almost too smooth, making Xiaoyong a little suspicious. He asked the old man why he was in such a rush. The man explained that his granddaughter needed to move for school, and Xiaoyong was the only one selling a property in the area. The old man was so upfront, even providing all the details willingly. Xiaoyong asked if he wasn't worried about the price being raised. The old man, realizing his slip, started pleading with Xiaoyong not to take advantage of him, as this was all his life savings. Xiaoyong, not one to exploit a genuine person, assured the old man that their deal was set and signed a contract. The old man was overjoyed, grateful that his granddaughter had a home, and even apologized for distracting Xiaoyong from his work. As Xiaoyong observed the old man's kindness, he felt concerned. He didn't think the man and his granddaughter would survive the apocalypse for long. Before the man left, Xiaoyong asked for his address. Later, Xiaoyong visited his property, where construction was progressing steadily. He checked with the foreman, who confirmed that nearly 80% of the work was done. The walls and doors were reinforced just as Xiaoyong had requested, and the warehouse was ready for use. Excited by the progress, Xiaoyong immediately contacted Zhang Shina to expedite the delivery of the supplies. The warehouse, which looked more like an underground bunker, began filling up quickly. By evening, everything was in place under Xiaoyong's meticulous supervision. Once the workers departed, Xiaoyong took a moment to inspect the work. Everything was on track, and he could finally relax. At that moment, the system sent a notification congratulating him for completing the task, earning him 20 system points. When he opened the system store, he found a new item available, abilities that could be awakened before the apocalypse. Without hesitation, Xiaoyong bought a box. Upon opening it, he unlocked a level 1 ability called Mind's Eye, which allowed him to detect hostility from others. Feeling satisfied with his new power, Xiaoyong knew this would be invaluable in the early days of the apocalypse. Just as he began to unwind, the system sent him another task: gather weapons. Lots of them. Xiaoyong wasn't fazed. Arming himself was exactly what he had planned. It was time to get ready for the coming chaos. Xiaoyong found himself at the heart of the city's late-night black market, ready to procure the weapons he needed. As he wandered through the bustling market, the constant noise of bargaining and the relentless chatter of customers and sellers filled the air. Everywhere he looked, there were hustlers trying to make a quick buck. Out of the corner of his eye, something caught his attention. Someone familiar. It was a man he had seen before during the first disaster, Li Shuxiong. He was aggressively negotiating the price of some fake jewelry, wearing down the seller until he agreed to a much lower price. Xiaoyong hadn't expected to run into this guy tonight, but it made sense that he would be here haggling over fake jewelry. It wasn't surprising that Shui Jing had been fooled by these worthless trinkets. After a few more steps, Xiaoyong finally came across a stall that piqued his interest. Lined up in front of him were various blades, each one sharper than the last. A grin slowly spread across his face as he examined the weapons. He had finally found what he was looking for. Squatting down in front of the stall, he asked boldly if they had anything tougher. The man behind the counter, dressed in military camouflage, didn't seem to get the hint. In response, he tossed Xiaoyong a knife sharpener, suggesting he sharpen the blades himself if he wanted something tougher. Unfazed, Xiaoyong insisted that none of these knives were up to par. He needed something stronger. Realizing the implication, the vendor's demeanor shifted, his tone turning serious as he asked if Xiaoyong was looking for trouble. Just then, the sound of a phone notification interrupted the tension. Xiaoyong had just transferred 200,000 yuan to the seller's account. Holding up the receipt, he made it clear he was serious. The seller's attitude flipped instantly as he acknowledged the transfer and reassured Xiaoyong that he was indeed a serious buyer. The seller quickly called one of his men to watch over the stall while he took Xiaoyong to a more private location for the transaction. They entered an innocuous building nearby, where the seller started pitching some homemade guns. They were small, intended for target practice, priced at 2,000 with cheap ammo. Xiaoyong turned him down immediately, which seemed to ignite a competitive spark in the seller. He then showed off some replica revolvers modeled after military handguns. For 5,000, Xiaoyong could get a 9mm gun, with bullets costing 5 each. Though Xiaoyong found the offer acceptable, he had already prepaid 200,000, so these options didn't interest him much. Curious about the prepayment, the seller asked what it meant. Xiaoyong explained that the earlier transfer was just a 10% deposit for a larger order worth 2 million. The seller, now a bit wary, questioned the young man's background. Xiaoyong quickly made up a story about how his subordinates usually handled these types of shady transactions, but he had come in person and didn't appreciate being questioned about his identity. Realizing that Xiaoyong must be involved in something serious, the seller urged him to wait as he hurried off to a different room. He locked the door behind him and scanned the area through the window. Turning back to Xiaoyong, he assured him he had come to the right person and that they would proceed with the deal at midnight the day after tomorrow. He insisted on cash payment only. When Xiaoyong finally left the building, the seller treated him like a VIP. However, as fate would have it, he bumped into the same familiar face from earlier in the night market. Li Shuxiong couldn't help but comment on the coincidence. Now, it made sense why Xiaoyong had been spending so much. Li Shuxiong also suspected that Xiaoyong's involvement with Shui Jing had something to do with it. He figured the kid had recently picked up too many tips about finances and was now planning to sell everything and live a life of comfort. Zhang Xiaoyong paid no mind to the ramblings of the fatty, whose words were nothing more than empty noise. He figured it would be more practical to test out his newly unlocked ability. As he opened his mind's eye, a faint aura shimmered in his gaze. Above Mr. Cam's head, a symbol of happiness floated, while an angry one appeared above Li Shuxiong. This power was definitely proving to be useful. To test it further, Xiaoyong decided to speak out loud, mocking the fatty for buying cheap, second-hand items just to deceive Shui Jing. He also pointed out that the girl was nothing more than his second-hand trash, just like the rest of the junk he was trying to pass off. The comment made the fatty's anger indicator turn even darker as he fired back with curses, clearly irritated by the jab. Watching the situation escalate, Mr. Cam, eager to keep things under control, asked Xiaoyong if the irate, overweight man was bothering him. With a subtle nod, he labeled Li Shuxiong as an enemy, a clear message. Mr. Kam quickly reassured his new important client that his staff would deal with the matter and teach the fatty a lesson. Xiaoyong didn't mind but advised them not to go too far, since he still had plans for him in the future. As the group of muscular thugs approached the overweight man, his bravado disappeared. He stammered, his usual arrogance replaced with fear. Mr. Kam didn't waste any more time with the man. With a swift motion, he pulled out a baton, and the men quickly took care of the fatty, leaving him bruised and battered on the dark road. His white suit was now covered in shoe prints, and his face showed the evidence of a hard beating. The incident only deepened the fatty's hatred for Xiaoyong. 2 days later, the agreed-upon meeting was set at a warehouse, and both parties were punctual. In front of Xiaoyong, a truck full of suspicious crates awaited, exactly what he was hoping for. When his firearm arrived, signaling the success of his task, the system rewarded him with 10 points, bringing his total to 20. He eagerly opened the crates, revealing an arsenal of weapons, heavy rifles, pistols, and all the necessary gear. Then, unexpectedly, the system added a bonus, a +2 physical enhancement potion. Xiaoyong was pleasantly surprised by this bonus, especially since it was double the strength of the potions in the system store. Not wasting a moment, he injected the potion into his veins. He had expected a brief pinch, but the surge of power was far more intense than he anticipated. The pain was sharp and immediate as the enhancement spread through his body. With his physical score now boosted by 2 points, Xiaoyong felt 40% stronger than before. Determined to make the most of this newfound strength, Xiaoyong checked out the system store once more and noticed another physical enhancement potion. Seeing the value of increasing his strength even more, he decided to take the plunge. After injecting the second potion, his physical score shot up to 8, making him 60% stronger than the average person. Excited to put his new power to the test, Xiaoyong looked around the warehouse and spotted some thick iron bars that were scattered about. He grabbed one, a sturdy bar used in construction, and threw it into the air. With a powerful kick, he bent the rod significantly, sending it flying into the nearby wall with enough force to create a noticeable dent. His kick had been so powerful that it left a visible impression on the wall. With this level of strength, Xiaoyong felt confident that he could handle anything, even the early stages of an apocalypse. As for the weapons, he knew better than to leave them exposed. Storing them safely in his spatial ring was the wisest move. With a simple gesture, he pointed the magical ring at the contents of the truck, and the weapons were absorbed into the ring instantly. The day after tomorrow, the apocalypse was set to begin. Time was running out, and Xiaoyong still had a few things to wrap up. However, he couldn't shake the image of the old man who had tried to buy his house. The old man had offered what little savings he had to secure a future for his granddaughter. Xiaoyong had been through countless battles and betrayals during the first apocalypse, but he'd never ignored the needs of the less fortunate. The least he could do was send some supplies to the old man and his granddaughter as a small token of repayment. The following day, Xiaoyong found himself at a shabby apartment building located in a rundown area of another city. The building was in such bad condition that without a GPS, it would have been impossible to find. The old man had been renting in such a low-cost, dilapidated place, and without an elevator, it was clear he wasn't well off. His apartment was located on the top floor. Xiaoyong knocked on the door, but then quickly realized he should probably remove the supplies from his storage ring, or explaining them would be difficult. Activating the ring, he watched as box after box of essential supplies materialized, filling the hallway with provisions. At that moment, the old man reached the door and opened it, expecting it to be the landlord. He quickly assumed the young man was here to collect the rent, promising to pay next week. But when he took a closer look, he realized it was Mr. Zhang. Behind him, boxes were piled up, filling the hallway and stretching up the stairs, making the old man even more confused. Xiaoyong told him to wait until later for the full explanation, but for now, they needed to get the boxes inside before anyone noticed. After a few minutes of lifting, most of which Xiaoyong did on his own, they managed to get everything in. The old man couldn't believe how easily the young man handled it, not even looking tired. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong was checking the space, trying to figure out if it could serve as a safe shelter. He decided it would do, especially since the front door was sturdy enough. Once everything was inside, Xiaoyong turned to the old man, urging him to pay close attention. He explained that the supplies they brought needed to be rationed carefully because they were meant to last for about 6 months, starting tomorrow. Just as he was about to go into more detail, something caught his eye, a photo hanging on the wall. It was of the proud old man with a beautiful young woman, his granddaughter. To his surprise, the woman in the picture was none other than Shan, a close friend from his past during the first apocalypse. Xiaoyong immediately asked the old man if the girl in the picture was named Shan. This puzzled the old man further, as he hadn't mentioned her name to the young man before. Xiaoyong's expression grew serious, and he quickly asked where Shan was now. The old man explained that she was still at school while they were finishing up the house paperwork. Xiaoyong remembered how Shan had once regretted dragging her grandfather into the chaos during the early days of the first apocalypse. He recalled how her grandfather had risked everything to save her. In that doomed timeline, the old man had fought his way through a zombie-infested school to save Shan, only to die in the process. As someone who had been close to the old man in his past life, Xiaoyong promised himself he wouldn't let that happen again. Turning to the old man, he declared that the house was no longer for sale. The old man panicked, thinking Mr. Zhang was backing out of the deal. But Xiaoyong gave him a chilling piece of news. The world would soon descend into chaos, and the house, along with Shan's school, wouldn't matter. The only thing that mattered now was getting Shan to safety. This sudden declaration only confused the old man further. Xiaoyong realized he couldn't explain everything in detail right now, so he decided to simplify things. He urged the old man to imagine the horrors of a famine. While it sounded terrifying, the old man couldn't grasp how this applied to their situation. Seeing that words weren't enough, Xiaoyong decided to show him instead. With a simple gesture, he made all the supply boxes disappear, sucked into a storage ring in an instant. The room, once crowded with boxes, was now completely empty. The old man stared, dumbfounded. There was no other word for it. Magic. Xiaoyong calmly explained that he had special powers and could see the future. If the old man wanted to survive and save Shan, he needed to listen carefully and follow his lead. Their next task was to get Shan out of her school. As they drove there at full speed, the old man was still trying to process everything, his mouth open in disbelief. Xiaoyong drove like a man on a mission, ignoring all traffic rules in his haste to get there. When they arrived, they found Shan surrounded by a group of students near one of the school buildings. She was being bullied by a couple of jealous girls. One slapped her across the face, while another kicked her in the stomach for daring to speak out. The situation was escalating, but the old man was too focused on reaching his granddaughter to notice the growing tension. As he ran toward Shan, the bullies shifted their attention to him. He yelled at them to stop hurting his granddaughter, but their attitude only grew more aggressive. A group of thugs stood in his way, showing their weapons and telling him to back off and let the girls handle things. Without hesitation, the old man charged forward, yelling at the young men for being heartless bullies. One of the thugs raised a steel bat and aimed it at the old man's head. It would have been a serious blow if it hit, but Xiaoyong reacted quickly, stepping in to stop the attack. He glanced at the thug with disdain, realizing that the younger generation still had a lot to learn about bullying. The other two thugs thought Xiaoyong was Shan's older brother and tried to threaten him, but Xiaoyong was ready. With a swift movement, he delivered a powerful kick to one of the thugs, knocking the wind out of him. The thug crumpled to the ground, unable to continue his attack. The thug was sent flying through the air as though he had been shot out of a cannon. Watching his comrade get tossed around like that, the remaining two thugs hesitated. Xiaoyong clearly knew his way around a fight. Maybe if they teamed up, they could land a blow. But judging by the cold, calculating look in his eyes, it seemed unlikely. One thug approached from the front, armed with a knife, while the other snuck up from behind with a bat. It wasn't the most brilliant plan, but it was all they had. The first move came from the one with the bat, swinging it wildly. Xiaoyong, sensing the attack, easily dodged by ducking low. His enhanced body was already proving its worth. Thanks to the potions he'd taken to boost his physical abilities, his reflexes were on another level. He grabbed the thug, swinging the bat by the collar, as effortlessly as if he were grabbing a misbehaving child. With a swift motion, he slammed the thug into the ground, the impact knocking him out cold. A hard fall to the concrete must have done the trick. Seeing his partner go down, the remaining thug rushed at Xiaoyong, knife in hand. Xiaoyong didn't even flinch as he deflected the weapon, locking eyes with the blonde thug in a chilling stare. With no hesitation, Xiaoyong prepared for another strike, kicking the thug on the side of his leg. The power behind the kick was enough to send him crumpling to the ground, his face meeting the pavement with a loud thud. In mere moments, the two wannabe tough guys were out of the picture. Now, Xiao Yang's focus shifted to the witches taunting Shan Shan for no reason. After surviving the brutal first apocalypse, Xiao Yang had adopted a mantra of equal rights, equal fights. So, without warning, he slapped one of the witches across the face. The slap was forceful, sending a shiver through her and leaving her cheek red and stinging. As for the other witch, who had been pulling Shan Shan's hair, Xiao Yang decided she needed a taste of her own medicine. He didn't release his grip, no matter how much she begged. With a fierce glare, he drew the knife from the fallen thug and pressed it to her neck. Terrified, the witch's eyes widened with fear, and the next sound that rang out was a sharp slash, followed by a gut-wrenching scream. Xiao Yang didn't even flinch. During the first apocalypse, he had done whatever it took to survive, and those instincts still guided him. The witch, now trembling, watched in shock as her friend collapsed to the ground, seemingly defeated and powerless. Don't worry, our protagonist isn't all that brutal. Well, not yet at least. When faced with a bully, he didn't resort to anything too extreme. Instead, he just gave her a little haircut. Yep, right there in front of everyone, humiliating her completely. Did she learn her lesson? Not a chance. The bully, furious and teary-eyed, screamed that she wouldn't let Xiao Yang get away with it. But he didn't even flinch at her empty threats. With an air of dominance, he glared at her crumpled figure on the ground, sprinkling the freshly cut locks over her head like confetti, a final touch of maximum disrespect. While everyone else stood around, baffled by his actions, Xiao Yang calmly told her he'd done her a favor. According to him, long hair would only become a burden soon enough. Cryptic, right? The crowd didn't get it, but he seemed to know exactly what he was talking about. Turning to Shan Shan, Xiao Yang shifted gears quickly, telling her they had to leave. Now, where to? Even he didn't seem sure, but there wasn't much time to waste. Shan Shan's grandpa, on the other hand, wasn't confused at all. He practically shoved his granddaughter into Xiao Yang's car, muttering something about her not going back to school anymore. The old man had a wild look in his eyes as he explained his reasoning. A massive famine is coming, he declared, and survival has to be our top priority. Shan Shan, understandably, thought her grandpa had lost it. She was convinced he'd fallen for some scam call or hoax. As they bickered in the back seat, Xiao Yang just watched, amused but relieved to see Shan Shan safe. Finally, though, he spoke up, revealing the real reason for the urgency. The famine story was a lie. He'd made it up to simplify things for the old man. What was really coming? Something much worse. Something catastrophic. The apocalypse? Yep, you heard that right. He wasn't sugarcoating it anymore. He explained that in just a few days, modern civilization, as they knew it, would come to an end. Shan Shan was skeptical at first. Who wouldn't be? But before she could argue, Xiao Yang suggested she check her phone. You'll see the first signs of it now, he said calmly. And sure enough, the news confirmed it. A video popped up on Shan Shan's screen, showing absolute chaos at a crowded train station. A man was being restrained by authorities, screaming some eerily prophetic words about a strange, toxic smog. What made it worse? He was biting people. Some thought it was rabies, but his lucidity suggested otherwise. Things spiraled out of control fast. The man broke free, attacking more people, and the scene turned into an outright nightmare. Xiao Yang's chilling words rang true. This was only the beginning. The first signs are already here, he said. Tomorrow will officially mark day one of the apocalypse. He explained that a mysterious toxic smog would begin spreading across several provinces, including Province B. The effects would be devastating: mutations, madness, and worse. A significant portion of the population would turn into mindless zombies, driven only by a hunger for flesh. And for the lucky ones who survived the smog, their fate wouldn't be much kinder. For Shan Shan, the idea of zombies wasn't new. She'd seen them in movies, TV shows, and pop culture. But this wasn't fiction anymore. Still, it was hard to grasp the reality of it all. Yet when the chaos erupted, whether tomorrow, next week, or the week after, there'd be no room for disbelief. On their journey back to headquarters, time was everything. But luck wasn't on their side. Traffic was backed up for miles. Even the emergency lane, usually a safe bet for getting through quickly, was jammed. Cars weren't moving, and the group's frustration was growing. The old man, already nervous, couldn't stop thinking about what Mr. Jiang had mentioned earlier, the zombies. Now, stuck in a sea of stationary vehicles, his anxiety spiked. Xiao Yang tried to reassure him, saying they were safe for now. But even Xiao Yang couldn't dismiss the possibility of a small outbreak nearby. The situation worsened when a luxury car came speeding down the emergency lane. The driver, reckless and arrogant, seemed determined to bypass the chaos. As traffic inched forward, the car swerved sharply, trying to cut into Xiaoyong's lane. The move was sudden, almost causing a collision. Xiaoyong slammed on the brakes just in time, narrowly avoiding a crash. The driver, oblivious to the danger, seemed entitled to the space. Furious, Xiaoyong held his ground, refusing to let the car through. But the driver wasn't backing down. Pulling up beside Xiaoyong's window, he hurled insults and curses, acting as if he were the victim. The old man advised Xiaoyong to let it go, pointing out that the driver was likely wealthy and powerful. But Xiaoyong wasn't one to be intimidated. If this guy wanted trouble, Xiaoyong was ready to give it to him. For nearly an hour, they sat in that miserable traffic jam. When it finally cleared, they hoped the ordeal was over. It wasn't. The same luxury car was now behind them, tailgating aggressively. The driver wasn't just reckless, he was vengeful. This was no ordinary road rage. The car sped up, weaving dangerously close, attempting to provoke Xiaoyong. The old man pleaded with him to avoid escalating the situation. But Xiaoyong had had enough. The apocalypse was coming. Why tolerate scumbags anymore? Xiaoyong decided to play along, taunting the driver. He bet on the rich brat losing his nerve, and he was right. In a moment of recklessness, the luxury car swerved wildly, nearly crashing into a hill. Yet even after almost wrecking, the driver refused to take responsibility. Instead, he called the traffic police, demanding surveillance footage to track Xiaoyong down. As the night deepened, the trio finally arrived at their destination, the headquarters. By now, the city was cloaked in darkness. Stepping out of the car, they were greeted by the fortress, an imposing structure that seemed to loom over them. The old man stared in awe, his mouth agape, overwhelmed by the sheer scale and detail of the compound. Shan, standing beside him, remarked that it all felt like overkill, a fortress too grand for what they might need. Xiaoyong, calm and composed, told him to rest up. Tomorrow, he hinted cryptically, everything you know will change. The world is entering hardcore mode. Next morning arrived, and Shan woke feeling better than she had in ages. No alarms, no classes, just the rare luxury of a peaceful morning. As she stretched and looked around, she noticed Xiaoyong nearby, already up and ready for the day. Realizing that this was the perfect moment for exploration, Shan suggested a tour, and Xiaoyong obliged, inviting Grandpa to join them. The fortress tour began with Xiaoyong explaining the sheer strength of the compound. The walls were made of reinforced concrete, thick and unyielding. The gates, crafted from solid steel 3 centimeters thick, were remote-controlled and impenetrable without heavy weaponry. The design made it clear. This was a fortress built for survival, ready to keep out both the living and the undead. However, Xiaoyong laid down a strict rule. No one else, under any circumstances, could enter the fortress without his explicit permission. This didn't sit well with Shan. She couldn't help but question the morality of leaving other survivors outside, vulnerable to the undead. But Xiaoyong didn't argue. Instead, he led them to a different section of the compound, a fenced area with scattered shipping containers. This, Xiaoyong explained, was a buffer zone. If survivors managed to find their way here, they could use this area as temporary shelter. However, access to the main fortress remained strictly off-limits without his approval. He stressed that compassion, while noble, could be dangerous. In the chaos of the apocalypse, human nature would become unpredictable, and the risks of betrayal or exploitation were too high. Even the old man, initially skeptical, nodded in agreement as the harsh truth sank in. Next, Xiaoyong led them to the food storage facility. When they entered, they were greeted by rows upon rows of supplies, stacked high and organized meticulously. It was an overwhelming sight, more provisions than they could have imagined. Xiaoyong took a moment to activate his mind's eye ability, scanning the room to check their hostility status. To his relief, both Grandpa and Shan displayed happy, trusting expressions, a clear indication that they could be relied upon. As the tour continued, Xiaoyong revealed the fortress's weapons cache. He handed Shan a sleek crossbow and gave Grandpa a sturdy shotgun, emphasizing the importance of keeping these weapons secure. In this new world, losing control of their armaments could lead to chaos. Never let these fall into the wrong hands, Xiaoyong warned, the seriousness in his voice leaving no room for doubt. Xiaoyong had just finished showing Shan and Grandpa around the fortress when a notification flashed before him, a new system task. It was another mission, and this one hit close to home. He was tasked with reuniting with an old comrade. Jiang Qi, the name, brought back memories and a mix of emotions, but what surprised him most was the timing. Standing on the viewing deck, he noticed a glowing arrow pointing toward the city, marking Jiang Qi's location. This was a fortunate coincidence. Xiaoyong had already planned to track down his former allies, and now the system seemed to reward him for his intentions. Wasting no time, he turned to Shan and Grandpa, reinforcing the fortress rules one last time. They were to stay vigilant and not break any of the guidelines no matter what. When asked where he was heading, Xiaorong simply replied, recruiting and building the team. With that, he hopped into his car and drove off, following the glowing arrow toward Jiang Qi's location. The arrow led him to a KTV bar, a lively spot with music, laughter, and the distinct chaos of people escaping the world's reality through drinks and songs. Inside, the atmosphere was jovial, with groups of friends enjoying their night. Among them was Jiang Qi, his signature silver hair shining even under the dim neon lights. He was laughing, drinking, and singing karaoke with his friends, seemingly untouched by the turmoil outside. Jiang Qi and one of his friends stumbled out of the room to find a restroom, their steps unsteady and their laughter loud. After handling their business, the two drunkenly wandered back into the hallway. That's when it happened. In his inebriated state, Jiang Qi accidentally bumped into a girl. It was a harmless brush, nothing serious, but the girl's irritated expression told a different story. Jiang Qi quickly apologized and tried to move on. Unfortunately, the girl's escort wasn't as forgiving. The man, a towering figure with an intimidating aura, saw this as a personal affront. Without hesitation, he called Jiang Qi a punk and delivered a brutal kick that sent him sprawling into the wall. Jiang Qi hit the ground hard, the pain evident in his groans. His friend, though clearly scared, didn't hesitate to check on him. But seeing Jiang Qi in pain sparked something brave, or perhaps reckless, in the friend. Standing up, he yelled at the thug, calling out his aggression. This boldness only made things worse. The thug, unaccustomed to being challenged, became enraged. Grabbing Jiang Qi's friend by the collar, he effortlessly lifted him off the ground, showcasing his brute strength. Jiang Qi, despite his pain, tried to intervene. Struggling to his feet, he pleaded with the thug to let his friend go, admitting fault and apologizing profusely. The scene was escalating fast, with the tension palpable to everyone nearby. Amid the chaos, a KTV staff member appeared, drawn by the noise. He wasn't in the best shape, recently recovering from stomach flu only to catch a cold, but his sense of duty prevailed. Bar fights were nothing new in his line of work, and he knew the drill. Approaching cautiously, he tried to mediate, asking both parties to calm down and de-escalate. But the thug wasn't having it. He turned his fury on the staff member, interpreting his interference as disrespect. To make matters worse, he loudly demanded that the bar's owner come out immediately, threatening to shut the place down if his demands weren't met. The staff member, though clearly nervous, gestured discreetly to Jiang Qi and his friend, urging them to leave while the thug's attention was diverted. The two young men fled. Back in karaoke room 3090, Jiang Qi and his friend barged in, panting and wide-eyed, as if they barely escaped a predator. Their other friends, mid-song and confused, turned to ask what had happened. The duo quickly explained, recounting how they had bumped into a drunken thug in the hallway, leading to threats and a near beating. They expressed gratitude for the quick-witted staffer who had stepped in to defuse the situation, even if only temporarily. One of their friends, the hot-headed Chen Chong, wasn't having it. He stood up, declaring that their mechanical engineering class had a reputation to uphold and shouldn't back down from anyone. He even suggested rallying other students from their department to teach the thugs a lesson. Jiang Qi, however, stopped him in his tracks. Acting tough and seeking revenge, he argued, was a foolish move with less than a year until graduation. They didn't need trouble. They needed to keep their heads down and focus on their celebration. Reluctantly, Chen Chong sat back down, and the group decided to resume their singing and dancing, trying to salvage the night. But trouble wasn't done with them yet. Moments later, the drunk thug and his gang burst into the room. Their arrival was loud and violent, with the thug dragging the battered KTV staffer by the collar before throwing him onto the floor like a rag doll. The sight of the injured staffer silenced the room, and a chill ran through the group of college boys. The thug, his eyes scanning the room, pointed directly at Jiang Qi and his friends. "Grab them," he barked at his crew. His henchmen moved swiftly, closing in on the group, Fear paralyzed the students, who didn't dare resist. They had seen what the thugs were capable of and didn't want to escalate things further. Chun Chong, however, wasn't about to go down quietly. He taunted the gang, daring them to let him make a single phone call, implying he had backup of his own. This only enraged the thug further. Grabbing a full whiskey bottle, the thug smashed it against Chun Chong's head. The impact was brutal, sending a mix of blood and whiskey streaming down Chun Chong's face as he collapsed to the floor. Zhang Qi watched in horror, his mind racing. Outside the KTV bar, help was arriving, but he didn't know it yet. Xiaoyong had just pulled up, stepping out of his car with a calm smile. The glowing system notification had guided him here, and the sight of the lively bar amused him. A KTV bar was exactly the kind of place he expected college-age Zhang Qi to frequent, even during the apocalypse. Inside, chaos continued. Chun Chong, despite his injuries, showed remarkable resilience. Grabbing a nearby metal ashtray, he tried to fight back. His guts impressed even the thugs, but his defiance irritated them more. The gang quickly subdued him, and the head thug delivered another savage blow with a fresh bottle. Blood splattered as Chun Chong slumped to the floor, groaning in pain. But Zhang Qi wasn't one to back down. Ignoring the armed thugs surrounding them, he charged at the head thug, determined to stand up for his friend. Glasses, the ever-loyal companion, joined in to support him. Their bravery was admirable, but the odds were overwhelming. 2 college students against a gang of thugs was a recipe for disaster. The remaining friend in the group, the cowardly dude, was trembling in fear, unwilling to join the fray. Amidst the chaos, something even more terrifying began to unfold. The injured KTV staff member, lying in a heap on the floor, suddenly began to stir. His movements were jerky and unnatural, his groans becoming guttural snarls. His skin paled, and his veins darkened. A horrifying transformation was taking place. The staffer's body started mutating rapidly, his mind succumbing to insanity as he lost all traces of humanity. In mere moments, he became a rabid zombie. With terrifying speed, he lunged at the nearest thug, sinking his teeth into the man's back like a predator attacking its prey. The bitten thug yelped in shock and pain, trying to shake the zombie off. At first, he thought it was just some deranged dog-like behavior. But the creature's bite was unrelenting, and its strength was unnatural. Another thug rushed to pull the zombie off his friend, but the creature was too strong. In a swift motion, it let go of its first victim and latched onto the second thug's arm, biting down with alarming ferocity. The room erupted into screams as panic spread among the gangsters and students alike. Zhang Qi and Glasses tried to hold their ground, even as fear gripped their classmates. The cowardly friend was now trembling uncontrollably, nearly fainting from terror. The situation looked bleak. The zombie's attacks were relentless, and its enhanced physical strength made it nearly impossible to overpower. If this continued, everyone in the room was at risk of falling victim to the infected staffer. Zhang Xiaoyong had arrived. Without hesitation, he grabbed the rabid zombie by the back of its neck and effortlessly lifted it off the ground with a single arm. The sheer strength he displayed stunned everyone in the room. Xiaoyong carried the struggling zombie to the nearest glass wall and smashed it into the pane, shattering it completely. Glass shards rained down as the zombie slumped momentarily, dazed from the impact. Xiaoyong turned back to the room, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. Everyone, stop! The thugs, the students, and even the terrified Zhang Qi froze. Xiaoyong's cold demeanor and the ease with which he had handled the rabid zombie commanded instant respect and fear. The thugs, who had struggled with the creature in pairs, realized this newcomer was no ordinary man. However, the head thug wasn't ready to back down. Misreading the situation, he directed his anger toward Xiaoyong, still thinking he was the top dog. Ignoring the thug entirely, Xiaoyong turned to Zhang Qi. "Were you bitten?" he asked, his tone firm. Zhang Qi, still reeling from the chaos, stammered, "And no, I wasn't bitten." The confusion was evident on his face, as neither he nor anyone else in the room truly understood what was happening. Without wasting time on further explanations, Xiaoyong simply ordered Zhang Qi, his comrade from a past life, to follow him. For reasons Zhang Qi couldn't quite explain, he felt an unshakable compulsion to comply. However, as he moved to follow, the head thug stepped in his way, still clinging to the delusion that he was in control. Before another fight could erupt, one of the bitten gangsters began coughing violently. His voice was hoarse, and he groaned about a splitting headache and dizziness. Xiaoyong's sharp eyes scanned him, catching the unmistakable early signs of mutation. The thug exhibited every classic symptom: relentless coughing, extreme dizziness, and that ominous bite wound festering on his shoulder. Even the thug's offhand comment about having a runny nose earlier in the day confirmed Xiaoyong's suspicions. Yep, he's bitten, Xiaoyong muttered to himself, watching as the rot visibly spread from the infected wound. The proximity of the bite to the nervous system was accelerating the process. The man didn't have much time left before he'd turn into a full-blown zombie. They couldn't afford to deal with two rabid zombies in such a confined space. Still holding the first rabid zombie by the neck with one hand, Xiaoyong made his move. He began dragging the thrashing creature across the room, his strength leaving everyone dumbfounded. What the hell is he doing? Someone muttered, their voice trembling. Without explaining himself, Xiaoyong hauled the zombie to the restroom door. He yanked it open, shoved the undead creature inside, and slammed the sliding door shut in one fluid motion. The rabid zombie immediately started pounding on the door, snarling and clawing with feral rage. The sound sent shivers through the room. Everyone stared at Xiaoyong, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. What kind of person could casually wrangle a zombie like that? Xiaoyong dusted off his hands, his expression darkening. The immediate threat was contained, but his focus now shifted back to the living threats in the room. His gaze locked onto Jiang Qi, who was still frozen in disbelief. Which one of these thugs do I need to deal with first? Xiaoyong asked, his voice sharp and unwavering. Jiang Qi blinked, his brain struggling to catch up. The question confused him even more. Who was this guy? Why was he so protective of him? They didn't even know each other. Meanwhile, the head thug, his pride now in tatters, decided he'd had enough. "You're dead, punk," he roared, charging at Xiaoyong with a wild swing. Xiaoyong didn't even flinch. His expression was one of pure boredom, as if he were dealing with a pesky mosquito. Before the thug's fist could connect, Xiaoyong moved like lightning, grabbing the man's face with one hand. His fingers dug into the thug's skin as he pushed forward, smashing him face first into the glass table in the center of the room. The table shattered with a deafening crash, sending shards flying everywhere. The head thug crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain, his bravado completely shattered. But the chaos wasn't over. One of the other bitten gangsters, his face pale and sweaty, staggered forward in a fit of rage. "You're gonna pay for that," he screamed, lunging at Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong adjusted his stance, his movements calm and precise. In one swift motion, he delivered a sharp blow to the man's windpipe. The thug collapsed instantly, his breath choking out as he fell flat on his back. As his comrades rushed to his side, panic set in. The thug started convulsing violently, foam spilling from his mouth as his body jerked uncontrollably. His eyes rolled back, and his skin began to turn an eerie gray. The infection had reached its final stage. The man was turning right before their eyes, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Xiaoyong stepped forward, flexing his fists. "Anyone else want to test their luck?" he asked, his voice calm yet menacing. Turning to Jiang Qi, Xiaoyong gave a firm command. "Take your friends and get out of here. Now!" Jiang Qi didn't hesitate. He and his classmates helped the injured Chen Chong to his feet, lending their shoulders to support him. Together, they stumbled out of the room as fast as they could, grateful to escape the nightmare. The gangsters, now desperate to retreat, tried to follow suit. They carried their wounded comrades, who were showing increasingly alarming symptoms of infection. But as they reached the door, Xiaoyong blocked their path. "You're not going anywhere," he said coldly, his presence towering over them like a storm cloud. The head thug, still nursing his injuries, tried one last act of defiance. "You think you can stop us?" he spat, his voice shaky yet defiant. The gangsters cowered under his gaze, their drunken bravado long gone. For the first time in their lives, they realized they weren't the top dogs they thought they were. Xiaoyong didn't bother responding. He shoved the thug back effortlessly, sending him sprawling to the ground once again. The gangster's bruised ego couldn't take it. He scrambled up and started pounding on the door as Xiaoyong stepped outside, slamming it shut behind him. "Come back here, you coward! I'll skin you alive!" the head thug screamed, banging on the locked door in a blind rage. But his tirade was cut short by a guttural growl behind him. One of his bitten men had succumbed to the infection. The thug turned just in time to see the bloodshot, crimson eyes of his now rabid friend lunging at him with terrifying speed. The infected thug tackled his boss, tearing into him with feral hunger. The room erupted into chaos as the other gangsters tried to fight off their former friend, but it was too late. The infection spread quickly, and soon the room devolved into carnage. The rabid attendant locked in the bathroom had figured out how to open doors, banging and rattling the handle as if determined to join the madness. Outside, Xiaoyong stood silently, holding the door handle firmly to keep anyone from escaping. Muffled screams and the sound of tearing flesh echoed from the other side, sending chills down the spine of anyone who could hear. A hesitant KTV employee approached him, curiosity mixed with fear. What's going on in there? Xiaoyong didn't waste time. Get the keys and lock this door now. Don't let anyone in or out. Call the police and paramedics. Tell them it's a rabies flu outbreak. The employee stared at him, frozen in shock. Move! Now! Xiaoyong snapped, his voice sharp. The urgency snapped the worker out of his daze. He ran to grab the keys, returning to lock the doors securely from the outside. The eerie, inhuman noises coming from the room made the employees shiver. One of them, too curious for their own good, hurried to the security room to check the live footage from the KTV cameras. What they saw made their blood run cold. The screen showed a grotesque scene of rabid figures feasting on their dead comrades. Blood splattered the walls, and the head thug's girlfriend, previously full of life, was now being torn apart by the monsters. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly as the infected devoured her. The security team immediately called the authorities, their hands trembling as they reported the horrors unfolding in their establishment. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong led Zhang Qi and his friends out of the building. This area isn't safe anymore, Xiaoyong said, his tone firm. You need to leave now. Still shaken, the college boys didn't argue. They followed him to his car, helping the injured Chunchong inside. As Xiaoyong drove them away, Zhang Qi finally broke the silence. Thanks for helping us back there, he said hesitantly. But who are you? Why did you step in? Xiaoyong glanced at him, said, I was hired to protect you by someone who wants to stay anonymous. The explanation made sense, at least enough for the moment. The coward boy nervously asked, that rabies flu, it's real, isn't it? I thought it was just a hoax. Xiaoyong's expression darkened. What do you think you saw back there? Those weren't drunken fights or wild animals. It's real, and it's just the beginning. Glasses gulped, his voice trembling. Is there any cure? A vaccine? No, Xiaoyong said bluntly. There's no cure, no medicine, and no way to stop it. It's already started, and it's only going to get worse. If you want to survive, you'll listen to everything I say from now on. Got it? As they drove through the streets, Xiaoyong's point was further proven when they saw an infected man chasing a terrified pedestrian on the side of the road. The chaos hadn't completely consumed the city yet, but the outbreak was spreading rapidly. Soon, there would be no safe place left. In the back seat, Xiaoyong's mind wandered to a darker memory. In their past life, one of Zhang Qi's dorm mates had betrayed him, leading to the deaths of countless people at the hands of zombies. Zhang Qi was the only one who barely survived, but the betrayal scarred him deeply. Xiaoyong's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, scanning the faces of the college boys sitting behind him. One of them had been the traitor. The question was which one? On the other side of town, Kajing was on a phone call with the man she affectionately called Honey. She had been feeling unusually anxious lately. The witch was promised some much-needed supplies, but things in her neighborhood had started to spiral out of control. Too scared to step out herself, she relied on his assurances that he'd deliver the goods as soon as he could. Just as she was about to press him for details, a sudden knock at the door startled her, nearly causing her heart to leap out of her chest. She hung up immediately, her breath shaky as she cautiously approached the door. Peeking through the peephole, she exhaled in relief. It was her friend Xiaoya. Kajing quickly unlocked the door to let her in. Even as they exchanged greetings, a lingering unease hung in the air. Earlier that day, an elderly man named Liu, who lived on the building's first floor, had been taken away by both the police and an ambulance. Though the incident was hushed up, Kajing had heard the commotion from her apartment that morning. The two witches began to piece together what was happening around them. It was hard to dismiss the growing evidence that the rabies flu news wasn't just media fearmongering. As for Li Shuang's promised delivery of supplies, it was still nowhere to be seen. Xiaoya had warned Kajing that greasy Li couldn't be trusted, but they both knew he had his uses. If nothing else, he could be their pawn in a plan they'd just cooked up. The idea was simple: ransack Zhang Xiaoyong's secret stockpile. The stockpile, they'd learned, was massive, enough to make anyone rich in the middle of this escalating epidemic. Xiaoya had already tried, and failed, to seduce Xiaoyong, getting herself kicked out in the process. Not one to give up, she had one of her devoted followers spy on him. That's how she discovered trucks regularly unloading supplies at an abandoned factory he'd refurbished. Clearly, Xiaoyong had known about the epidemic long before the news broke. The two witches decided it was time to act. They'd use Li Shuang to get into Xiaoyong's fortress and take a share of his hoarded riches by force. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong had just returned to his base camp without any trouble. As his car rolled into the compound, it was hard not to be impressed by what he had built in such a short time. Zhang Qi, one of his companions, was visibly amazed. Fortress seemed a more fitting term than base camp. Xiaoyong smiled at Zhang Qi's reaction. It was the same awe everyone felt the first time they saw it. The sound of their arrival stirred the camp's residents, who emerged with weapons at the ready. Once they recognized Xiaoyong, relief washed over their faces. Grandpa Shan and his granddaughter, Shan Shan, were particularly glad to see him return safely. Xiaoyong reassured them he was fine and introduced his companions. He knew Zhang Qi well, but simply referred to the others as Zhang Qi's classmates. Grandpa Shan and Shan Shan welcomed the newcomers warmly, assuring them they were now in a safe place. Xiaoyong quickly assigned Grandpa Shan to take the group on a tour of the fortress, explaining the rules and regulations. Glasses, one of the newcomers, couldn't help but feel like they'd walked into a military base. Before they could even start the tour, Yiming, another new arrival, timidly spoke up. He asked if they could be given weapons to help defend the fortress. Xiaoyong shot him a sharp look, suspicion flickering in his eyes. They had barely been there an hour, and this guy was already asking to be armed? That was suspicious. Glasses whispered to Yiming, urging him to tone down his eagerness. They were newcomers, after all. Trust had to be earned first. To calm the situation, Xiaoyong promised that weapons would be issued to everyone in a few days. For now, their priority was to get Qin Chang's head injury treated. His condition was severe, so the medical room was their next stop. After a few hours, the boys finally managed to shake off the tension and the lingering smell of booze after their life-or-death ordeal. Yiming, ever the annoyance, turned to Glasses with a grumble. "Why'd you stop me earlier?" he asked. "If you hadn't, we'd probably have guns by now." The audacity of this guy. Yiming's little speech about needing protection in their current situation would have been funny if it weren't so irritating. Without weapons, he compared staying in the fortress to being under house arrest. Thankfully, Glasses had enough sense to be grateful for being saved from the infected, instead of stirring up unnecessary trouble. But Yiming wasn't done. He kept sowing seeds of distrust among his classmates, questioning Xiaoyong's story. Hired by an anonymous client for protection? Yiming scoffed. That doesn't even make sense. He gritted his teeth and brought up Qin Chang's treatment too. While Xiaoyong had promised to monitor Qin's condition, Yiming found the medical room's high security suspicious. That's when Yiming dropped his most ridiculous theory yet. He claimed Xiaoyong might be planning to harvest Qin's organs in secret. It was absurd, but Yiming seemed determined to recruit others to his cause. His plan? Strike first against their so-called savior. Glasses immediately shot down the idea. Betraying Xiaoyong, the man who had saved their lives, was out of the question. But Yiming wasn't backing down. "I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me," he said, trying to sound dramatic. His ultimate goal was to take over the fortress and claim control of the area. Yiming even had the gall to suggest capturing Grandpa Shan and Shan Shan if Xiaoyong ever left. He didn't stop there. He made a disgusting comment about Shan Shan being cute and hinted at his twisted intentions. The boys stared at him with utter disgust. Realizing his plan was going nowhere, Yiming waved it off with a laugh. "Relax, I was just joking," he said. Zhang Qi, naive as ever, took the excuse at face value. But Glasses wasn't buying it. The apocalypse hadn't even hit its full swing, and Yiming was already scheming like a villain. Glasses pointed out the obvious. If Xiaoyong really wanted to harvest their organs, they'd already be locked up and helpless by now. As the group left the showers, Yiming silently wrote them off as not worthy of his grand plans. He was convinced that, in times of chaos, only the ruthless survive. Yet, deep down, everyone knew. Yiming was just a coward who trembled at the sight of blood. Even during the fight with the gangsters earlier, he'd done nothing but cower. While Yiming brooded over his rejected schemes, Grandpa Shan gave Xiaoyong an update. Zhang Qi and the others had started settling in, and Qin Chang was on the mend. As instructed, all doors and windows had been secured. Xiaoyong thanked Grandpa Shan and Shan Shan for their hard work, urging them to rest up. Before they left, Xiaoyong gave them a quiet warning. Keep an eye on Jiangxi's classmates, he said. I'm sensing some traitorous vibes. In the dead of night, Xiaoyong headed straight to his warehouse to take care of some business. He opened the system's item shop and carefully inspected the offerings. With a few clicks, he redeemed the Level 1 Apocalypse Farmer box for 2 points, the Level 1 Food Supply box for 5 points, and the Level 1 Armed Deterrent Supply box for another 5 points. This left him with 8 points remaining. The rewards were as practical as they were impressive. The Apocalypse Farmer box provided 50 corn seeds, ensuring a potential food source for the long term. The Food Supply box delivered an impressive haul. 200 kilograms of starch sausage, 100 kilograms of pre-cooked braised pork with preserved vegetables, and 50 boxes of pickled cabbage noodles. Meanwhile, the Armed Deterrent box contained 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammunition, a crucial asset for defense. Xiaoyong piled the rewards together and couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment at the sheer size of the haul. In an apocalypse where resources would soon become scarce, supplies like these were priceless. It wasn't the same as having money to spend freely, but in this grim reality, this was worth far more than cash. The next morning, the tranquility of the fortress was shattered by the arrival of multiple vehicles pulling up to the gate. Armed men carrying blades poured out of the cars, their movements brisk and purposeful. A man in a suit, clearly in charge, ended his phone call and barked orders at his crew. "Break down the gate," he yelled. The group, nicknamed the Stupid Army for good reason, began bashing the steel gates with bats and kicking them with all their might. After several minutes of futile effort, the men complained loudly about the gate's thickness. "This thing's too strong. We can't break it with this junk," one of them shouted. Furious, Mr. Suit ordered his men to bring out their big guns. However, instead of explosives or heavy weaponry, the crates they carried contained something much less impressive: wine bottles. The gang quickly turned these into Molotov cocktails, lighting them up and hurling them over the gates. The fiery bottles landed clumsily, mostly setting small fires in the yard rather than hitting any valuable targets. Even so, the bright flames caused quite a stir. A few managed to land on the roof of the outer apartment complex, drawing attention from those inside. Shanshan, Jiangxi, and the others sprang into action, grabbing fire extinguishers and buckets of water to contain the blaze. Thankfully, Xiaoyong had already warned them about the likelihood of attacks like this. Though the larger disaster hadn't yet unfolded, situations like these were becoming all too common. While the younger group dealt with the fires, Xiaoyong and Grandpa Shan emerged from the warehouse. Armed with an assault rifle and a shotgun, respectively, they climbed up to the watchtower for a better view of the chaos outside. Once at the top, Grandpa Shan peered at the scene below and squinted in recognition. "That guy in the suit, doesn't he look familiar? Pretty sure he's the one who had that road rage incident with us on the highway a few days ago," he said. One of the thugs on the ground spotted the two figures standing on the watchtower and pointed them out to Mr. Suit. "Boss, there he is. That's the guy from the road." Mr. Suit's anger exploded. Recognizing Xiaoyong, he screamed obscenities, his voice carrying loud and clear to the watchtower. "You little punk, you got some nerve. Get your ass down here, or I'll burn this place to the ground." Xiaoyong, calm and composed, replied coldly, "You've got 5 minutes to get off my property. If you're still here after that, you won't like what happens next." The gangsters were enraged. To them, Xiaoyong's warning was nothing more than a brat's empty threat. Instead of backing down, they doubled down on their efforts, hauling out 2 more crates of Molotov cocktails to negotiate their way in. Suddenly, Xiaoyong's system sent him a new task. While Grandpa Shan was stressing over whether they should fire a warning shot, Xiaoyong was busy reading the mission details. The task was straightforward: eliminate the threats as quickly as possible for a reward of 10 points. The generous reward quickly dispelled any notion of firing warning shots. These intruders were no innocent bystanders. They were criminal gangsters causing chaos even before society had fully broken down. Their reckless use of Molotov cocktails could have easily burned someone alive. Xiaoyong believed that leaving scum like this alive during the apocalypse would only lead to more harm for innocent people. With that thought in mind, he made his decision. No warnings, no mercy. He steadied his aim and pulled the trigger. The first bullet tore into Mr. Suit's arm, stunning him into silence and causing him to clutch his now severed limb. The man's agonized screams filled the air, and the thugs quickly realized they had picked the wrong fight. From the watchtower, Xiaoyong remained calm on the outside, though he silently cursed himself for missing the kill shot. His aim had grown rusty after living a peaceful life for so long. However, he wasn't about to let that stop him. The thugs, panicked by the sight of the assault rifle, scattered and dove for cover behind their vehicles. Leading the retreat was none other than their injured boss, Mr. Suit. But Xiaoyong wasn't one to let his targets escape. With a grim determination, he began picking off the retreating thugs, one by one. They had rained fire on his property, so he returned the favor with lead, aiming for their chests, heads, and anything else in his line of sight. It was a brutal slaughter. Mr. Suit, driven by pure adrenaline, managed to reach one of the vehicles and scramble inside. Ignoring the bleeding stump that used to be his arm, he screamed at the driver to get them out of there immediately. Grandpa Sean, watching from the tower, cast a worried glance at the escaping car. But Xiaoyong showed no concern. This was why he had grabbed the automatic rifle from the armory. Taking careful aim, he tracked the vehicle's movements and unleashed a relentless barrage of high-caliber bullets. Magazine after magazine, Xiaoyong emptied his load, each shot finding its mark. Grandpa Sean observed in awe. The young man's fluid movements, aiming, firing, reloading, were a sight to behold. Even during his years of military service, Grandpa Sean had never seen such precision and efficiency. When Xiaoyong was finally done, silence returned to the area around the fortress. The fire set by the Molotov cocktails had been extinguished, and the road leading to the gate was littered with the bodies of thugs. The getaway vehicle, riddled with bullets, had broken down entirely. Everyone inside was lifeless, their escape attempt cut short. Without missing a beat, Xiaoyong turned to Grandpa Sean. "Call Jiangqi and the others," he said. "Have them come out and clean up the mess at the front door." But as he watched the scene below, a new idea formed in his mind. It was still the early days of the apocalypse, and this incident could be used to their advantage. Instead of disposing of the bodies, he could allow them to mutate into zombies. This would create practical combat scenarios to help Jiangqi and Shanshan develop their fighting skills. With a faint smirk, Xiaoyong revised his instructions. On second thought, leave them where they are. We'll use this for something more productive later. Grandpa Sean nodded, understanding the young man's forward-thinking approach. The corpses lying in the middle of the road would serve as tools in preparing for the harsher days ahead. Not far from the fortress, another group of cars and vans approached, closing in steadily. Inside one of the white cars, Li Shuxiong impatiently asked if they were close to the site. Xiaoya, seated beside him, answered with her usual cutesy, playful tone, cheerfully assuring him they'd arrive after the next intersection. In the back seat, Kajing was growing increasingly irritated by Xiaoya's act. To her, it was obvious that Xiaoya was putting on this performance to keep Li Shuxiong, her gangster sugar daddy, entertained. Kajing, being no stranger to manipulation, could easily see through another schemer's moves. When they finally pulled up to the outskirts of the fortress, Kajing turned to Li Shuxiong and told him to wait while she and Xiaoya went ahead to investigate. The moment Kajing stepped out of the car, she tried to drag Xiaoya into her scheme, insisting that Xiaoya was the only one who knew the exact location of Xiaoyong's supposed factory. Xiaoya, however, didn't want to get involved. Pointing out the obvious, she claimed it was the building directly ahead, adding that it was impossible to miss. She also complained that her shoes weren't suitable for walking long distances. But Kajing wasn't taking no for an answer. Ignoring Xiaoya's protests, even her request to grab her phone, Kajing physically dragged her out of the car. Reluctantly, Xiaoya followed, though she silently fumed at being forced into this mess. Back in the car, Li Shuxiong called his crew to action. "Get ready to move at a moment's notice," he ordered. He planned to lead the charge, with the vans packed full of young thugs and veteran gangsters following close behind. As they walked toward the fortress, Xiaoya whispered her frustrations to Kajing, making it clear she didn't want to be dragged into whatever chaos was about to unfold. But Kajing, ever suspicious, saw through Xiaoya's reluctance. She assumed Xiaoya was making a play for her gangster sugar daddy, Li Shuxiong. The truth was far more calculating. Xiaoya had no interest in Shuxiong. She had dressed up and played her part in hopes of catching the attention of Xiaoyong. After all, Kajing's involvement with Shuxiong had already compromised her in Xiaoyong's eyes. As they approached the gate, the women finally noticed the grisly scene ahead. The road leading to the fortress was littered with corpses riddled with bullet wounds. Xiaoya froze in fear, urging Kajing to turn back. Judging by the dried blood, it was clear the bodies had been there for some time. Kajing, however, was undeterred. She guessed that the bodies belonged to two rival groups who had fought over Xiaoyong's supplies. With hardened criminals lying dead in the aftermath, she assumed that Xiaoyong, the supposed loser, must have been caught in the crossfire. But even if he hadn't survived, The supplies were all that mattered. Xiaoya tried to reason with her, suggesting they let Li Shuxiong and his boys handle the situation. But Kajing insisted on sneaking closer to check if the factory gates were locked. What the women didn't know was that the gangster corpses had already begun mutating, the virus in their systems activating post-mortem. Oblivious to the danger, the two women pressed on toward the gates. Standing in front of the massive steel barrier, Xiaoya pointed out that there was no visible way to open it. The gates were sealed tight, and even the interior compound was obscured from view. That at least gave her some relief, as it suggested Xiaoyong might still be safe and secure. Their scheming was interrupted when a voice called out from the outpost near the entrance. Shanshan, armed with a crossbow, stood guard. Putting on a tough front, she demanded to know who they were and how they'd found the fortress. Xiaoya quickly adopted a friendly tone, pretending to be an old acquaintance. She told Shanshan that the two of them were friends of Xiaoyong. Kajing, always bold, went a step further, claiming to be Xiaoyong's girlfriend. Shanshan, unimpressed, turned back toward the compound to inform Xiaoyong of the two witches outside, one of whom was making wild claims about being his girlfriend. As soon as Shanshan was out of earshot, Kajing began venting her frustration. She accused Xiaoyong of ditching her for a younger woman, clearly referring to Shanshan. Xiaoya, more pragmatic, warned Kajing to keep her emotions in check. Shanshan had a crossbow and wasn't afraid to use it. The women's confidence, however, lay in their belief that Li Shuxiong and his armed gang could pull off the heist. As far as they were concerned, all they needed to do was open the gates and let the chaos unfold. When Xiaoyong arrived at the watchtower and laid eyes on the two women, two of the most troublesome figures from his past, his anger was barely contained. Secretly activating his mind's eye, he appraised their status. Sure enough, their outward friendliness was nothing but a facade. Both women were seething with hidden negative emotions, each trying to manipulate the situation to their advantage. Xiaoya wasted no time putting on her performance, claiming they had come to check on Xiaoyong out of concern. She painted a picture of chaos and worry, trying to appeal to his pity. But Xiaoyong, having learned his lesson from past experiences, wasn't falling for it. With a cold smirk, he called their bluff. "So," he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "what kind of weapons did you bring with you this time?" The scheming duo, Kajing and Xiaoya, stood frozen in place. Their plans had been completely unraveled before they even stepped into the fortress. To make matters worse, Xiaoyong decided to teach them a lesson right then and there. From the watchtower, he opened fire, raining bullets onto the spot where they stood. Panicked, the two women screamed and danced around, dodging the shots. They shouted at him, calling him crazy for being so reckless. But Xiaoyong, standing tall and calm, emptied his magazine without hesitation. Xiaoya was terrified of the firearm and tried to appeal for a calmer, less hostile resolution. Kajing, however, doubled down, treating Xiaoyong as the weak, spineless fool she always thought he was. They couldn't have been more wrong. Killing them outright would have been too easy for Xiaoyong. Instead, he had something far darker and more gruesome in mind, a punishment that would match the malice in their hearts. That's when the groans started. From behind the women, the corpses of the gangster thugs began to stir. One by one, they reanimated, their bodies twisted and ravenous. This was the rabies flu, or so people still called it in the early days of the outbreak. Xiaoyong watched the scene from his perch, completely unfazed. The transformation of the gangsters into zombies wasn't just a terrifying spectacle, it was poetic justice. Leading the pack of the undead was none other than the cowardly Mr. Suit, still clinging to his twisted sense of importance even in death. As the zombies lurched forward, their ravenous hunger driving them, the two women finally realized what was happening. The first three zombies lunged with terrifying speed, desperate to sink their teeth into fresh flesh. The women screamed and started running, barely avoiding the snapping jaws and clawing hands of the undead. Frantic and breathless, they screamed for help, their cries reaching the ears of Li Shuxiong, still sitting in his car nearby. He glanced out the window and saw the horrifying sight of zombies chasing the women. Fear gripped him immediately. Without hesitation, Shuxiong barked orders at his men. "Turn around! Get us out of here!" His gang obeyed instantly, their vehicles screeching as they sped away, leaving the women behind to fend for themselves. Kajing, panicked and desperate, was slowing down. She wasn't fast, and the zombies were closing in. But she wasn't about to go down without trying something underhanded. With no hesitation, she threw her purse forward, aiming for Xiaoya, the faster runner. The purse's strap caught around Xiaoya's ankle, tripping her. Xiaoya fell face first onto the pavement, injuring herself badly. She barely had time to recover before the zombies pounced on her. Their teeth tore into her flesh as she screamed in agony. Blood splattered everywhere as they devoured her, their hunger insatiable. Xiaoya's cries turned into gurgles of rage and betrayal. In her final moments, her bloodshot eyes locked onto Kajing, who had deliberately sacrificed her. But Kajing didn't stop to look back. Instead, she kept running, muttering to herself that Xiaoya deserved it. Her callousness knew no bounds. From the watchtower, Xiaoyong observed the entire scene, his expression cold and detached. As Xiaoya met her grisly end, the system in his mind chimed, awarding him 10 more points for eliminating a threat. Meanwhile, Shan Shan, standing nearby, was horrified. She had never seen zombies before, and the sight of the dead gangsters reanimating into flesh-hungry monsters was almost too much for her to handle. Xiaoyong, still calm, explained the situation to her. "This is the true beginning," he said. "The air is filled with infectious alien particles now. Anyone exposed to the outdoors for too long, especially the dead or weak, will mutate quickly." He wasn't interested in watching the chaos unfold any longer. Turning his focus inward, he decided it was time to regroup and prepare for what was coming. Summoning everyone in the fortress, Xiaoyong called an urgent meeting. Once everyone was gathered, he laid out his plan. "For the next 2 days, we need to stay indoors," he said firmly. "Seal the windows and doors. Don't go outside for any reason. This will give our bodies time to gradually adapt to the infection, reducing the risk of mutation." Hearing this, Jiangxi brought up a critical concern. "What about Brother Chong? He's still unconscious in the urgent care room." The mention of Chong shifted the mood. While his head wound had improved thanks to basic medical care, he still hadn't regained consciousness. Worse, his condition was deteriorating. It was clear that the infection was spreading rapidly through his body. Even though his subconscious fought back against the mutation, the virus was relentless. His veins bulged visibly, the infection coursing through them like wildfire. The city had descended into utter chaos. Violence and pandemonium filled the streets. Some people were trying to escape, some were losing control, and others were eating each other. An old man, hiding in his home and peeking through the window, muttered to himself, "It's complete madness out there." He had a plan. As soon as night fell, he would head to a warehouse to gather supplies for his family. Until then, he warned his wife and child to never open the door for anyone except him. But just then, someone started banging on the door. The loud, successive knocks sent a wave of tension through the room. The family froze, wondering what, or who, could be on the other side. The man gestured to his wife and child to stay silent. Grabbing a golf club from his kit, he cautiously approached the door to check the situation. A voice called out, "Brother Jay." Hearing this, the old man sighed in relief. It was his old buddy, Yang Tao, or so he thought. Jay began to pull the handle to let his friend in. But before he could, the visitors forced their way in with a powerful kick that sent Jay flying across the room. His frail body hit the wall with a thud. What he believed to be a friend was far worse, far more dangerous than even the zombies outside. A gang of furious thugs surrounded him, their anger palpable. The poor guy didn't even get a chance to grab his golf club before his face was slammed against the cold floor. As his former colleagues loomed over him, he desperately tried to meet Yang Tao's eyes, hoping to appeal to whatever goodwill might be left. He reminded Yang Tao of how well he had been treated in the organization, but Yang Tao wasn't buying it. To him, Jay had always been an arrogant boss who saw Yang Tao as nothing more than a disposable lackey. Sure, Yang Tao had made decent money, enough to put a down payment on a house, but Jay? He earned enough to buy entire neighborhoods. But this wasn't about the past, it was about business. The thugs weren't here to chat. They wanted the warehouse keys and an address. Jay's defiance was starting to test their patience. Seeing his stubbornness, Yang Tao made his way toward Jay's wife and child. Without hesitation, he grabbed the wife by her hair, forcing Jay to watch in horror. The little boy, driven by pure instinct, charged at Yang Tao to protect his mother. But the size difference was too great. All the child could do was sink his teeth into the thug's arm, his face soaked with tears of fear. It didn't work. Yang Tao retaliated with a sharp slap that sent the boy reeling. Watching his family suffer, Jay's anger boiled over. He shouted at Yang Tao, demanding he come after him instead. Yang Tao, however, remained calm. He promised no further harm would come to the mother and child if Jay cooperated and led them to the warehouse. Left with no choice, Jay complied, and the group set off, dragging him along as their hostage. They soon arrived at the warehouse. The mechanical door creaked open, revealing only a few scattered supply boxes, a far cry from the treasure trove the thugs had expected. It turned out that most of the stock had already been sold, even the nearly expired food, to a big client. Hearing the name Zhang Xiaoyong, their wealthy buyer, sparked a new idea in Yang Tao's mind. Why stop here? They could raid Zhang Xiaoyong's factory and claim his massive stockpile of supplies for themselves. If they succeeded, they'd be set for life. Brother Jay had strongly advised against such a reckless plan. During his routine deliveries, he had accidentally spotted a young man carrying a gun. This led him to suspect that Xiaoyong had somehow learned about the looming disaster beforehand. Yang Tao, however, remained calm and unbothered by the mention of guns. To him, it was a matter for Brother Jay to handle, not his concern. The thug's explanation was simple yet chilling. His job was to take Zhang Xiaoyong's supplies in exchange for ensuring the safety of his wife and son. Yang Tao, hearing this, called it a fair trade. But Brother Jay was trapped in a terrible dilemma, torn between saving his family and his moral compass, unsure how to navigate the crisis. Back in Xiaoyong's seemingly impenetrable fortress, the situation was tense yet quieter following repeated failed invasion attempts. The group had assembled in the urgent care area to confront a grim reality. Their biggest problem now lay in the bed before them. Chen Chong, who had succumbed to the infection. After losing consciousness for several days, he had finally woken up, but his mind was gone. His body was alive, but his humanity had been lost. His classmates were devastated. Tears flowed as they mourned their brave and kind friend. Almost everyone was crying. Everyone except Yiming. Unlike the others, Yiming boldly declared that they should kill Chen Chong immediately. His suggestion shocked the group. Xiaoyong turned to look at the defiant young man, while Jiang Qi glared at him with disgust and disappointment. How could you suggest something so cruel? Jiang Qi demanded. But Yiming stood firm. He argued that Chen Chong was already gone. If they didn't put an end to his suffering now, and he somehow broke free, everyone's lives would be at risk. Xiaoyong, known for his pragmatism, agreed with Yiming's cold logic. The chances of recovery were nearly zero. Slowly, he drew his combat knife and unsheathed the blade. But instead of handling the matter himself, Xiaoyong handed the knife to Yiming. You want him gone? Then you do it, Xiaoyong said calmly. Yiming froze, fear spreading across his face. Every fiber of his being resisted the idea of carrying out the execution. Xiaoyong, unimpressed, reminded him of how he had been asking for a weapon since the beginning. Here's your weapon, Xiaoyong said, pushing the knife closer. Use it, but Yiming couldn't bring himself to move. His hands trembled, his courage failing him completely. After a tense moment, Jiang Qi stepped forward. Swallowing his fear, he took the knife from Xiaoyong's hand. I'll do it, Jiang Qi said with determination. He wasn't proud of the decision, but he knew it had to be done. If Yiming was too much of a coward to act, then he would. As he gripped the knife, Jiang Qi hesitated. His mind wrestled with the reality of the situation. Could he really go through with it? Xiaoyong, observing his hesitation, asked calmly, Are you sure? Once you do this, there's no going back. If you're wrong, it makes you a murderer. Jiang Qi clenched his jaw. I trust you, he said to Xiaoyong, his voice firm despite the turmoil in his heart. Xiaoyong smiled faintly, almost as if he had expected this response. He gave Jiang Qi the green light. Jiang Qi approached Chen Chong's bedside, tears streaming down his face. He raised the knife high, aiming for his friend's throat. His hands shook as he prepared to strike. But just as the blade was about to pierce the flesh, Xiaoyong intervened. The knife stopped midair. Jiang Qi, startled and confused, turned to Xiaoyong, desperate for an answer. Why did you stop me? He asked, his voice shaking. The answer was straightforward. The system had given Xiaoyong an intriguing evaluation. For now, he instructed everyone to leave, as they had something extraordinary in their possession, a zombie that still held value. Chen Chong had transformed into a rare mutated variant, a discovery of immense significance. The group left the urgent care unit and went about their tasks within the fortress, leaving only Xiaoyong and the mutated zombie behind. Chen Chong, now a grotesque creature, thrashed violently, desperate to sink his teeth into Xiaoyong's flesh. His bulging veins, dark and foreboding, were enough to haunt anyone's dreams, but not Xiaoyong. Standing face to face with the aggressive mutant, Xiaoyong remained calm, even exhilarated. With a hint of excitement in his voice, he told the creature it had an important mission to fulfill. Outside, the sun was shining, and the clouds were scattered thinly across the sky. Near the fortress on the town's outskirts, a car was swerving uncontrollably, struggling to stay on course. With no other vehicles on the road, the poorly driven car eventually crashed into a lamppost, rendering it useless. Brother Jay stepped out, scratching his head in frustration. His bad luck had cost him a car before reaching his destination. Fortunately, the factory wasn't far, just a short walk away, so he was almost there. However, his calm demeanor quickly shifted to fear when a gang of zombie stragglers attacked, drawn by the noise. Reacting instinctively, Brother Jay foolishly shielded himself with his arm, allowing the zombie to bite deep into his flesh. He pushed the mindless monster away, his left arm bleeding. As the zombie staggered to its feet, Brother Jay ran back to the wrecked car, desperate to find the crowbar he had prepared as a weapon. It might help, but would it be enough? His anger and adrenaline fueled his strength as he swung the crowbar, striking the zombie across the face with a brutal hit. After knocking the eager zombie down, he continued bashing its skull until it stopped moving completely. Dealing with one of these creatures had drained him, and standing exposed while more zombies approached was not a good strategy. He couldn't afford to stay there, so Brother Jay made his way toward the factory, his body shaking uncontrollably. He feared it was the virus spreading inside him from the bite. At the front gate of the fortress, a cluster of stationary zombies awaited their next prey, conserving energy. To avoid the trouble, Xiaoyong quietly opened the side door for the team's mission. Behind him, the rest of the crew, armed with their chosen weapons, followed. Most carried melee weapons, and Shan complained that all the gear strapped to their bodies made movement awkward. Xiaoyong explained that zombies were irrational but powerful, and with their current combat experience, they were likely to get hurt, so the protective gear was necessary. He promised they could remove it once they were more skilled. The team crept along the building, sticking close to the walls to avoid being noticed immediately. As they reached the front, Xiaoyong spotted the first zombie in their path and signaled the team to prepare. Entering the zombie's detection range, it turned toward them, revealing its decaying teeth. With the battle imminent, Xiaoyong reminded his team to remember their training. Always watch each other's backs and maintain a safe distance. As the zombie charged, Xiaoyong demonstrated his impressive evasion technique, dodging its attack effortlessly. He remained calm enough to provide a lesson in the middle of the fight. When a zombie misses its attack, he explained, survivors must take advantage of the moment. Be quick and aim for the temple or the back of the neck. Glasses, however, was the first to act on instinct, ignoring Xiaoyong's advice about targeting the right spots. As he raised his blade, his attack struck with precision. The machete's edge lodged between the zombie's partially split skull. It might have stunned the creature, but hitting the head directly caused the blade to vibrate, sending a sharp pain through his hand. The skull is the hardest part of the head, and using a melee weapon on it only makes the hands go numb, as Glasses had experienced. After a brief stun, the zombie snapped back with renewed aggression, desperately trying to bite into the student's flesh. Thankfully, Glasses had the presence of mind to use his blade defensively, trapping the zombie's teeth on its edge while calling out for help. Xiaoyong commended him for his excellent defense and instructed Zhang Qi to snap out of it and assist his teammate. Zhang Qi, with a calm and determined expression, moved behind the zombie, positioning his bat at the back of its neck. When his wooden bat hit the neck, a sharp cracking sound followed. Xiaoyong was pleased with their first real training results and reminded them that one strike wouldn't be enough, so everyone joined in to finish off the zombie. Once it was down, Zhang Qi eagerly turned to his brother, Xiaoyong, seeking validation for their successful hit. Xiaoyong only smirked as another aggressive zombie appeared, snarling and charging, hungry for human flesh. Zhang Qi's face turned worried, fearing his brother might be sneak attacked by the mindless corpse. But instead of a bite, the group watched as Xiaoyong turn around, grabbing the zombie by the head like a toy. He pushed its mouth away from his body while the zombie struggled helplessly. Xiaoyong reminded everyone to follow his example, always observing their surroundings and never letting their guard down. Zhang Qi took this lesson to heart, while the others were simply amazed by Xiaoyong's proficiency with just his bare hands. Meanwhile, Brother Jay, still fighting through his bite wound, inched closer to the factory gate. From his hiding spot, he could see more mutants wandering the area. He began to wonder if Zhang Xiaoyong had already met his end when he suddenly heard voices near the outer wall. He recognized Xiaoyong's face and moved closer for a better look. Using a van as cover, he peered through and saw Xiaoyong, along with a group of strangers, hunting mutants, crushing their skulls with every blow. However, the desperate gangster failed to notice something lurking beneath the van. It was none other than Xiaoya, or what was left of her. Despite the zombie infection, her heavy makeup hadn't changed her face much. She reached up, grabbing Brother Jay's foot and refusing to let go. Her sudden grip made him stumble, and when he looked down, his eyes widened in terror. Xiaoya's torn mouth opened to emit a guttural roar, her clothes in tatters. It seemed like this might be the end for Brother Jay before he even had a chance to fight back. As he braced for death, a gunshot rang out. Someone had taken pity on him and saved him. It was none other than our hero, Xiaoyong. Now, the zombie Xiaoya was headless, and not just in a metaphorical sense. Her head was physically gone. Brother Jay was left disgusted, throwing the corpse away from him. When Xiaoyong saw Jay, he was surprised to find him there and immediately asked what he was doing in this chaotic situation. Jay, like all of his previous fake friends, didn't rush to explain himself. Instead, he pretended to be pleased to see Xiaoyong alive, even with the madness all around them. But as he got closer, Xiaoyong noticed a bite mark on Jay's arm. In the heat of the moment, Jay didn't realize it, but Xiaoyong pointed it out clearly with the barrel of his automatic rifle, warning him not to come any closer. At that moment, Jay realized his fate was sealed. He wasn't giving up, though. He had one last chance to save his family. Jay begged Xiaoyong not to shoot him yet, and asked for a favor. Xiaoyong agreed to listen, but only on the condition that Jay stayed where he was. This was Jay's last effort to save his family. He was already infected, and soon he would become one of those crazed zombies, but he still had one final request. Yang Tao had kidnapped his wife and son and was using them to blackmail Jay, forcing him to infiltrate Xiaoyong's base and seize all of its resources. Jay admitted that he wasn't a good person, but even he had never done anything as evil as what Yang Tao was doing to his innocent family. He feared for their lives, knowing that if they were left in Tao's hands, their fate would be worse than his own once he turned into a zombie. So, Jay pleaded with Xiaoyong to take care of his family, even though he knew he had only helped him before for his own benefit. Xiaoyong was aware of Jay's greed, but he had to admit that Jay had saved him time in the past. He pondered the right thing to do. The fortress had enough space, and the number of men far outweighed the women. Breaking that balance wouldn't be an issue. Luckily, he didn't have to think long. A notification from the system arrived, offering a new mission called Entrust the Wife and Child. To complete it, Xiaoyong would have to rescue Jay's family, and he would gain more points for this task than for clearing out zombies near the fortress. Without hesitation, Xiaoyong agreed to take care of Jay's family. Jay, overwhelmed with gratitude, couldn't believe Xiaoyong's kindness. He even bowed, saying that he could never repay him in this life, but would serve him faithfully in the next. But Jay had one final request. Xiaoyong pretended not to understand, but it was clear Jay didn't want to turn into one of those monstrous zombies and put his family at risk. He asked Xiaoyong to end his life now. Xiaoyong, however, wasn't in a hurry to act. Unlike Jay, he understood how the apocalyptic world worked. Instead, he told Shan to bring a bicycle from the warehouse for Jay. He advised him to go as far from people as possible to a completely isolated place. Jay didn't understand why Xiaoyong was doing this, but he didn't question it. He didn't have much time left and had no choice but to follow Xiaoyong's instructions. Driven by thoughts of his wife and son, Jay took off on the bicycle, determined to escape the inevitable zombie transformation that was already spreading through his body. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong and his team finished clearing out the zombies near the fortress. They piled them up, drenched them with fuel, and set them on fire. It was a tough day and they were exhausted, but at least now, the zombies would never rise again. Xiaoyong's team was now experienced enough to defeat a zombie in close combat without taking damage. However, when dealing with larger groups, they were still unprepared. Xiaoyong quickly advised his team to head back to the fortress, where he entrusted Shanhua with a critical task, guarding the weapons warehouse. The safety of the fortress would be in Shanhua's hands while Xiaoyong went into the city that night. Shanhua was curious about Xiaoyong's plans. His old friends wanted to accompany him, but Xiaoyong quickly reassured them there was no need. They weren't ready for the dangers of the city, and it was more important to protect the fortress. He had to trust Shanhua to handle the defense. Before leaving, Xiaoyong loaded up on melee and ranged weapons and prepared to buy more supplies from the system store. Unfortunately, it was updating too slowly, and he was frustrated. He manually updated the store, and 3 new supply boxes appeared: Black Tech, Life Saving, and Armed Deterrent. The Black Tech box was the most expensive, and with the manual update cost increasing to 4 points, Xiaoyong had to be careful. Still, he bought the Black Tech supply box. After opening it, a blinding light filled the car, and Xiaoyong was rewarded with a physical enhancement serum that increased his strength by 5 points. The intense flash made him momentarily disoriented, but once the pain subsided, he realized the value of the serum. With his strength now at 13 points, about 2.6 times stronger than an average person, he was ready for the mission ahead. Back at Jay's home, things were tense. His wife was trying to reassure their son, telling him that his father would take care of everything. But Yang Tao's thugs had grown impatient. They broke into the room, and the terrified wife asked what they were going to do. The answer was clear. Yang Tao was going to have his fun. Sadly, in this apocalyptic world, no one would come to her rescue. That was exactly what Yang Tao was counting on. The story picks up with a terrifying scene. Xiaoli's clothes were being torn apart by a group of thugs, their faces showing not even a hint of shame. Her desperate son struggled, pushing one of them with all his might, trying to protect his mother. Just then Li, the guy with the ponytail, walked in, his eyes scanning the room as he asked what all the noise was about. One of the goons smirked, saying they were just about to have some fun, and even invited Li to join them. But Li wasn't interested. He told them the job wasn't finished yet, and they had no time for distractions. They needed to focus and get it done. Annoyed, one of the thugs grumbled, asking what the big deal was. They'd done this sort of thing plenty of times before. That's when Li's patience wore thin. He shot the thug a sharp look and reminded him exactly who they were dealing with. This wasn't just anyone. It was Zhang Xingji's wife and kid. If she couldn't take it and ended her life, Zhang would have nothing left to lose. And when that happened, he'd come after every single one of them. None of them would make it out alive. Still, Li didn't completely shut him down. He assured the thug that once they took care of Zhang, they could come back and break her spirit however they wanted, not letting her rest for a single day. The thug, though disappointed, called Li a party pooper for ruining the mood. But in the end, he backed off and motioned for the others to leave. One of them threw Xiaoli a chilling look on his way out, taunting her to wait for her turn. Left alone, Xiaoli and her son could do nothing but cry, helpless as night fell. Meanwhile, on the deserted streets outside, our boy was behind the wheel, cruising through the city with a lot on his mind. With 13 points in stamina, he now had more than twice the strength of an average person. His reaction time was sharper, and his control had improved significantly. As he zoomed through the cluttered streets, drifting around corners with precision, he felt the rush of adrenaline coursing through him. But the city center was up ahead, and he knew driving any further would only attract more unwanted attention. It was time to move on foot. Just as he stepped out of the car, a chilling roar echoed through the empty streets. Turning around, he spotted 2 zombies charging straight at him. But he didn't flinch. In a swift move, he dodged their attack and slammed his shoulder into one of them with such force that it knocked the other down as well. Without hesitation, he summoned his sword and charged at the zombies, going full throttle. With a single swing, both of their heads flew off in an instant. These zombies were nothing more than punching bags now, a perfect way for him to test his newfound strength and reflexes. He couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly he was overpowering them. There was no doubt his physical strength had more than doubled compared to an average person. On top of that, his instincts had sharpened, and with his enhanced hearing, he could tell that his destination was only about 800 meters away. Meanwhile, across town, a group of zombies was relentlessly banging their heads against the glass door of a small grocery store. Inside, a handful of survivors were frantically piling heavy objects against the entrance, hoping it would hold long enough for them to figure a way out. Panic filled the air, and amid the chaos, a terrified brat turned to his father, his voice shaking as he asked if they were going to die here. His father, trying his best to stay calm, reassured him that those sons of witches wouldn't get in. And even if they did, he added with a grim smile, at least they'd be reunited with his mother. Of course, his words did little to comfort the brat, who burst into tears even louder. The officer standing nearby rolled his eyes in frustration. He couldn't believe the nonsense coming out of the father's mouth. What kind of brainless talk was that to give a scared kid? But the father wasn't one to back down. With a smirk, he snapped back, saying if he had enough brains to think things through before speaking, he'd be managing properties by now instead of hiding from zombies. Despite the father's humor, even the officer was beginning to worry. The constant pounding on the door wasn't stopping, and for a moment, it seemed like they really might not make it out alive. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden gunshot echoed through the air. One of the zombies clinging to the door had its head blown apart, sending a shockwave through the group. Brat collapsed to the ground in fear, while his father stood frozen, clueless about what just happened. The officer snapped into action, telling them to move the barricade aside and check who was outside, but not to make any noise. Slowly and carefully, they peeked through the narrow gap, only to realize that all the nearby zombies had already been taken care of. Relieved but still cautious, they stepped outside. Brat's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly blurted out something about a mutant. His father, confused, quickly asked what he meant. In a hushed, shaky voice, Brat explained, it wasn't just an ordinary zombie out there. It was stronger, faster, and deadlier. Just like in the comics, novels, and games. The father was getting more and more annoyed with his son, who couldn't stop talking about games, even in the face of danger. Frustrated, he snapped at him, wondering how his son could still be so obsessed with entertainment at a time like this. No wonder his grades were always the worst, father thought bitterly. Don't forget that this father's name is Old Song, so we will be calling him that from now on. The officer, growing impatient, turned to him and told him to cut it out. How were grades even relevant right now? They had bigger things to worry about. He urged them to stay focused and keep an eye on their surroundings. After all, they didn't want that mutant zombie ambushing them out of nowhere. As they moved forward, the officer repeated his warning, reminding them to stay alert. Step by step, they carefully made their way toward the base. Eventually, they reached a fork in the path and came to a stop. That's when Old Song's eyes landed across the street. There stood a young man, clearly focused on something, his hands moving swiftly in the air as if adjusting invisible controls. It was none other than our boy, deep in thought, busy adding points to his system and fine-tuning his stats. Before anyone could think, Old Song's son suddenly screamed in panic, pointing at him and shouting that it was a mutant zombie. But the officer, being the only one with some common sense, quickly assessed the situation. This guy didn't look like a zombie at all. He looked like a survivor. Our boy couldn't help but chuckle at the brat's wild imagination and casually told him to stop jumping to conclusions. The officer, now relieved, stepped forward cautiously and warned our boy that it was too dangerous to be wandering around alone. He suggested that they should stick together if they wanted to survive and invited him to join their group. Curious but cautious, Zhang Xiaorong asked them who they were and why only a few of them were out here. As he scanned the area, the officer explained that they were searching for supplies and mentioned that many civilians were still gathered at Rangxiang Garden. The mention of the place triggered a memory in Zhang's mind. He recalled that Jinu Mansion was nearby, not far from where they stood. Old Song immediately agreed, pointing out that it was just across the street. He then urged Zhang to join them, emphasizing that there was strength in numbers. With Officer Li carrying a gun and their experience dealing with mad zombies, they were confident in their ability to protect him. Of course, they had no clue about our boy's true capabilities. But instead of showing off or bragging about his strength, he simply nodded and agreed to go with them. And with that, they cautiously continued their journey forward, each step taken with care and vigilance. Old Song looked at Zhang Xiaoyang with a curious expression, asking why he wanted to go to Jinyu Mansion. He wondered if there was someone important he was trying to find. Zhang Xiaoyang simply replied with a yes, offering no further details. But Old Song wasn't done yet. He pressed on, asking if it was a relative or perhaps a girlfriend. Then, with a somber tone, he reminded Zhang that it was the end of the world, and whoever he was looking for was probably already dead. He advised Zhang to prepare himself mentally for that harsh reality. The officer gritted his teeth and nodded. He admitted that even if they hadn't been killed by the Ravagers, there was still a chance they might have run into those beasts. The mention of beasts caught Xiaoyang's attention, and he immediately asked what he meant by that. Officer Li, who had been listening quietly, stepped in and explained. He revealed that a group of thugs had taken over the Bichue mountain villa area in the eastern part of the city. To survive, they didn't hesitate to harm other survivors. Their group had once encountered them and lost many companions in the process. Officer's face darkened at the memory, and he decided not to dwell on it further, simply reminding everyone to stay vigilant when dealing with other survivors. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the tense atmosphere. The brat shouted for the officer to be careful. Spinning around, Officer Lee spotted a zombie lunging straight at him. Without hesitation, he took it down with a few well-placed shots. He stood there panting heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. For a brief moment, he thought it was over. But the relief didn't last long. The sound of gunfire had attracted more zombies, and panic quickly set in. Just then, his eyes landed on an abandoned bus nearby. Without wasting a second, he signaled for everyone to run toward it. Zhang Xiaoyong, however, grinned to himself, thinking a step ahead. Running blindly could attract even more zombies, but the bus, being a closed shelter, offered solid defense. The only downside? If it got surrounded, there would be no way out. He quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind and decided that the emergency plan deserved a score of 70. By the time he finished his assessment, everyone had already made it into the bus. Officer Lee, still catching his breath, called out to him, urging him to hurry and keep up. Just as the tension reached its peak, Zhang Xiaoyong jumped into the bus, and Officer Lee wasted no time slamming the door shut behind him. With urgency in his voice, the officer warned everyone to stay alert and check each seat for any hidden ravagers. But before anyone could act, the brat shouted, his voice filled with panic, that the zombies weren't giving up. They were still gathering outside. Officer Lee gritted his teeth in frustration. Despite their quick escape, the undead were still on their trail, closing in fast. The bus shook violently as the zombies began banging on it, their relentless attacks growing stronger with each passing second. The officer struggled to keep the doors shut, but it was clear the pressure was becoming too much for him. Just then, Zhang stepped forward and, without hesitation, slammed the door with such force that the zombies were thrown back, and the door sealed shut completely. Officer Lee stood there, stunned, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. The sheer strength Zhang displayed was beyond anything he could have imagined. Without wasting a moment, Zhang came up with a plan. He firmly stated that he'd hold the door shut, buying them time, while the others should break the windows and fight back. Surprisingly, Officer Lee nodded, deciding to put his trust in Zhang's judgment. Without delay, they shattered the bus windows, and Old Song took the lead, striking down the zombies that tried to cling to the vehicle. The others quickly joined in, making sure Old Song didn't lose his balance while hanging out the window. Meanwhile, Officer Lee held back from using his bullets, carefully counting his remaining rounds. He knew he couldn't afford to waste them and needed to save them for when things got truly desperate. That's when Zhang reached into his bag and pulled out a crossbow, casually handing it to the officer. Lee stared at him in confusion, unable to comprehend how Zhang had just produced the weapon out of nowhere. Zhang simply shrugged and said he'd picked it up earlier, as if it was no big deal. With no time to question further, Old Song and Officer Lee got to work, using the crossbow and their own strength to push back the attacking horde. After what felt like an eternity, they finally managed to clear out the zombies and step out of the bus they had been using as shelter. The brat, now beaming with confidence, puffed out his chest and declared that they had just turned a dangerous situation into a safe one. He was convinced this wasn't mere luck. Surely, they were the chosen ones, the children of fate in this apocalypse. But before his excitement could get out of hand, Zhang firmly reminded everyone to stay cautious and avoid making the same careless mistakes again. Meanwhile, back at the fort, everyone was anxiously hoping that things would go smoothly for Zhang Xiaoyong. Yiming decided to keep watch. Seeing his sudden enthusiasm, the guy with glasses couldn't help but tease him, asking why he was suddenly so dedicated. Annoyed by the remark, Yiming shot back, telling him to stop talking nonsense. He reminded him that he had always been sincere about his duties. The fatty, realizing he might have pushed too far, quickly backed down and asked why Yiming was getting so worked up over a little joke. Despite the lighthearted moment, Grandpa Shan stepped in, deciding that since Yiming was willing to take charge bravely, everyone else should head back to their rooms and rest. They needed to be well prepared to make the most of Yiming's help. Before leaving, he advised Yiming to wake everyone immediately if anything unusual happened. As the night deepened and silence settled over the fort, Yiming sat quietly, realizing how late it had gotten. He knew the others were already fast asleep, but his mind remained focused on his real goal. He was determined to settle things before our boy returned. In the dimly lit room, the old man slept soundly, completely unaware that the key to the weapons room lay just inches from his pillow. Moving with practiced stealth, Lu Yiming quietly opened the door and crept inside. Step by step, he approached the bed, his eyes fixed on the key. Just as his fingers were about to grab it, The old man stirred unexpectedly, his voice breaking the silence as he groggily demanded to know what Yiming was doing. But before he could react further, Yiming landed a solid punch to his face, knocking him out cold. Without wasting a second, Yiming snatched the key and bolted out of the room. The old man, groaning in pain, called after him, shouting for the key to be returned. His cries quickly roused the others, and within moments, the entire fort was in an uproar. As the old man frantically explained what had happened, everyone sprang into action, chasing after Yiming. But Yiming was one step ahead. As he ran, he tossed anything he could find in their path. Chairs, boxes, anything to slow them down. Strangely enough, instead of simply jumping over the obstacles, they all stood there as if frozen, like game characters stuck behind an invisible wall in a restricted area. It was almost comical how easily they were stopped. While making his escape, Yiming noticed the nursery room up ahead. Since he was already in this deep, he figured he might as well go all the way. He slipped inside, where Chin Chong, the zombie, was strapped to the bed. As Yiming cautiously approached, the zombie suddenly lashed out with its free hand. Yiming stumbled back in shock, realizing that only one hand was properly restrained. He wondered if the straps had been too loose when they tied the creature down. Oddly enough, instead of feeling worried, Yiming grinned. If the zombie was already partially free, it would save him the trouble of untying it himself. Meanwhile, the others finally made it past the obstacles, but what they found in the corridor was far from pleasant. Frustration was evident on their faces as they realized Yiming had gone out of his way just to let Chin Chong out of the infirmary. The old man couldn't help but regret not realizing sooner what a snake Yiming was. But Shan Shan quickly reminded him that there was no point in regretting now. They needed to focus on what to do next. With all their weapons locked in the warehouse, their first priority was to make sure the zombie was secured back in the infirmary. Grandpa Shan decided they should use the method Zhang Xiaoyong had taught them earlier. Stay cautious and avoid letting the monster get too close. With that in mind, they cautiously approached the zombie. In a swift move, Zhang Qi grabbed the creature by the neck, while the other two quickly pinned its hands down. The old man, taking charge, pointed towards the infirmary and told them to drag it back inside. With a quick countdown of 3, they shoved the zombie back into the infirmary and locked the door as securely as possible. Once the door was shut, one of them couldn't help but wonder aloud if restraining the zombie had been easier than expected. Surprisingly, everyone else felt the same way. But before they could dwell on it, the old man brought them back to reality, reminding them that they had wasted too much time. By now, that little brat must have already grabbed all the weapons. And just as he finished speaking, Yiming appeared with a smug look, questioning the old man's audacity to call him a little brat. To make things worse, he now had a gun in his hands. Unfortunately for everyone, the storeroom only had one weapon, which annoyed Li Yiming, but he figured it was enough to deal with them all. Once he was done with them, he could take his time searching for the rest. With the gun pointed straight at them, Li Yiming ordered them to move back into the room. Zhang Qi tried to reason with him, reminding him that it was Zhang Xiaoyong who saved everyone and gave them a chance to survive. But Li Yiming simply sneered, saying that just because he saved them didn't mean they had to serve him like slaves for the rest of their days. The old man, furious, called him an ungrateful fool, but there wasn't much they could do now. Meanwhile, inside the infirmary, Chin Chong seemed to have his own plans. Watching the heated argument unfold outside, it looked like he was about to make his move. But before anything could happen, the scene shifted to Rongxiang Garden. There, Officer Li was giving precise directions to Zhang Xiaoyong, explaining how to reach Jinyu Mansion. He warned that the layout of the residential area was complex, making it an easy hiding spot for zombies. Zhang needed to be extra careful. Officer Li advised him to use the side gate of the community instead of the main gate. It would be safer that way. Zhang nodded, taking the advice to heart, and assured Officer Li that he'd keep it in mind. As he walked towards his next destination, Old Song suggested they should help him out. After all, he had saved their lives by fending off those zombies. But Officer Li wasn't convinced. He reminded Song that they had no idea what was waiting inside Jinyu Mansion. If they accidentally walked into a horde of zombies, it would all be over in an instant. Still concerned, Old Song asked why they were letting Zhang walk straight into what seemed like certain death. Officer Li sighed, saying he had already warned Zhang as much as he could. There was nothing more to do now but feel sorry for him. However, Li also pointed out that Zhang shouldn't be underestimated. His skills were far beyond ordinary. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, zombies roamed everywhere, and inside, The goons holding Jiang Xingji's family hostage were getting impatient. One of them grumbled, annoyed that Jiang hadn't returned yet. But another thug, less concerned, declared that he had held in his frustration long enough. Tonight, he was going to take it all out on Jiang's wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. It was clear that these fools were simply waiting for a dead man to walk through the door. However, one of them, smarter than the rest, pointed out that Jiang might already be dead. After all, he had gone out alone. The disgusting thug shrugged and added that when they finally got their hands on the woman, they'd make sure to tie her up tight, so she wouldn't even have the chance to take her own life. They knew things could go south at any moment, so they were determined to enjoy whatever time they had left. Hearing their vile plans, the woman trembled in fear, helpless against their cruelty. Finally, the man with the ponytail gave the signal, allowing his men to do as they pleased. But he made one thing clear: nothing should happen to her, at least not while they were busy with their dirty games. Just then, something outside caught Ponytail's attention. His eyes narrowed as he noticed something unusual. The zombies, every single one of them, had mysteriously dropped dead. He had no idea what was going on, but we know who did this. Curious, Ponytail decided to check it out, wondering if a rescue team had arrived. But before he could take another step, his life came to an abrupt end. The moment he stepped outside, a dagger slashed through his throat, cutting it clean. His head hit the ground with a dull thud, rolling away lifelessly. Meanwhile, the other thugs in the room were ready to claim their prize. Their faces lit up with twisted excitement as they eagerly undid their belts, their eyes filled with sick anticipation. Xiaoli's son clung to her desperately, but they yanked him away without a second thought. A sharp slap landed across Xiaoli's face, silencing her cries. The kid, despite his fear, refused to back down. His tiny fist clenched, ready to fight with everything he had. But the thugs had no patience for his defiance. They kicked him out of the room, slamming the door shut behind him, leaving him alone outside. Just then, the headless body of Lee, the guy with the ponytail, collapsed to the ground in front of him. The boy stood frozen, his eyes wide in shock. But what stunned him even more was the dark silhouette standing in the doorway. His fear melted away as he realized who it was: Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang glanced down at the trembling boy and calmly asked if Jiang Shigi is his father. The kid stammered for a moment before nodding, his voice barely escaping his throat. Inside the room, the thugs were already tearing at Xiaoli's clothes as she desperately tried to cover herself. One of them, smug and arrogant, slapped her again, demanding that she scream. But Xiaoli remained silent, refusing to let her son hear her suffering. Frustrated by her resistance, the thug decided to take his turn first before letting the others have their way. Before he could act, the door suddenly slammed open. One of the thugs, thinking it was the brat trying to fight back, scoffed and turned toward the door. But before he could even react, his head was sliced clean off, and he fell silent. His friend, clueless to what had just happened, barked at him to stop standing around like an idiot and throw the kid out again. What he didn't realize was that his buddy was already dead, his lifeless body crashing to the floor with a heavy thud. The remaining thugs stood frozen in confusion, their minds struggling to comprehend what was happening. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong seized one of the thugs and slammed him hard against the wall. The thug, who had been happily undoing his belt just seconds ago, stuttered in shock, asking who he was. But Xiaoyong didn't bother to answer. Instead, without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick straight to the thug's face, knocking him out cold and ending the fight in an instant. Meanwhile, back at the fort, tension filled the air. Li Yiming stood with his gun pointed at everyone, his voice cold and final as he warned them one last time: move, or he would shoot. The old man, seeing no other choice, urged the others to do as the bastard said and step into the room. But Shanshan hesitated, unwilling to comply. The old man, however, insisted she follow orders for now, reminding her that Yiming had the gun and promising to figure something out later. Yiming smirked, his expression full of arrogance and disgust. He told them there was nothing to figure out, no escape, no clever plan. They hadn't even seen his true ruthlessness yet. He was determined to establish his dominance once and for all. Without wasting another second, he decided to take down the old man first, since he was the one talking the most. The two people standing behind the old man desperately tried to talk him out of it, but before they could finish, a sudden noise froze everyone in place. The infirmary door's lock began to rattle. In the next instant, with a loud swing, the door flew open, leaving everyone in shock. To their disbelief, it was Chun Chong. Somehow, Even in his berserk state, he had managed to unlock the door himself. It seemed impossible, ridiculous even, but there he was free, and it was clear he had only one target in mind. His deadly gaze locked onto Yiming like a predator eyeing its prey. Panic washed over Yiming as he quickly raised his gun, determined not to let this monster, who could open locked doors at will, live a second longer. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, but to his horror, the gun jammed. His eyes widened in despair as he realized he was completely screwed. Before he could even react, Chen Chong lunged at him with terrifying speed. In a flash, he tore Yiming apart, ending the reign of the bastard who had kept everyone on edge for so long. But the horror didn't end there. Chen Chong, without a word, dragged Yiming's lifeless body toward the infirmary, leaving everyone speechless. They could only watch in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Then, in a chilling move, Chen Chong picked up the key to the infirmary door, tossed it aside, and locked himself inside once again, leaving everyone outside standing in utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang had finished dealing with the thugs and finally freed the terrified mother. As she clung to her son protectively, Zhang called the boy over to him. But the mother, holding him close, anxiously asked what Zhang intended to do with him. Without offering any explanation, Zhang simply told the kid to come. After a moment of hesitation, the boy assured his mother that everything would be fine and slowly stepped forward. When he reached Zhang, our boy handed him a dagger and, in a calm yet firm voice, told him to finish off the thugs. The remaining goons, realizing what was coming, dropped to their knees and started begging for their lives. Even the mother, desperate and afraid, pleaded with Zhang, insisting that her son was just a child. But Zhang's response was unwavering. He stated that the boy wasn't just a kid anymore. Everything changed from this moment on. From now on, he was the one responsible for protecting his mother. And if he wanted to keep her safe, he needed to gather his courage and eliminate the monsters who had hurt her. As the disgusting smirks of the thugs flashed through his mind, a wave of anger surged within the boy. Fueled by rage and newfound determination, he charged at them, striking them down one by one. The mother's horrified gaze never left her son, and though the thugs were finally gone, the boy's heart remained heavy. He knew that no matter how many enemies he defeated, his father was never coming back. Overwhelmed by grief and frustration, he turned to Zhang and asked if his father was really gone, pushing up daisies now. Zhang, with a heavy heart, gave him a solemn yes. Unable to bear the weight of reality, the boy let the bloodied knife slip from his hands and ran straight into his mother's embrace, holding her tightly, searching for comfort in her warmth. Desperate to keep her son safe, the mother turned to Zhang and pleaded with him to take the boy with him, offering to do anything in return. But before Zhang could respond, the boy wiped his tears and declared that he wanted to stay with his mother and protect her himself. Seeing his determination, Zhang made an offer to both of them. He invited them to come with him. He revealed that he had promised Jiang Shigi to keep them safe. With that assurance, the mother and son agreed to follow him, walking past the lifeless bodies of the thugs who had once tormented them. As they moved on, the boy, Shuai, glanced at the corpses scattered around, fear creeping into his eyes. What terrified him more, however, was the man who had taken them down so effortlessly. Noticing the unease in the boy's face, Zhang, with his usual calm, simply stated that he was the one who had dealt with them all. Just then, Zhang raised his hand, signaling them to stop. His sharp instincts picked up on something suspicious nearby. Turning to Xiaoli, the mother, he asked if she knew where Building 8 in Banyan Garden was. Xiaoli, slightly confused, pointed in the direction ahead and reminded him that he was already facing the right way. Curiously, she asked why he wanted to know. The scene shifts to Building 8, where a group of looters stands outside, demanding supplies from the terrified residents inside. They shout threats, assuring everyone that if they surrender their resources, they'll be spared. But deep down, everyone knows it's a lie. Inside the apartments, tension fills the air as our team debates whether they should give in. The fear is real, but Officer Lee quickly shuts down the idea, his voice firm. He reminds everyone that these looters are nothing more than animals. They won't keep their word. If they surrender, the men will be killed, and the women, well, they'll suffer a fate worse than death. Outside, the thugs grow impatient, giving them just 10 minutes to comply or face the consequences. The pressure is too much for one of the women, and she hesitantly suggests going outside to beg for mercy. But another woman immediately protests, refusing to become a plaything for those monsters. Before the argument can escalate, the gorilla stops them, silencing them both with a calm but commanding voice. There's no need to panic. Surrendering isn't an option. He assures them that they have a plan and instructs them to guard the hallway, confident that the looters won't be able to break through. Meanwhile, outside, the gang leader watches the building with a smirk. He knows they're well armed, but his lackey isn't so sure. The guy voices his doubts, pointing out that forcing their way in won't be easy, especially since the survivors inside are armed and staying hidden, making an ambush even more difficult. But the leader only chuckles, his eyes gleaming with cunning. There's no need for brute force. Instead, he orders his men to cut off the water supply to the first-floor apartments. Smirking, he decides to wait and see how long they can hold out without it. As the looters set their plan into motion, Zhang Xiao stands nearby, watching them carefully. Beside him, little Shuai looks up and innocently asks if these men are bad people. Zhang can't help but find the irony in the question, especially coming from Shuai, the same kid who just took down 3 grown men with nothing but a dagger. Despite everything, the boy's childlike innocence hasn't faded. Zhang sighs and reminds him that these are the same kind of people who bullied his mother. And that's exactly why they need to be dealt with. Back inside, Officer Li takes charge, instructing everyone to guard the stairs and stay hidden. He plans to check things out himself. Moving cautiously, he creeps over to the window and sneaks a glance outside. 7 looters, all armed, 3 of them carrying guns. Just as he processes the situation, a sudden loud bang echoes through the air, catching him off guard. His heart pounds in his chest as the rest of the group freezes, confusion and fear spreading through them. No one knows what just happened. As the chaos unfolds, bullets tear through the air, ripping apart the thugs, and one of their men goes down, and the rest are left clueless, frantically looking around to figure out who's attacking them. That's when Officer Li spots him, Zhang Xiaoyong, gun in hand, steadily making his way forward. Without hesitation, Zhang opens fire again. A single shot lands right between the eyes of one of the goons, dropping him instantly. As the remaining thugs spot him standing in the middle of their circle, they panic and start firing their pistols wildly. But Zhang just keeps walking, completely unfazed. Not a single bullet even grazes him, and that only makes him smirk. Watching their sloppy aim, he can't help but find their attempts laughable. Raising his gun, he takes aim at the leader hiding behind a concrete block, but his bullets only manage to chip away at the surface. Frustrated, the boss barks at his lackeys to stop messing around and fire back properly. One of the thugs, finally gathering his courage, stands up with determination, ready to take Zhang down himself. But before he can do anything, Zhang smoothly adjusts his aim and, with just a couple of shots, blows the guy's head off. The leader, still crouched behind the block, sneers. In his mind, Zhang must be out of bullets by now. Feeling smug, he decides it's his turn, raising his gun to fire. But Zhang meets his gaze with a cold, unwavering stare, standing tall without a hint of fear. The moment the thug pulls the trigger, Zhang moves with lightning speed, effortlessly dodging the shot. Before the thug can react, Zhang grabs his arm, the one holding the gun, and in a swift motion, turns it upward, pressing the barrel right under his neck. Without a second thought, Zhang pulls the trigger, sending a bullet straight through the thug's skull. Just like that, the entire squad of criminals is taken care of. Without wasting a moment, Zhang rummages through the leader's dead body, searching for anything useful. Once he's done, he steps into the building, only to be greeted by the last remaining goons of the squad. Desperation fuels them as they charge at him. But Zhang doesn't even flinch. He stays rooted in place, calm and collected. The silence is shattered by 3 crisp gunshots, each perfectly placed, dropping the thugs one after another. Watching all of this, Shuai is over the moon, his excitement barely contained. He's beyond impressed with how effortlessly Zhang handled the fight, and can't help but admire him even more. Just then, a system notification appears in front of Zhang, revealing his next objective: recruit survivors from Rangxiang. Completing this task promises a valuable reward. Curious, Zhang asks about these people, and Officer Li responds, explaining that they're from the Bichue villas, located to the south of the city. Officer Li quickly called over the 2 men in yellow jackets, Lu Chao and Chenji, instructing them to brief Brother Yang about Bichue since they had just come from the south. Without hesitation, the 2 men shared what they knew. The people in Bichue weren't just survivors. They were an organized gang, well-armed and well-supplied, holed up in Bichue villas. They had taken in nearly all the survivors from the southern regions. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyong paused for a moment, memories from his past life flooding back. He couldn't help but wonder if Bichue was where Li Shushan and Xiujing settlements had been. Could it be them who had taken over? He turned to Lu Chao and Qinji, asking if they meant that Bichue was the only settlement left in the south. One of the men nodded, explaining that it hadn't always been this way. The gang, armed to the teeth, had crushed smaller settlements one by one. Wherever they went, they slaughtered half the population, abducted young women, and recruited anyone willing to submit. Zhang Xiaoyong was sure now. He knew exactly who was behind this. Officer Li, noticing his certainty, asked what he meant. Without hesitation, Zhang pointed out that the 3 guys they had just taken down were carrying handguns, which meant there were likely more of them out there. He told the men to hold onto the guns and check for extra magazines. There was no doubt they'd need them. Handing over his rifle to Officer Li, Zhang told him to keep it, adding that he'd leave them with 5 magazines. Zhang chimed in, warning that the Bichue crew wouldn't let this go easily, but with these weapons, 10 or so men should be able to hold their ground. Zhang then instructed them to stay put for a couple of days while he reorganized things back home. After that, he would return and personally deal with the Bichue gang. His words left one of the men standing nearby in shock. Was Zhang seriously planning to take on Bichue? The man pointed out that the gang was probably dozens strong. If not more, it wasn't a small task to go against them. Officer Li, clearly concerned, tried to talk him out of it. He suggested that it wasn't worth the risk and that they could always look for another place to settle. But Zhang simply told him not to worry. He already had unfinished business with the Bichue crew. Besides, in a few days, he planned to come back with a bigger vehicle and evacuate everyone to the east of the city, near the old Tea Leaf City, where he was building a stronghold. He would need all the help he could get. With that, Zhang turned to leave, casually tossing a goodbye over his shoulder and telling them to take care of themselves. Taking Xiaoli and Shuai with him, he walked away, ready for what was to come. The scene shifts to a darker, more ominous setting. Dead bodies are scattered all around, painting a grim picture of what has transpired. Outside, a lone guard remains on duty, oblivious to the growing tension within the mansion. Inside, the gang leaders are gathered, discussing urgent matters. At the head of the table sits Wen Guy, his unmistakable orange hair marking his presence as the boss. His sharp gaze sweeps across the room as he questions why the supplies at Jinyu Entertainment Center haven't been dealt with yet. Li Xiuxiong, the overweight man seated across from him, responds with confidence, assuring that he already sent people over. By now, they should have returned. But what none of them realize is that those very men have already been wiped out. Kai Gei, another high-ranking member, turns toward Li Xiuxiong and reminds him of an important fact. Jinyu Mansion houses several high-end affiliates. Simply taking supplies from the entertainment center won't come without consequences. Xiuxiong, unfazed, reassures them that his people have been instructed to bring back anyone alive if necessary. When Guy's face darkens with frustration, his patience is wearing thin. His disappointment in Xiuxiong is obvious as he openly berates him for his repeated failures. The weight of his boss's anger presses down hard on Xiuxiong, who, feeling the pressure, humbly promises that this time, he will handle everything perfectly. In the background, Kai watches with amusement, smirking at the sight of Xiuxiong sweating under Wen's harsh words. Once outside, Li Xiuxiong steps out for some air, clearly still shaken. One of his lackeys notices his sour mood and cautiously asks what's wrong. Annoyed, Fatty snaps back, demanding to know if the 7 men he sent have returned. The lackey hesitates before delivering the bad news. An hour ago, he sent people to check, and they confirmed that the entire squad had been wiped out. Li Xiuxiong freezes in shock, his face going pale. He can't believe it. Regular civilians from Rangxiang Garden managed to take down 3 armed men. Panic sets in. He knows he can't afford another failure. Without wasting another second, he orders his lackey to gather everyone capable of handling weapons. This time, he is determined to complete the mission no matter what. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyong finally arrives back at the base. The moment Shan Shan hears the car approaching, she immediately perks up, realizing that Brother Yong must have returned. As Zhang crosses the boundary of his fort, a mission window pops up before him. Confirmation that the mission has been successfully completed. Shan Shan greets him warmly, relieved to see him back safely. But Zhang's sharp eyes quickly scan the crowd, and he immediately notices that Lu Yiming is missing. A sense of satisfaction washes over him. His hunch about that snake was right all along. The realization hits the others like a shockwave. They stare at him in disbelief. Zhang knew about Lu Yiming's betrayal from the start. Seeing their stunned expressions, he wastes no time and points at Xiaoli and Shuai, instructing the others to take him to their rooms and then meet him in the infirmary. Once alone with his party, Zhang finally explains. From the very beginning, he suspected Lu Yiming of having ill intentions. While he wasn't entirely sure at first, he was convinced that one of Zhang Qi's friends was a traitor. Then, without warning, Zhang tosses a heavy gun towards Zhang Qi. Catching it instinctively, Zhang Qi inspects the bullets, rubber bullets. The old man's mind immediately connects the dots. Looking up, he quickly asks about the kid, Chun Chong, who was inside the infirmary. Zhang strode confidently toward the infirmary, casually mentioning that Chun Chong wasn't just any ordinary zombie. He was a rare mutant. My guy had already figured that out some time ago when he asked the zombie to blink 3 times. To his surprise, the zombie had actually complied. Zhang explained that after the apocalypse, those infected by otherworldly sources had a slim chance of evolving into rare mutants. Unlike regular zombies, these mutants possessed higher intelligence, greater potential, and in some cases, even fragments of their past memories. But Chen Chong? He was a rare case among the rare. As Zhang pushed open the infirmary door, the first thing they saw was Chun Chong standing over the head of the man who had been causing trouble. The zombie turned and casually waved upon seeing Zhang, as if greeting an old friend. Zhang, however, had no patience for restraint. Without hesitation, he ordered the zombie to stop holding back. There was no need to go easy on this bastard anymore. Chun Chong wasted no time. As he began dragging the troublemaker away, his bleached-haired friend suddenly called out, asking if he still remembered him. For a moment, the zombie hesitated. His feet faltered, and his gaze shifted toward Zhang. No one could tell what was going through his mind. Then, without warning, he swung his hand at the bleach head, who barely dodged in time. Zhang Qi quickly realized what was happening. Chun Chong was just messing with his old friend. Even as a zombie, he still couldn't keep his hands to himself. Later, Zhang Xiaoyong sat staring at his system screen, his attention drawn to a new notification. Zhang had just unlocked a hidden achievement, Mutual Companion. Completing the achievement instantly added system points to Zhang's total. Surprised, he took a moment to appreciate the unexpected bonus. He hadn't expected to stumble upon a hidden achievement, but he certainly wasn't going to complain. Curious, he decided to check the system shop to see if anything new had appeared. Sure enough, his eyes landed on a level 2 high-tech supply box, something he had never seen before. But there was a catch. It was expensive, and Zhang hesitated. Was it really worth spending his hard-earned 50 points on? Instead of making the gamble, he decided to open the 2 remaining supply boxes in his inventory. No point in letting them take up space. As he opened the first, the Lifesaver supply box, he received an interdimensional infection blocker, a rare item capable of blocking otherworldly infections. Unfortunately, while it could prevent new infections, it couldn't reverse mutations that had already taken hold. Then came the second box, the armed deterrent supply box, and this one left him speechless. Inside was a Barrett M82, a high-powered sniper rifle, along with a full bundle of bullets. Zhang could hardly believe his luck. Not only did he pull a game-changing weapon from a mere level 1 box, but the infection blocker was an absolute lifesaver. The very thought that it could stop someone from fully turning into a zombie sent a thrill through him. This stroke of fortune filled him with newfound confidence, making him even more eager to open the level 2 box. But he knew there was a mission at hand, and he had to stay focused. His current objective was to recruit survivors from Rongxiang Garden, a task he looked forward to completing tomorrow. Outside, Chen Chong handled a less glamorous job. Without hesitation, he tossed the dead snake out of their fort's vicinity. There was no place for useless things like that. As morning arrived, the survivors gathered at the training grounds. From the elderly to the youngest members, everyone was armed and ready. Zhang stood before them, making an important announcement. Starting today, everyone must spend at least an hour practicing their shooting daily. With that, the training began. The survivors fired at their targets, bottles lined up for practice. Each hit produced a flash of light, marking the impact, but none of the cans exploded. It was an impressive display of discipline and coordination, but there was still a long way to go. Zhang turned to Uncle Sean, instructing him to have Jiangqi gather people and clear a few more rooms. He needed space ready, as he planned to bring back survivors from Rongxiang Garden today. Without delay, the old man agreed and set off to carry out Zhang's orders. Meanwhile, Zhang also assigned Chen Chong to accompany him on the escort mission. Given the strength and abilities of mutant zombies, his presence would be invaluable. It wasn't long before they stumbled upon an abandoned bus, completely overrun by mindless zombies. Zhang made quick work of the creatures, cutting them down with ease, while Chen Chong helped by tossing the undead out of the bus. Once the area was cleared, Zhang handed over the bus keys to Chen Chong. With a nod, he told him that he could take off his mask now. There was no need to restrain himself. However, he made it clear that once they reached Rongxiang Garden, the mask had to go back on. The last thing they needed was to terrify the very people they were trying to rescue. Chen Chong acknowledged the order with a low, guttural growl, a sign of his understanding. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, Li Xiuxiong was preparing for his own mission. This time, he was heading to Rongxiang Garden, but he wasn't going alone. A group of lackeys stood by his side, their weapons loaded and ready. Unlike before, this time, Fatty was personally leading the charge. His determination burned stronger than ever. He refused to accept another failure. With superior numbers and weaponry at his disposal, there was no way he would lose. As their truck roared to life, it sped out of the compound, heading straight for Rongxiang Garden. Back on Zhang's side, after cleaning up the bus and hijacking a random vehicle filled with zombies, he wasted no time. Hopping into the driver's seat, he quickly got to work. More zombies clogged the highway, but Zhang didn't even think about hitting the brakes, not for a single second. With enhanced reflexes and sheer confidence, he plowed through the mindless creatures without hesitation, mowing them down like an unstoppable force. His grip on the wheel was firm as he drifted and swerved through the chaos of abandoned cars blocking his personal freeway. Nothing was going to slow him down, not today. Back in Rangxiang Garden, the high-rise building appeared peaceful from the outside. But inside, the atmosphere was tense. A group of survivors, led by the ever-reliable cop Big Bro Lee, sat together, carefully munching on their rations, making sure not to burn through their limited supplies too quickly. They knew they had to make every bite count. Their quiet meal, however, was suddenly interrupted by the loud roar of a car engine from outside. Heads snapped up in alertness. The kid among them, filled with hope, reckoned that Brother Xiaoyong must have finally come back to rescue them. But Big Bro Lee wasn't one to act on blind optimism. He had a good head on his shoulders, and that meant checking first before making any rash decisions. Without wasting a second, he grabbed his AK-47 and signaled for everyone to stay silent. With utmost caution, he crept toward the window, slowly peeking his head just above the sill to get a clear view outside. His heart sank. What he saw wasn't their savior. It was a group of thugs, and they were hungry for revenge. They stood outside, checking their weapons, scanning the area, searching for one specific location, building number 8. And then, the moment they confirmed their target, the thugs sprang into action. Their leader, Li Xiuxiong, gave the order, and his men immediately moved out. Big Bro Lee felt the pressure mount. Just when he thought they could finally escape this hiding spot and make their way to Brother Yang's fortress, these bastards from Bichue Mountain had shown up to ruin everything. His grip on the AK-47 tightened. Nearby, Old Song raised his well-worn Ford pistol, ready to take on the scumbags who just couldn't seem to learn their lesson. With a few guns now distributed among the survivors, they had gained some confidence. Maybe too much confidence. Sensing the rising bravado, Big Bro Lee turned and barked at the civilians who were trying to act tough. This wasn't the time to get cocky. Outside, an entire battalion was waiting for them. One that outnumbered and outgunned them by a mile. If they wanted to survive, they had to stick to the plan. Without wasting another second, he made his way to the rooftop, setting up an ambush. Meanwhile, outside, the Bichue Mountain Battalion measured their approach, making sure they were at the perfect distance to strike fear into the survivors holed up inside the building. One by one, they raised their scoped weapons, carefully aiming at the many windows of building number 8. Inside, Old Song peeked through the window to get a better look, and immediately screamed for everyone to take cover. The silent morning was shattered by the deafening roar of automatic gunfire, echoing through the high-rise. Bullets sprayed wildly, shattering every window within range and forcing Old Song to retreat deeper into cover. It wasn't an attack, just a warning. After the first wave of intimidation shots, Xu Xiong snatched a megaphone from one of his lackeys, ready to negotiate. Meanwhile, the others kept their weapons trained on the building, continuing to wreck the windows with one clear intention. Anyone who dared to show their face would be shot on sight. Standing tall and arrogant, Xiong brought the mic to his lips, demanding the attention of the survivors hiding inside. But before he could spit out another threat, a single, precise bullet pierced through the skull of the lackey standing right beside him. His brain matter splattered onto the pavement as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The thugs froze. Panic set in. They hadn't expected to be targeted by snipers hidden in the distance. Before they could react, another one of them collapsed, screaming after taking a clean shot to the leg. Up on the rooftop of Building 8, the muzzle of an AK-47 still smoked, the sharp scent of gunpowder mixing with the morning air. The thugs scrambled for cover, their confidence shattered. Big Bro Lee had secured an optimal vantage point, his line of sight perfectly clear. Bichue Mountain's gang never anticipated that the survivors would be armed with long-range automatic weapons. Fatty cursed under his breath, furious at the faulty intel they had received. According to their informants, the survivors only had a single pistol. Even if they had scavenged weapons from the 7 idiots who died last time, that should have only amounted to 4 weak handguns. So where the hell did this sniper come from? Fear gripped the remaining thugs as they turned to their boss, desperate for orders. The logical choice was obvious: retreat. But these idiots weren't exactly the brightest. Instead of waiting for a proper signal, they took his words literally and bolted like headless chickens, running straight into open streets under the watchful eye of a deadly sniper. It was a massacre waiting to happen. The cop on the rooftop was as ruthless as he was precise. With each pull of the trigger, another thug hit the pavement. Xu Xiong clenched his jaw, watching his men drop like flies. He cursed them for being dumbass, for making themselves easy targets. Frustrated, he started a countdown. 3, 2, 1. The remaining lackeys finally ran in sync, retreating as if their lives depended on it, because they did. But as his men scattered in a panic, Boss Lee remained crouched behind cover, watching. This was his plan from the start. From the moment the sniper opened fire, Lee had no intention of running like the others. His strategy was simple: use his men as fodder until the enemy ran out of ammo. A scumbag move, but an effective one. And just as he predicted, the sniper finally had to reload. The brief pause was all Xu Xiong needed. His fat ass bolted for the car, making it safely across while the last few lackeys ran alongside him. Out of an entire battalion, only 4 of them had made it out alive. Unfortunately for the last one, who lagged a few seconds behind, well, he wouldn't be making it anywhere. Li Shuxiong sat firmly in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel with no intention of sticking around. He wasn't about to risk getting domed while waiting for another expendable unit to hop in. Catboy, unfortunately, wasn't as lucky. A high-caliber bullet pierced straight through his skull, and just like that, lights out. The other 2 who managed to scramble into the cargo bed didn't dare lift their heads, keeping as low as possible, terrified of meeting the same fate as the rest of their crew. Meanwhile, back on the main road, Zhang Xiaoyong's so-called magic school bus was tearing through the clogged freeway like he was playing Mario Kart. Despite the chaos around him, he remained as cool as a cucumber, weaving through abandoned cars with precision. His mission was clear: get back and rescue the survivors. Given how empty the roads were by now, spotting another vehicle speeding in the opposite direction was unexpected. Xiaoyong could have chased it, could have meddled, but he didn't. He had bigger priorities. Right now, racking up points was his top concern. After a few minutes of smooth cruising, he pulled up in front of building number 8. As soon as he stepped out of the bus with his zombie buddy Chin Chong, the aftermath of the shootout was on full display. Bullet-ridden bodies littered the ground, a clear sign that the rifle he had left behind had served its purpose. It didn't take much to connect the dots. The car he had passed earlier likely belonged to the fleeing raiders. Chin Chong, on the other hand, wasn't thinking about any of that. His focus was on something else entirely: the fresh corpses. Salivating at the sight, he let out a low, animalistic growl. Xiaoyong, amused by his reaction, shot him a grin and casually asked if he was hungry. Then, with a wave of his hand, he gave his zombie companion the green light. No need to leave fresh meat lying around for the mindless undead. Better to let Chin Chong have his fill. Hearing those magic words, Chin Chong's face lit up like a kid who had just been let loose in a candy store. Wasting no time, Xiaoyong let his undead friend go wild, but with one condition: he had to meet him under building number 8 when he was done feasting. Chin Chong didn't need to be told twice. He lunged at the nearest corpse, sinking his teeth deep into the sinewy neck of a fallen thug. The taste of blood and raw flesh hit his tongue, sending an invigorating rush through his body with every bite. Zhang Xiaoyong strolled through the bloody battlefield as if he were taking a casual walk in the park. The way the thugs had been dealt with: clean, efficient. made it clear that Big Bro Lee had no hesitation when it came to killing. Xiaoyong was impressed. A small head cautiously peeked out from a broken window, ears perking up at the sound of approaching footsteps. The moment the kid recognized Xiaoyong, his face lit up with relief. That was all the confirmation the other survivors needed. One by one, they emerged from their hiding spots, enthusiastically waving him over. With the gorilla Lee leading the way, the group quickly packed up and headed downstairs to meet him. Big Bro Lee, grateful beyond words, formally thanked Xiaoyong for lending him the counter-strike weapon, the very thing that had saved all their lives. As it turned out, before his retirement, Lee had been an expert marksman. But their reunion was short-lived. A deep, guttural roar echoed through the streets, followed by the steady, heavy thuds of approaching footsteps. The survivors stiffened, their expressions turning to pure terror. Something was coming, and then they saw him. Chun Chong, our favorite badass zombie, was limping toward them, his face twisted in an unreadable expression. Big Bro Lee reacted first, instinct taking over. In a flash, he had the AK-47 raised, finger hovering over the trigger, ready to fire. But Xiaoyong remained unfazed. Without even a hint of concern, he calmly pushed the rifle down and told everyone to relax. This beast, as they saw him, was one of them. A statement like that wasn't exactly easy to swallow. The survivors exchanged uneasy glances, struggling to believe something so ridiculous. And honestly, could anyone blame them? To prove his point, Xiaoyong turned to Chun Chong and gestured toward the fresh corpses of the dead thugs. He casually told the zombie to help himself. Free food was free food, after all. Big Bro Lee stared, torn between amazement and sheer horror. He hesitated before asking, half joking, half serious, if Xiaoyong had the ability to talk to zombies or something. But Xiaoyong shut that theory down quickly. Chun Chong wasn't just some mindless undead, it was complicated. Too complicated to explain right now. Instead, he urged everyone to get on the bus first, promising to tell them everything on the way. As they walked, Xiaoyong reminded his undead friend to eat quickly and catch up once he was done. Chun Chong gave a lazy, okay gesture, not even bothering to stop his gory feast. The survivors, meanwhile, couldn't tear their eyes away from the bizarre sight. Watching a zombie casually chow down on corpses like it was just another meal was already disturbing enough. But what really threw them off was what happened next. After stuffing every last Bichue mountain thug into his stomach, Chun Chong did something no one expected. He casually fished out his muzzle and put it back on. The kid, watching the whole thing unfold, was utterly baffled. How in the world was a mindless berserker capable of remembering to do something like that? It didn't make sense. Before he could blurt out his thoughts, Xiaoyong shot him a warning look. If he didn't want to get smacked, he better not let Chun Chong hear him call it a muzzle. Low-key, though, the kid was starting to think this mutated zombie was kind of cool. Once he was finished with his grotesque meal, Chun Chong climbed onto the bus like a completely normal dude. Well, mostly normal. After devouring 6 whole bodies in one sitting, his mass had increased significantly. The moment he stepped inside, the entire bus tilted to the side. And then, something even crazier happened. Chun Chong spoke. His words were slurred, barely understandable, but he still managed to hand his bro the key to his muzzle. Even Xiaoyong hadn't expected this speech. Already? It seemed like consuming that many corpses in one go had pushed Chun Chong's evolution further. But right now, Xiaoyang's primary concern was getting everyone back home safely. His mind was set on converting his points and strengthening the settlement as soon as possible. Without wasting a second, he jumped into the driver's seat, gripped the wheel, and warned everyone to hold on tight. In the next moment, the vehicle shot forward, going from 0 to 100 in no time. Meanwhile, back at Bichue Mountain's headquarters, Fatty found himself in an entirely different kind of situation. He had to report his failure to his superiors, and the moment he stepped inside, he was berated mercilessly. They called him an idiot, someone who couldn't accomplish even a simple task. Desperate to defend himself, he pleaded his case to Boss Lin, insisting that the failure wasn't his fault. The information he received before the raid had been completely inaccurate. He hadn't been told that the survivors were armed with automatic rifles. But Boss Lin wasn't buying it. Logically speaking, it was hard to believe that a small-town cop could even get his hands on an automatic rifle in this country. The big boss felt insulted, thinking Xu Xiong was trying to cover up his own incompetence with such a ridiculous lie. Fatty, however, stood his ground. If they didn't believe him, he suggested sending someone to the battlefield to check for themselves. The right-hand man had heard enough. Without warning, he kicked Liang straight to the ground, sending him sprawling. That was Li Shuxiong's cue to get the hell out of the room before things got worse. He knew Mr. Right Hand had been losing patience with him for a while now. After all, Fatty's failures had cost them heavily in manpower. At this point, eliminating him altogether seemed like the simplest solution. Another executive of Bichue Mountain, Boss Shu, took the opportunity to call out the right-hand man's true reason for resenting Li Shuxiong. It wasn't just about the failed mission. The pervert had been eyeing Li Shuxiong's woman for some time now. And just like that, the conversation took an even darker turn. The right-hand man casually proposed that they share Shuxiong's woman among themselves, treating her like common property. Boss Lin smiled at the suggestion. He seemed open to the idea, but made one thing clear. They didn't need to rush. Finding the perfect opportunity was far more important. Unbeknownst to the corrupt thugs, Li Shuxiong had never actually left. He had been standing near the entrance the entire time, listening in on their disgusting conversation. His hands clenched into fists, teeth gritting in anger. He needed to figure out a way to snake his way out of this mess, and fast. A few hours later, he stormed back into his lavish house, his frustration boiling over. Unable to contain himself, he threw a full-blown tantrum like a spoiled brat, wrecking his own place in a fit of rage. Furniture smashed, glass shattered. It was pure destruction, and all because he couldn't accept his own incompetence. His girl, startled by the chaos, rushed out to check on him. She tried to calm him down, but Li Shuxiong barely acknowledged her. Instead, he simply told her to start packing. They needed to leave. Now, confused, she asked where they were supposed to go, but Fatty had no clear answer. All he knew was that staying here was no longer an option. This place was no longer safe, and they had to plan ahead before it was too late. Li Shuxiong wasted no time. He called for his assistant, Qinji, and the ever-loyal lackey came running in like a well-trained dog. Without hesitation, he ordered him to gather all their remaining men. They would be leaving at midnight. His girl, standing quietly on the side, could sense something was terribly wrong, and she didn't like it one bit. But anyway, back to the people that actually matter. Xiaoyong finally pulled up to his compound, smoothly parking the massive bus inside one of their mini indoor garages. As soon as the doors swung open, the survivors from Building 8 stepped out, their eyes widening in awe at the sheer scale of Xiaoyong's doomsday fortress. It was one thing to hear about it, but seeing it in person? That was a different level of impressive. With all of them safe and sound, the survivor recruitment mission was officially complete. He had been assigned to rescue 5, but he had gone above and beyond, bringing back a total of 8. That effort didn't go unnoticed. Apart from his 25 points reward, he received an extra 5 bonus points, pushing his total to 66. Satisfied with the outcome, Xiaoyong turned to his zombie buddy and informed him of the next plan. Tomorrow night, they'd be heading out for a 2-man mission to the Southern District. Big Bro Li, who had overheard the exchange, raised an eyebrow. Curiosity got the best of him, and he asked what exactly was waiting for them in the Southern District. Xiaoyong, unfazed, simply replied that he had unfinished business. Some unresolved grudges with the people at Bichue Mountain Villa. By nightfall, Xiaoyong locked himself in his room. His gaze locked onto the glowing image of a level 2 high-tech supply crate. It was worth 50 points, and now he finally had enough to buy it. Without a second thought, he tapped the item's logo, excitement bubbling in his chest as he waited to see what was inside his first level 2 crate. The purchase went through successfully, and just like that, his points plummeted down to 16. A bright light swirled around him, illuminating the room as Zhang Xiaoyong clasped his hands together. He had spent a fortune on this. Now, all he could do was pray that it was worth it. After settling everything, Xiaoyong finally sat in his room and opened the box he had received as a reward. It turned out to be a level 2 supply box, and the moment it opened, he found a physical enhancement potion inside. This was no ordinary reward. It was a vitality potion, something that was considered a big deal for a level 2 box. With just one injection, it could increase his vitality by a whopping 20 points. Seeing this incredible boost right in front of him, a greedy excitement took over. Without wasting a second, he grabbed the enhancement injection and plunged it into his body. The moment the liquid entered his veins, a sharp, unbearable pain shot through him, forcing him to let out a scream. But as painful as it was, the result was beyond his expectations. His physical fitness skyrocketed by 33 points, 6 times more than what a normal person could ever gain from such an enhancement. As the pain subsided, a strange sensation took over. His senses had sharpened to an insane level. He could now see even the tiniest details around him. A mosquito was buzzing in front of him, and for the first time, he could hear it crystal clear, see its every movement with absolute precision. Curious to test his newfound power, he casually reached out and effortlessly caught the mosquito midair. That's when it hit him. His agility had improved too. But what shocked him even more was what happened next. As he held the tiny creature, he actually heard it let out a faint, pitiful scream. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. He had become so powerful that even the sound of mosquito's pain wasn't beyond his hearing. Amused, he released the little thing and sat back, feeling absolutely thrilled by his new strength. As time passed, the evening arrived, and the scene shifted to the factory grounds. A group of people stood in formation, all holding guns, engaged in shooting practice. At the front was Xiaoyang, while Chen Cheng stood behind him. As soon as Xiaoyang approached, Brother Li, who had been overseeing the training, turned to him and asked about his next destination, whether he was heading to a city in the south. Hearing the question, our hero simply nodded and confirmed it. Brother Li then asked if he had any instructions for him before leaving. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang requested that he help the others with their shooting training, knowing that Brother Li's marksmanship was probably the best among them. The moment he heard this, a proud grin spread across Brother Li's face. With a hearty laugh, he assured Xiaoyang not to worry. After all, he was the best at this, so he would definitely train them well. With that settled, our hero turned and started walking towards the bus, signaling Chun Chung to follow. There was still some business left to handle. As soon as he took his seat, the bus roared to life, and just like that, he was off to his next destination. The scene shifts to Li Shuxiong's palace, where someone inquires about the situation at Qinzi. A confident voice reassures Li Shuxiong, telling him not to worry, as everything should be proceeding as planned, and the target must have reached the designated location by now. Just then, another voice urges them to hurry up and leave immediately. Outside, Fatty and his teammates are seen preparing for departure, seemingly ready to set off. They begin moving forward when, out of nowhere, a car screeches to a stop right in front of them. The sudden flash of headlights blinds them, forcing Li Shuxiong and his minions to shield their eyes from the harsh light. As their vision struggles to adjust, they realize that multiple figures have emerged, standing firmly in front of them. It was none other than Dong Su and his underlings, each gripping a gun in their hands. Meanwhile, inside the car, Kai and Lin sit calmly, with Kajing. Fatty and his companions remain frozen, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before them. Slowly, as their eyes adjust, the reality of the situation dawns on them. The sight of Dong Su and his men standing before them, fully armed, sends a shiver down their spines. A flicker of fear crosses Li Shuxiong's face as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Breaking the tense silence, Dong Su's voice cuts through the air as he mockingly asks where they were all planning to go. At the sound of his voice, Li Shuxiong stiffens, his name escaping Li's lips in pure terror. He understood all too well that things had taken a dangerous turn. However, unwilling to expose his panic, he quickly forces a grin and fabricates an excuse, claiming that they were on their way to Rongxiang Garden before nightfall, intending to use the cover of darkness to launch an attack. Dong Su listens, his expression unreadable. Then, with an air of eerie calm, he simply responds, "Oh, really?" As he speaks, one of his men steps forward, dragging an unconscious figure toward them. Without hesitation, the man tosses the unconscious body onto the ground in front of Li Shuxiong. The moment Fatty and his companions lay eyes on the fallen man, realization strikes. It was one of their own. A wave of nervousness spread through the group, and just then, one of the men standing behind Fatty suddenly recognized the lifeless figure before them. His voice trembled as he called out the man's name, Qinzi. The moment Shuxiong heard that name, his face twisted in panic. Without a second thought, he turned and landed a vicious punch straight to the man's face, silencing him instantly. He couldn't afford to let this slip. If anyone realized that Qinzi was his man, he'd be in serious trouble. His voice was sharp as he barked at the man to open his damn eyes and look properly. Did this corpse really look like Qinzi to him? But even as he tried to play it off, the unease in his voice was clear. Desperation crept in as he turned to Su, quickly insisting that he had no idea who this man was. His words came fast, almost frantic. He had nothing to do with this, he swore. His panic, however, did nothing to save him. Su's men, standing silently until now, suddenly raised their guns, aiming directly at Shuxiong. Before he could even react, the gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down without mercy, cutting through the silence like a blade. Fatty, caught in the chaos, froze in terror and dropped to the ground, too scared to move. The deafening shots echoed in his ears, and for a moment, he squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for it to end. When the gunfire finally stopped, he hesitated before looking back, only to find himself alone. Every single one of his men lay dead around him. Shuxiong, now drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he took in the gruesome sight. His voice cracked as he stammered out a desperate plea, still swearing he knew nothing about the dead man. His wide, terrified eyes darted towards Su, begging for an answer. Why was this happening? Su, however, only chuckled. With a mocking smirk, he told Shuxiong to stop being so damn stubborn. He motioned toward the nearby car and casually told him to take a look inside. As Shuxiong's gaze shifted, the car's interior lights flickered off. But in that brief moment before darkness swallowed the inside, he had seen enough. His blood ran cold, then boiled with rage. There, through the glass, sat his wife, Kajing, and she wasn't alone. Kai sat beside her, holding her in his arms, a smug grin plastered across his face. Shuxiong's breath hitched, his fury surging to unimaginable heights. His entire body shook as he realized the betrayal before him. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, his voice thunderous as he called out to his wife, demanding to know how she dared to betray him. But before he could take another step, the men surrounding him grabbed hold of him, restraining him with ease. Kai, still seated comfortably in the car, turned to Lin with a smirk and casually asked what should be done with Fatty. Lin, unfazed, raised a single finger. No word were needed. Kai understood the order perfectly. Without hesitation, the men moved. A thick rope was thrown around Shuxiong's neck, and within moments, he was lifted into the air like a man sentenced to death. His screams filled the night as he struggled against the noose, but it was useless. His feet kicked wildly, his hands clawed at the rope, but it only tightened. Within moments, his movements slowed, his body jerking weakly before finally going still. His lifeless form was left hanging right in front of his own house, a grim message to all who dare to stand in their way. The scene then shifted. Sometime later, our protagonist arrived, parking his bus near Shuxiong's house. Moving carefully, he advanced from the back and made his way toward the front gate. Just as he reached it, he abruptly stopped, motioning for Chun Chong to halt as well. His gaze fell upon the horrifying sight before him. Shuxiong, now infected, was writhing and screaming in agony, his body twitching as he dangled from the rope. Watching him suffer like this, a strange mix of emotions crossed his face. He had wanted to take him out with his own hands, but seeing him in this pitiful state, there was nothing left to do. With a quiet sigh, he picked up a nearby stone, aimed carefully, and hurled it. The rock struck the rope cleanly, snapping it instantly. Shuxiong's limp body plummeted to the ground. Shuxiong lay on the ground, groaning in pain, his body battered from the fight. Seeing him in such a state, our hero couldn't help but smirk as he extended a hand to pull him up. With a chuckle, he remarked that Shuxiong was definitely a bastard, but seeing him like this was almost pitiful. Still, there was no need to dwell on it. Revenge was on the table, and he promised to help him get it. The scene then shifted room where Lin, Kajing, and Kai were tangled in an intimate moment. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and Kajing, restrained with handcuffs, let out an exasperated sigh. She had done plenty of good work, yet this was the treatment she received. Demanding to be freed, she struggled against his bindings, but Lin and Kai simply ignored her protests. Lin leaned in closer, a sly smile playing on his lips as he pinned Kajing down, stating that this was a well-earned reward and that she should brace himself for what was to come. Just as the moment intensified, Kai suddenly tensed. A faint sound echoed from outside, making him pause. Hearing movement outside, Kai stepped near the window and glanced outside. The moment his eyes took in the scene, a chill ran down his spine. All the people standing outside were dead. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the room, followed by heavy banging on the door. Whatever was going on inside came to a sudden halt. Lin, who had been clapping Kajing, immediately turned towards the door, while Kajing, still tied up, did the same. Even Kai, frozen by the window, shifted his gaze, wondering who could be on the other side. None of them could make sense of what was happening outside. But before Kai could process it further, something else took his breath away. From the window, a figure silently slipped into the room. It was him, Xiaoyong. A dagger gleamed in his hand as he stepped forward without hesitation, closing the distance between himself and Kai in an instant. Before Kai could even react, the cold steel was pressed against his neck. Panic set in, his body stiffened, but before he could utter a single word, the blade sliced through his throat. A choked gurgle escaped as he collapsed, writhing in agony before falling still, lifeless. Lin, who had been sitting on the bed, watched his friend die in shock. Panic turned into rage as he shouted Kai's name, then furiously demanded to know who the intruder was. But before he could get an answer, Kajing, still bound in chains, gasped in terror as recognition dawned. She called out the Xiaoyong's name in fear. Ignoring both of them, the Xiaoyong simply raised his dagger and, with a swift flick of his wrist, sent it flying towards Lin. The blade shot through the air with such speed that Lin had no time to react. It struck his chest with deadly precision. His body convulsed as pain overtook him, and within moments, he too collapsed onto the floor, taking his last breath. Kajing, witnessing the horrifying scene, let out a scream. A realization hit her. She was next. Her body trembled. Her mind struggled to process the nightmare unfolding before her. But bound to the bed, there was nothing she could do. Worse, the only ones who knew where the key was, Kai and Lin, were now dead. As her wide, terrified eyes locked onto the Xiaoyong, she stammered, barely able to form words, asking what he intended to do. But instead of answering directly, he let out a mocking laugh, casually remarking that they must have been having quite the fun before he arrived. His voice was laced with amusement as he turned towards the door. Just as he started unlocking it, he glanced back at Jing, his smirk deepening. He wondered aloud how Shu Xiong would feel upon seeing her like this, how he would react. The moment the door swung open, Shu Xiong lunged forward, his eyes locked onto Jing with a crazed hunger. His hands reached out desperately as he stumbled towards her. Jing's entire body seized in horror. She knew what was coming. She knew there was no escape. And then it happened. Shu Xiong sank his teeth in her neck. Agonized screams tore through the room as she begged for forgiveness, pleaded for mercy. But there was none to be found. Pain consumed her, her body writhing, but with her hands still bound, she couldn't even fight back. And as her screams filled the air, the Jiang simply stepped outside, shutting the door behind him, leaving them to their fate. As he stepped outside, he called for Chen Qiong and ordered him to devour all the dead bodies without wasting any time. Without hesitation, Chen Qiong got to work, tearing through the remains with monstrous efficiency. While Chen was busy feasting, Jin Hyuk suddenly picked up a faint noise. His sharp hearing kicked in, allowing him to focus on the distant sounds. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a dimly lit room where a group of people, most likely prisoners, sat in silence. Fear lingered in the air as they huddled together, unsure of their fate. At that moment, a large man dressed like a chef was making his way upstairs, gripping a massive knife. One of his lackeys, a wiry man with a cruel grin, suddenly lunged forward, grabbing a little girl from among the prisoners. With an appraising look, he sneered, commenting on how soft her skin was, certain she would make for delicious meat. The girl whimpered, trying to break free, but the man tightened his grip, dragging her away. Before he could take another step, the chef clicked his tongue in annoyance. His eyes narrowed as he examined the girl, then scoffed that she was too thin. His gaze then shifted to a chubby boy sitting nearby. Without hesitation, he gestured toward the boy instead, deciding he would be a much better choice. Terror struck as the chef moved to take the boy away. His mother, unable to hold back her despair, fell to her knees, sobbing and begging for mercy. But the chef, irritated by her cries, shoved her aside with a growl, cursing at her. The moment she hit the ground, her child managed to break free and rushed back to her, wailing. The cook's anger flared as he glared at them. The other prisoners remained frozen in place, too afraid to intervene. They averted their eyes, pretending not to see, unwilling to invite the same wrath upon themselves. The mother, tears streaming down her face, pleaded desperately for someone, anyone, to save her child. But the room was filled with nothing but silence. Then, a sudden knock echoed from outside. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Every head turned toward the door, tension crackling in the air. Panic flickered in the chef's eyes as he immediately readied his knife. His men tensed up as well, gripping their weapons. Someone muttered that the sound belonged to a shotgun. But there was a problem. Only the boss had a shotgun. The prisoners cowered as the outside noise faded, leaving only an eerie silence. The door creaked open, ever so slowly. The goons inside stiffened, preparing for a fight. The cook shot a glance at his closest lackey, the same one who had been dragging the girl earlier, and barked at him to check outside. The man hesitated, glancing nervously at the door, his hands shaking. The chef snapped again, yelling at him to stop wasting time. With no other choice, the man swallowed his fear and inched toward the door, gripping his gun tightly. His every step felt heavier than the last. Just as he reached the entrance, a hand shot out from the darkness. Before he could even scream, Chun Chong's monstrous grip latched onto him and yanked him out of the room in an instant. A terrified shriek tore through the air, sending the rest of the goons into a frenzy. Panic spread like wildfire as one of them stammered in horror, realizing what they were dealing with. He's a zombie. Everyone, shoot him. Kill that damn thing now. The entire room erupted in gunfire as the goons opened fire in every direction. Wherever they spotted the zombie, they unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, desperate to take it down. Amidst the chaos, Chun Chong shattered a window and slipped inside undetected. Wasting no time, he made his way straight to the cook and, with a swift motion, snapped his neck like it was nothing. With the first kill done, he turned his attention to the rest. One by one, he tore through the goons, cutting them down mercilessly. Screams of agony filled the air as they begged for help, but no one was coming to save them. Within moments, the room was littered with lifeless bodies, the once noisy gunmen now reduced to silence. Now, only the captives remained, watching in stunned horror. Their savior, if he could even be called that, stood before them, his presence just as terrifying as the men he had just slaughtered. Fear gripped their hearts as uncertainty loomed over them. Who was this zombie? And why was he helping them? A terrifying thought crossed their minds. What if they were next? Just then, the door creaked open, and Xiaoyang stepped in, casually addressing the undead warrior. With a smirk, he remarked that Chun Chong was moving insanely fast, even with his chain mask still on. At this, Chun Chong simply chuckled and said that it made things look even cooler. The tension in the room spiked instantly. The captives froze, their eyes widening in terror as the realization hit them. A zombie that not only fought but also spoke. The fear on their faces was unmistakable, and not a single one of them dared to move. After wiping out all the goons, the zombie, Chun Chong, stood up with eerie calmness. The moment he moved, fear spread through the crowd like wildfire. A few girls instinctively clung to each other, their eyes wide with terror. It wasn't every day they found themselves standing in front of a zombie, and frankly, there was no good reason to ever get used to it. The mere sight of him sent chills down their spines. Sensing their panic, Xiaoyang quickly reassured everyone, telling them not to be afraid. He explained that Chen wouldn't attack them, but his words did little to ease their fear. One of the frightened girls, her voice trembling, pointed out that this wasn't just any zombie. This was a monster, a super-powered freak who had just slaughtered an entire gang without even blinking. Hearing this, Xiaoyang smirked and asked her if she had ever seen a zombie like this before. Another girl hesitated before answering that she had. His expression hardened as he pressed her further, asking where exactly she had seen one. The girl responded that there was a similar creature in the Decor City, located east of the city. The moment he heard this, Xiaoyang's face darkened. Muttering to himself, he realized that things were escalating way too fast. He had expected at least a month or two before such beings started appearing, but this was happening much sooner than anticipated. And to make matters worse, Decor City wasn't far from Old Tea Leaf Town. If this was true, things could get dangerous real quick. Meanwhile, Chen Chong had been listening but couldn't quite grasp the situation. Curious, he stepped forward and asked Xiaoyang what they were talking about. With a serious tone, Xiaoyang explained that creatures like him did exist. Depending on the circumstances of their mutation, some rare zombies retained parts of their sanity and memories, which made them far more dangerous than the mindless ones. Their hunting abilities were vastly superior, but due to the instability of their mutation, most of them had violent tempers, making them unpredictable and deadly. Hearing this, Chen Chong stiffened. A sliver of doubt crept into his mind. Could he also become dangerous? Could he lose control one day and turn into something worse? The thought unsettled him. But before his worries could spiral, Xiaoyang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, looking him straight in the eye. He told him not to worry. Chen was one of the luckiest among the lucky ones. And besides, Xiaoyang was there. If anything ever went wrong, he'd make sure Chen didn't lose himself. Pushing those thoughts aside, Xiaoyang then turned to the others and asked if there were any more survivors in the villa. A few people immediately responded, saying that there were still some locked inside the sales office. Someone else added that there was a chance people were trapped in the basement as well. As Xiaoyang stepped out with the others, his eyes swept across the surroundings, and what he saw made his stomach twist. Bloodstains covered every corner, smeared across walls, and pooling on the ground. But things got worse when he reached one of the rooms. The scene inside was downright horrific. Severed hands, legs, and even heads were scattered everywhere. Not a single person was left alive. Someone nearby muttered that these people used to capture one survivor from the nearby areas every day and slaughter them right here. Hearing this, Xiaoyang's mind started piecing things together. No wonder this part of the city had no gathering places, everyone who wandered and never made it out. But something still didn't sit right. He couldn't wrap his head around how they managed to kill so many people at once, and, more importantly, how they were eating them all. In response to his unspoken question, one of the survivors explained that these people regularly transported the meat elsewhere, so no one really knew how much they actually consumed. Xiaoyang, however, had seen enough bodies to get a rough estimate of how many had died here. Even so, the sheer amount of meat involved left him uneasy. A chilling thought crept into his mind. Were they feeding it to zombies? Shoving that thought aside for now, Xiaoyang turned to Brown Hair and asked about the location of the sales office. Brown Hair quickly answered, saying it was on the south side, about a kilometer away from here. That was where the captured people were first locked up, and those who became useless or lost their will to fight were sent there for immediate slaughter. Just then, a notification appeared before Xiaoyang, detailing his mission. The task required him to extend the community, improving its rating as much as possible. His current rating stood at 2, with 20 bonus points and a total of 36 points. The story now shifted to the sales office, where a few guards stood watch. They had heard gunfire from the north gate, and one of them was beginning to look uneasy. Seeing his concern, another guard brushed it off, saying there was nothing to worry about. They were probably just practicing by shooting at live targets. But before they could even process what was happening, Chun Chong suddenly jumped behind them and slit their throats. The faint sound of their dying gasps wasn't nearly loud enough to alert anyone else. Inside the sales office, several girls sat huddled together, wearing barely any clothes. Their hollow expressions said it all. These were the ones who had been continuously abused. A sudden noise from outside made them freeze. Panic spread among them, and one or two girls, too scared to even think straight, shouted in desperation that they didn't care what was happening outside as long as no one came in. One of them, trembling violently, cried out that she was too exhausted to endure anymore. Then the door creaked open. The terrified girl immediately pleaded for whoever it was to stay out, her voice shaking as if she might die from fear alone. But when the door fully opened, the person standing there wasn't who they expected. It was Xiaoyang, an unfamiliar face to them. Seeing their miserable state, Xiaoyang wasted no time and told them to come out. He led them, along with the other rescued survivors, out of the sales office. As they stepped outside, the full extent of Xiaoyang's destruction became clear. The entire place was littered with corpses. He had wiped out every single thug who had been stationed here. One of the girls walking beside him, still processing everything, hesitantly asked if he was really willing to give them a place to stay. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang confirmed that he was. However, he made it clear that they would all have to work for it. Instead of resistance, the response he got was pure relief. A wave of excitement spread through the group, and in unison, they all reassured him that they had no problem working. Their hands and feet were still intact, and, as long as they were alive, they would do whatever it took to survive. Smiles broke across their exhausted faces as they cheered in agreement. Without wasting another second, Xiaoyang urged everyone to move quickly. They had wasted enough time here. Now, it was time to leave. Xiaoyang arrived directly at the factory area with everyone, and as soon as the people inside spotted him, Shan Shan excitedly mentioned that Brother Jiang had come, rushing to open the door. Just as she was about to do so, Jiang Qi stopped her, telling her to wait. He pointed out that Brother Jiang hadn't driven straight in, which meant he had something else in mind. It was best to see what he planned before letting him in. Outside, Xiaoyang stepped down from the bus with everyone and addressed them, declaring that this place was their fortress. However, he made it clear that he had no intention of letting them inside just yet. Given the dire state of the world, Everyone understood the importance of safety, and no one would take such matters lightly. Some among them, however, began to worry and asked where they were supposed to stay. In response, Xiaoyang pointed to a designated living area, temporary wooden houses reinforced with an iron net along the edge of the fort. While it wasn't as secure as the inside, the conditions here were already far better than most gathering places. To boost their morale, he spoke with conviction, explaining that many buildings and empty spaces in this old tea town were still incomplete, but over time, with continuous renovations, they would improve everything. His words carried weight, stirring excitement in everyone's hearts. The sheer generosity of his decision left them overwhelmed. Grateful for having a safe place to stay, many lowered their heads in deep respect. What Xiaoyang had done for them was no small feat. Repaying this kindness in their lifetime seemed impossible. With this, the scene shifted elsewhere. Morning arrived, and inside a car, a girl sat fuming with frustration. Her voice was sharp as she demanded to know why no one was responding. What the hell was Zhang Qingwen up to? What kind of shady business was he pulling off at a time like this? Determined to find out, she drove to a villa where 3 gangsters Xiaoyang had previously killed were left behind. But the moment she opened the gate, a wave of shock and fury washed over her. All 3 men had turned into zombies. Their bodies, infected with the virus, twitched and jerked unnaturally. The moment they sensed living humans nearby, they let out guttural growls and lunged forward in unison, ready to attack. Without hesitation, the girl reacted first. Her weapon struck with precision as she aimed straight at Li Shuxiong's head, taking him down instantly. Without stopping, she slashed through the remaining 2, cutting them down before they could get any closer. A man standing beside her watched in stunned silence. When he finally found his voice, he muttered in disbelief, asking what they were supposed to do now. Who would provide them with meat? The girl, her expression cold and furious, spat out that they had no other choice. They would have to handle things themselves. But first, they had unfinished business. Those who had broken their rules had to die. Her anger was unmistakable. Veins pulsed on her forehead as sheer rage consumed her. There was only one thing on her mind now: eliminating those who had dared to ruin her plans. As the girl looked around, her surroundings were littered with lifeless bodies. A hint of surprise flashed across her face, but before she could dwell on it, the man accompanying her spoke, informing her that there wasn't a single living soul left. Hearing this, Sister Rue's lips curled into a smile as she casually asked where the meat was. The moment the word meat left her mouth, the man visibly tensed, sweat forming on his forehead. Swallowing hard, he assured her that the meat was right there. Without wasting another second, Sister Rue instructed him to bring the car and load it up. At her command, the man quickly returned with a large vehicle, and soon after, a few others joined in, efficiently loading the so-called meat onto the truck. While they worked, Rue stood a short distance away, scanning her surroundings. Her eyes drifted over the blood-stained ground, the scattered remains, and then suddenly, something unusual caught her attention: a set of tire marks on the road. A flicker of shock crossed her face as she crouched down to inspect them closely. Just then, the man returned, asking if she had found something. Instead of answering right away, Rue simply smiled, beckoned him over, and pointed at the tire marks. With a calm but curious tone, she remarked that she would love to see who could have possibly pulled this off. The scene shifted. Xiaoyang was lounging comfortably on a chair, looking completely at ease. As he lazily opened his notification panel, a new message popped up. Mission: expand the community. Task requirements: improve community ratings as much as possible. Current score: 2 points. Reading the notification, he frowned slightly, lost in thought. Community score? How was he supposed to increase that? Population probably played a big role, and thankfully, he had enough space, courtesy of that arrogant fool who had underestimated him. Lost in his musings, Xiaoyang stood up and made his way toward the group of people he had recently saved. The moment they saw him, relief and gratitude filled their faces. One of the girls immediately stepped forward, dropping to her knees with folded hands, tears streaming down her face as she thanked him repeatedly. Caught off guard, Xiaoyang quickly tried to stop her, feeling a little awkward about the display. Before he could say much, another girl approached, holding a bowl in her hands. His attention shifted to her as he asked about the super monster she had mentioned earlier. The question made her tense up, fear flashing across her eyes before she cautiously began recounting what had happened. She explained that they had first encountered the monster at Warinfa Market in Decor City. A group of them had gone there in search of supplies, but instead, they ran into that terrifying creature. Several people had been killed in the chaos, and while escaping, everyone got separated. She and her daughter had run for their lives, eventually crossing paths with some people from the Bichue Villa area. At first, they thought they had been saved, only to realize too late that those people were nothing more than beasts in human skin. Xiaoyang listened carefully, his mind already piecing things together. Before he could respond, a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Shan, visibly anxious, urged him not to provoke the monster, reminding him that they still had plenty of supplies. But before Xiaoyang could reply, Zhang Qi scoffed, countering that sitting around and waiting for their supplies to run out wasn't an option. More supplies meant more security. Looking at both of them, Xiaoyang finally spoke, his voice steady and decisive. The biggest issue wasn't the supplies. It was the fact that Decor City was less than 2 kilometers away. Having a monster lurking that close was an undeniable threat to their safety. At his words, the girl holding the bowl went pale, and in her panic, the bowl slipped from her hands, crashing to the ground. Without thinking, she rushed toward Xiaoyang, desperately pleading for him not to go. Fear laced her voice as she warned him that the monster killed without hesitation, without even blinking. But Xiaoyang simply smiled. There was no fear in his eyes as he reassured her that they had already figured things out. Then, turning to Zhang Qi, he gave a final order called Brother Chong. It was time to pay that place a visit. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a group of survivors cautiously entered a building, each gripping a weapon of their choice, some wielding swords, others holding whatever they could find, including frying pans. One of them, grinning, casually mentioned that he remembered a large supermarket nearby. His words made his companion pause for a moment before reminding him not to get too optimistic. There was a good chance the place had already been ransacked. But before the doubt could settle, a girl in the group chimed in, saying there was no need to be so pessimistic either. They had explored plenty of supermarkets along the way, and many still had supplies left. She was right, after all. Not many people had the courage or the ability to roam freely in the apocalypse. Talking amongst themselves, they stepped further inside. The moment they pushed open the door, they were met with complete darkness. Instantly, their instincts kicked in, and they assumed a defensive stance. To check for any lurking threats, they began striking their weapons against the walls, letting the sound echo through the building. If any zombies were hiding, they would come crawling out soon enough. And just as expected, the distant, guttural groans of the undead soon filled the silence. Within moments, 5 or 6 zombies emerged from the shadows, staggering toward them. The group wasted no time. Before the creatures could get too close, they struck them down with swift, ruthless efficiency. After finishing off the zombies, relief washed over them. They exchanged smiles and reassured one another that while there were still threats around, the number wasn't overwhelming. It was possible that a previous group had already cleared out most of the horde. Encouraged by this thought, one of the men turned to his companion and said they had hit the jackpot today. Excitement spread through the group as they ventured further, unaware of the shadowy figure looming at the entrance behind them. Oblivious to the lurking danger, they happily began gathering supplies. The girl, spotting a large bed in the corner, wasted no time. Without hesitation, she ran toward it and flopped down, savoring the rare comfort. Meanwhile, 2 of the men climbed onto the roof, lighting cigarettes as they enjoyed their small victory. One of them took a long drag before turning to his friend and musing aloud whether they should stay here for a while. His companion, however, wasn't so easily convinced. He pointed out that the shopping mall had too many entrances and exits, making it hard to defend. While it was rich in supplies, that very fact made it an easy target for other survivors. But before he could finish his thought, a sharp object suddenly pierced through his chest. His breath hitched as blood gushed from his neck, splattering onto the man next to him. Shock and horror filled his companion's eyes as he watched his friend collapse lifelessly. Before he could even react, a deep, guttural voice echoed in the darkness, muttering about thin skin and tender meat, a monster's eerie appreciation for its fresh kill. Panic surged through the survivor as he turned on his heels and bolted, screaming at the top of his lungs. Down below, the rest of the group froze as his terrified cries reached them. In the very next moment, the monster struck again, tearing the fleeing man apart with gruesome precision. Blood and flesh scattered as the creature ripped him in half, leaving the remaining survivors paralyzed with fear. Then chaos erupted. Screams filled the mall as the group broke into a frantic sprint, desperate to escape. But the monster was relentless, hunting them down one by one, tearing through them as if they were nothing more than fragile dolls. In the end, only the girl remained. She ran toward the exit, her heart pounding in her chest, but just as she was about to cross the gate, her foot twisted, sending her crashing to the floor. Panic took over as she turned back, only to find a monstrous figure standing right in front of her. Cold sweat trickled down her face, and tears welled up in her eyes. She knew this was it. She was about to die. But just then, another figure appeared. From the darkness, our zombie buddy, Chin Chong, emerged. The moment she saw him, terror gripped her even tighter. Trembling, she pleaded that she didn't want to die, but Chin Chong paid no attention to her words. His focus was locked onto the monster ahead. After all, this was the very reason he and their leader had come here. And then, a familiar voice rang out. "Don't be afraid." The girl's body stiffened. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she turned her head, her wide, disbelieving eyes locking onto the figure approaching them. In an instant, recognition set in. Their leader had arrived. Extending a hand toward her, he helped her to her feet, casually recalling that she was that real estate saleswoman. Ning Wanwan, wasn't it? But she had no time for introductions. Clutching his arm, she frantically screamed about the monster, urging him to run. However, he remained unfazed. With a calm yet confident tone, he assured her that there was nothing to be afraid of. They would take care of it. At his words, Ning hesitantly turned her head, and when she did, her breath hitched in her throat, because right in front of her, their zombie ally was already engaged in a fierce battle with the monster. As the monster lunged forward, Chong effortlessly stopped its attack with just one hand. Watching this, Ning's eyes widened in surprise. Before anyone could react, Xiaoyang's voice rang out from behind, asking if Chong could handle it alone. Hearing this, Zombie Buddy confidently assured him that he'd give a shot. Without hesitation, Chong grabbed the monstrous zombie, lifted it, and hurled it across the air. The creature landed with a thud, steadying itself while licking its lips. With a twisted grin, it muttered that this was the first time meeting one of its kind and what a joy it was. Without wasting another second, it shot into the air, rushing toward Chong at full speed. The moment it reached him, it launched a devastating attack, cracking the ground beneath them. But Chong was faster. He dodged effortlessly, soaring to the other side. Seeing its attack completely avoided, the monster's face darkened with irritation. With a sinister smile, it charged forward again, its claws outstretched, tauntingly wondering if devouring a fellow kind would speed up its evolution. Before it could finish its gloating, Chong struck first. His punch slammed into the creature's face with such force that it was sent crashing to the ground, its head smashing deep into the dirt, leaving the earth beneath it shattered. As the dust settled, the monster regained consciousness and admitted that Chong was stronger than expected. But before it could react further, Chong had already moved. Appearing behind it in a blink, he delivered a brutal stomp, burying the creature completely into the ground. For a moment, Chong believed it was over, until he noticed something strange. The ground had cleared, but the zombie was nowhere to be seen. His instincts kicked in, and as he looked up, there it was, clinging to the wall above, a sinister grin stretching across its face. With excitement dripping from its voice, it declared that the power it had been accumulating from hunting was finally going to pay off. In an instant, it shot toward Chong with incredible speed, launching a flurry of relentless attacks. From a distance, Jiang Qi, witnessing the intense battle, turned to Xiaoyang, alarmed. He couldn't believe it. Chong was actually struggling. How is this monster so strong? Xiaoyang, however, remained unfazed, remarking that if they had left it to hunt a little longer, it might have become truly unstoppable. Without wasting any more time, he activated his spatial powers and summoned a gun. The sight of this left Ning completely stunned, her mouth hanging open in shock. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang smirked as he took aim at the monster. With a teasing grin, he called out to Chong, promising that if he could hold the creature still for just 1 second, he wouldn't mess with him later. Chong didn't hesitate. He grabbed the monster with all his strength, locking it in place. The creature thrashed, demanding to be released, but before it could escape, Xiaoyang fired. The shot hit dead center, a perfect headshot. The monster staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. But instead of dying, it let out a furious roar, its eyes burning with rage. It snarled in pain, cursing Xiaoyang, vowing to tear him apart for actually managing to hurt it. Jiang Qi, watching in disbelief, exclaimed that even after a perfect headshot, the monster was still alive. But Xiaoyang wasn't interested in his concerns. Without hesitation, he continued firing, his bullets piercing through the creature's body, tearing through its flesh. Within moments, blood poured from its wounds, and finally, with a last agonized screech, it collapsed dead. As the battle ended, everyone cautiously approached the fallen monster, confirming that it was truly lifeless. Breaking the silence, Xiaoyang turned to Chong with a smirk, casually suggesting that he should try eating the monster. It might make him stronger. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden notification popped up in front of him. The words Mission, Utopia Light flashed across the screen. The objective was simple: expand the community and improve its score as much as possible, with a reward of 10 points. Xiaoyang blinked, momentarily surprised. Did this really count? A sly grin formed on his face as he turned to the group. Since they were here, they might as well not leave empty-handed. Without wasting any time, they got to work, gathering everything useful from the supermarket. Xiaoyang used his spatial powers to store all the supplies effortlessly, earning cheers from Ning and Jiang Qi, who watched in amazement. With everything secured, Xiaoyang glanced back at the fallen bodies, deep in thought. In the end, he figured the best option was for Chun Chong to consume them. The moment shifts as a car comes to a stop outside a building. A voice breaks the silence, casually instructing the driver to halt. It belongs to none other than Rue. Without missing a beat, she continues speaking, turning to the man beside her and asking what's on his mind. The man doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he gazes out at the scenery, his eyes settling on a large building where a girl stands on the watchtower. Inside, a handful of people can be seen moving about. Taking all in, he finally chuckles and remarks to Rue that their numbers are decent, but their weapons are pathetic. Their only real advantage is the sturdy structure of their warehouse. Hearing this, the driver, who had been listening quietly, finally speaks up, questioning how they had managed to take down Zhang Qingwen and Ling Guangkai. Rue, amused by the conversation, flashes a knowing smile. The answer, after all, was obvious. With a sly tone, she explains that they had used sneaky tactics, luring a horde of zombies in. She had warned them before. The Villa District was never a safe base. Now, heaven itself seemed to be blessing them, sending both prey and a new stronghold their way. It was almost enough to make her feel guilty, almost. The driver then asks if they should strike now, but Rue dismisses the idea. Instead, she instructs them to retreat, regroup, and attack before their enemies have a chance to react. Without hesitation, they take their leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoyang and his group gather their supplies and begin their journey back to their hideout. The mood inside the car is light, filled with casual conversation and occasional laughter. But suddenly, Xiaoyang's expression shifts. Something catches his attention. His voice turns serious as he warns everyone to be prepared. Jiang Qi tenses up instantly, gripping his weapon. And then, it happens. A car crosses their path. In an instant, Xiaoyang and Rue find themselves face to face, their pays locking onto each other. A moment of tension lingers in the air, silent yet heavy. And just like that, Xiaoyang receives a new mission. Right after Rue's car disappeared down the road, a sudden notification popped up on Xiaoyang's screen. The system message was brief but clear. New mission, Villain Nemesis, Volume 1. The objective is to resist the invasion, with 50 points as reward. As his eyes scanned the message, Xiaoyang's expression slowly shifted. Thoughts of Rue swirled in his head. Was this all connected? Were these people part of the same game? The more he thought about it, the heavier the feeling in his gut became. Something wasn't right. His face turned stone-cold serious. He could feel danger creeping in like a shadow. A moment later, the scene shifted. Xiaoyang had arrived at his destination. Without wasting a second, he headed straight toward Shan Shan. His tone was sharp and focused as he asked her if any strangers had been lurking around recently. Shan Shan, caught off guard by how dead serious he looked, blinked in confusion at first, but she quickly gathered herself and began explaining. She mentioned that not long ago, she'd seen a car passing by in the distance. It didn't come their way, so she assumed it was just the others returning. Her voice was casual as she asked what was going on, if something had happened. But before she could finish the thought, Xiaoyang cut in. His voice was low but urgent. He told her to call everyone, right now. Uncle Sheng, Brother Li, everyone. He had something important to announce, and it couldn't wait. The scene shifts to the south suburb coal plant, an area buzzing with the low hum of machinery and scattered factory buildings. A few vehicles rumbled in the background while a small group of people stood around, clutching walkie-talkies. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the static. Survivors were being called to gather at the coal plant. A settlement was being established here, but manpower was short. That was all the group needed to hear. They headed in the direction of the transmission. One of them pointed out the location, saying this must be the spot. Just then, a car screeched to a halt in front of them. One man lit up with a relieved smile, raised his hand, and muttered that it looked like they'd finally found other survivors. The car door swung open. Out stepped Rui and her two underlings, calm and composed. Rui's eyes scanned the group as she walked forward, her tone casual as she said they must have heard the broadcast and come to join. The group nodded eagerly. As Rui moved closer, her presence started to take effect. Her confident posture, the curve of her figure. It was more than enough to send a few of the men blushing. She smiled, almost knowingly, and told them they'd arrived just in time. Without hesitation, they began thanking her and obediently followed. One of the guys in a yellow jacket turned to his buddy and said it wasn't far now. Since the car couldn't fit everyone, they'd walk from here. His friend agreed, and together, the group continued following Rui toward a large building up ahead. As they stepped inside, the man in the yellow jacket froze. His mouth dropped open in awe. The place was massive, and for the first time in a long while, it felt like they'd finally found shelter. But then his mind wandered. A grin crept across his face as he muttered to himself that he needed to use the restroom. Said he'd head out real quick and come back. Rui, still smiling, stopped him right there. No need to go outside. There was a bathroom inside. She offered to show him, and of course, the guy's thoughts immediately took a sharp turn. His grin widened, his imagination kicked in, and he eagerly followed her inside. Soon enough, he was in the bathroom, doing his business, while Rui stood nearby, calmly watching. As he adjusted his pants, he turned to her, smirking, and said he knew what she was thinking, told her not to be shy. That big bro here was plenty strong. But the confidence didn't last. A second later, his expression shifted. The smug grin disappeared. His eyes went wide, sweat sliding down his temple. Rui was right there, hand wrapped tightly around his neck. A blink later, he was on the ground, blood seeping from a fresh wound across his throat. Rui looked down at the body, a little disappointed. She had hoped he'd be a better catch. Oh well. Outside, one of her underlings approached with a grin and confirmed that the rest had been taken care of. Rui nodded, satisfied, and told him to drag the body from the bathroom out with the others. It was all clear now. Rui and her crew had lured the survivors in only to slaughter them. One by one, they fell, and soon, every single newcomer lay lifeless on the ground. Rui looked over the carnage and gave the order. Time to call on number 2 and number 3. On the other side of the chaos, Xiaoyang had gathered everyone for an emergency meeting. Something strange had gone down near their building, and the tension in the air was thick. As the group stood in silence, Xiaoyang began explaining the situation. But before he could get too far, Brother Li suddenly cut in, his voice sharp, his eyes focused. He wanted to know who was targeting them. Were they being hunted? Was this some organized hit? Xiaoyang didn't sugarcoat it. He told them the ugly truth. They knew absolutely nothing about the enemy. From this point forward, they had to be ready for an attack at any moment. Without wasting another second, Xiaoyang turned to Jiang Qi and Brother Cheng. He told them to come with him later. They were going to clear out that half-finished building to the southeast. It would serve as a temporary shelter for the refugees. If they didn't move them, they'd just end up as cannon fodder the moment things went sideways. Hearing this, the others started speaking up one by one. Nobody wanted to sit around waiting for death. They were ready to go with Xiaoyang, ready to fight. Xiaoyang gave a quick nod. The area should be relatively safe, he told them. Uncle Sheng and Brother Li would stay back to guard the base. The rest would come with him. And just like that, the whole squad geared up. Weapons in hand, adrenaline kicking in, they made their way to the building. The moment they stepped inside, it began, the clash with the zombies. One by one, they fought like hell, cutting down the undead without mercy. Once the building was cleared, Xiaoyang told everyone to check themselves and each other for any injuries. They needed to stay sharp. Then he walked over to a large window and stared out toward the dark horizon. In the coming days, he said, they might be under attack again. But for now, this place would be their base. The scene shifted. Somewhere else, Rue and her crew were busy loading supplies into a truck. The sound of shifting crates echoed around them. Just then, a voice came from behind, asking how things were going. Rue turned around to see two men approaching. One of them asked if everything had gone smoothly. The big one next to him, however, had one thing on his mind: meat. Human meat. That was the last straw. Rue snapped, shouting that things had gone to hell. Bichue Mountain had been completely wiped out. From now on, food would be on them. The mention of Bichue shook the man, and fear crawled into his voice as he asked who the hell was behind it. Rue just smirked. A group from the east suburb, she said. Quite a few of them. But she had plans. She'd take number 2 and lead a team first thing tomorrow morning to wipe them off the map. Night fell. Somewhere deep inside a room, the voice echoed. 46 points. The voice belonged to none other than Xiaoyang, who was sitting alone, staring at a notification on his screen. His eyes lit up as he read the update. 2 level 2 crates available this time, costing 40 points in total. Jackpot. He tapped to continue, his curiosity burning. One final notification popped up, informing that his personal stats boost by 25% and warned him that the user will enter a weakened state once the effect ends. Xiaoyang couldn't help but grin. A 25% enhancement? That was no joke. He had 33 points in physical strength already. This boost would push him over 40. That meant raw power, nearly 8 times that of an average person. He could already feel the strength surging in his body. And as that rush took over, one thing became clear. He couldn't wait to see what he was really capable of. The scene shifted, and thick smoke filled the air outside a building. The source of the smoke wasn't fire, it was speed. A fleet of vehicles tore across the road, kicking up dust as they surged toward a single destination. At the front of the convoy, a modified car roared ahead, carrying only 2 passengers, Rue and her brother. The rest of the team followed closely behind. Inside the vehicle, her brother glanced over and asked if there were any new orders. Rue, calm and collected, gave him a firm nod and laid out the plan once more. The strategy was simple and brutal. Drive straight through and eliminate all the refugees outside. Once number 2 began tearing down the door, everyone else would use the modified vehicle as cover to unleash suppressive fire. No room for hesitation. The moment number 2 heard his name mentioned by Rue, he practically lit up. Like a beast off the chain, he chuckled with a twisted grin and muttered that he was starving, his way of saying he was more than ready. The maniacal laughter that followed made it clear this wasn't just a mission for him. It was a damn feast. With the plan locked in, the team surged forward with ruthless momentum. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the scene cut to a quieter moment. Xiaoyang and Brother Li stood on the rooftop of a building. Brother Li's eyes scanned the surroundings with a strange seriousness before he muttered that while this spot was better hidden, the view was terrible compared to the watchtower. The wall had massive blind spots, but Xiaoyang didn't seem too concerned. He told him not to worry. Being here wasn't about the view. That response caught Brother Li off guard, and with a confused look, he asked what the real reason was. Xiaoyang smirked and reminded him of something he'd once said, that he used to be a sniper in the military. Brother Li chuckled, placing a hand on his head, and corrected him. It wasn't years, just a few months, and only as a temporary replacement. Still, the memory lit something up in him. When Xiaoyang asked if he could still shoot accurately from 100 to 200 meters, the man's eyes sparked with pride. Puffing his chest a bit, Brother Li laughed and confidently declared that as long as the wind wasn't wild, he could land shots clean it up to 500 meters. Xiaoyang seemed pleased. Just then, a voice called out from behind, announcing they brought the requested item. Whatever it was heavy, obnoxiously heavy. Xiaoyang stepped forward, crouched down, and started opening the box. Brother Li leaned in, curious, but what he saw next nearly made him break a sweat. Inside the box was a sniper rifle. Not just any rifle. This one was serious firepower, the kind that didn't just fall into anyone's hands. Brother Li stared, stunned, and asked where the hell Xiaoyang had managed to get it. Still smiling, Xiaoyang calmly explained that they only had 2 magazines, 10 rounds total. He told him to use them wisely. As the sniper was handed over, Brother Li's demeanor changed instantly. The grin faded, replaced with a focused intensity. This wasn't a game anymore. Xiaoyang turned his attention to Jiang Qi, asking if everyone was in position. Without missing a beat, Jiang Qi confirmed. They were all ready. Xiaoyang gave a nod of approval and ordered him to alert the entire team. The enemy could show up at any moment, and when they did, they'd be ready. After a tense stretch of silence, it was Shan who spotted something first. She quickly informed the team, her voice sharp with urgency. Something wasn't right. The moment her words came through, Brother Lee, already positioned on the other side in sniper mode, confirmed her suspicion. He was watching too. They were about to be attacked. His warning was clear and direct. Everyone needed to get ready. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Rue and her crew were approaching in a car, planning their ambush. Her brother peered through the window, scanning the area. But something felt off. There were no signs of the refugees who'd been outside the wall earlier. Puzzled, he muttered that maybe they'd already been butchered for meat, just like the rest. His companion in the driver's seat suggested stopping the car to investigate, but Rue immediately shut that idea down. She snapped, saying they were already close enough. If they hesitated now, the element of surprise would be gone, and attacking would become a hell of a lot harder. With that, she ordered everyone to move up and take cover near the wall. Back on the defender's side, Jiang Qi and the rest of the team braced themselves as they spotted Rue's squad creeping closer. Shan gave the signal to open fire. In an instant, a hail of bullets tore through the air. The defenders' barrage slammed straight into Rue's convoy. Their car took heavy hits, and several people inside were shredded before they even had a chance to react. Smoke and flames started curling up from the vehicle as explosions followed, and chaos erupted. Rue's comm started to crack. Sweat trickled down her face as she realized, damn it, they'd been spotted. That wasn't supposed to happen. Her squad turned to her in panic, asking what now, and Rue barked back that they had to keep pushing forward and get behind the dam wall. But her plan was already falling apart. Under relentless gunfire, her companions struggled to move, dropping one after another. Somehow, the survivors managed to scramble behind the wall for cover. Then number 2 stepped out of the wrecked car, carrying a massive cutting tool. Without hesitation, he charged toward the gate, bellowing like a beast, and began sawing through the metal barrier. From her vantage point, Shan spotted him immediately. Someone was trying to break down the gate. She yelled the update to the team and turned to those nearby, urging them to take that monster down before he busted through. But Rue and her team weren't going to make it easy. They retaliated with a wave of gunfire, forcing the defenders into cover. Even the fat guy took a hit, and as they tried to help him, Jiang Qi shouted over the noise, warning the others that Rue's side had serious firepower, maybe even as much as theirs. Old Song, still holding the line, gritted his teeth and told them not to panic. They had enough ammo. They just had to hold the damn ground. Inside the building, Grandpa Sheng and his 2 companions stared in disbelief as sparks flew from the gate. Half of it was already gone. One of the men murmured that if the gate came down entirely, they'd be in real trouble. But Xiaoyang, who'd been silently listening, stepped in with a calm voice. No panic. He said he had a plan, and without wasting a second, he sprinted off toward the danger. Outside, Rue's squad was running low on ammunition, and the frustration on her face said it all. She yelled at number 2, demanding to know why the gate wasn't down yet. Number 2, still grinding away at the metal like some unkillable brute, shouted back that it was almost done. And sure enough, after just a few more moments of chaos and flying bullets, the gate finally gave in. The monstrous bastard had cut through it completely. The moment the gate was completely cut open, Shan's eyes widened in surprise, but only for a second. She quickly snapped back into command mode, barking out orders to her team to open fire immediately. No way in hell were they letting the enemy flood in. At the same time, on the other side, Rue's lips curled into a sinister smile. In her mind, she sneered at the chaos unfolding. Let's see how these rookies handle a real nightmare. Let's see how they deal with an evolver. As her squad charged in, Rue shouted for her group to stick close. She told them to follow her lead and stay behind number 2, ordering them to secure cover as soon as they got inside. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang wasn't wasting time either. Watching the gate open, he quickly signaled Brother Li to get ready. No unnecessary talk, just precision. Brother Li, understanding the weight of the situation, braced himself, his fingers itching on the trigger. Xiaoyang calmly pointed out the real threat, the big bastard. He wanted that thing down. The moment Xiaoyang gave the nod, Brother Li locked in, aiming directly at the hulking monster that had just stomped through the gate, roaring like a pissed-off demon. The sound alone was enough to rattle the air. Grandpa Sheng and the 2 people standing beside him froze in horror the moment their eyes landed on it. And then the monster charged. The old man and his allies fired desperately, but it was useless. No matter where they hit it, the damn thing just kept healing. Flesh stitched itself back together like nothing happened. Watching this unfold, Grandpa Shung's face turned pale. Another one with a Regan ability, just their luck. While Shung's group sank into panic, Rui and her crew stood there smugly, grinning like maniacs. She looked at the terrified faces and couldn't help but mock them, thinking how shocked they must be to see an evolver for the first time in their lives. Through the scope, Brother Li watched all of this unfold, and his brows furrowed. He relayed the bad news to Xiaoyang. The monster was healing. Their standard rounds were doing jack shit. Without wasting a second, Xiaoyang ordered the sniper. And when that sniper bullet flew, it flew with purpose. It hit dead center. A perfect headshot. The monster's skull exploded, its massive body crashing to the ground in an instant. Dead. Gone. Rui's smug grin vanished. Her eyes widened, sweat trickling down her face. The others beside her stood frozen, staring at the body like it was some sort of glitch in reality. This couldn't be happening. How the hell did these people get their hands on weapons like this? Rui couldn't even close her mouth. She was that shaken. But the hell wasn't over yet. Xiaoyang launched his assault from behind, catching them off guard. Gunfire erupted. Rui's squad scattered in panic, yelling to each other that there was another enemy behind them. They needed cover, fast. One by one, they started dropping. Xiaoyang's shots were sharp, clean, and merciless. Rui watched her people fall like flies, her heart pounding with the sudden realization. They had seriously miscalculated. These weren't just some pushovers. They were trained, prepared, and armed to the teeth. In a panicked shriek, Rui ordered her remaining allies to retreat, yelling for them to fall back to the car. They fired wildly while retreating, but it was clear they were running scared. Furious and humiliated, Rui clenched her teeth, glaring at Xiaoyang. That kid from the damn car. So was him all along. But Brother Li was already locked onto her. He pulled the trigger. In a split-second reaction, Rui yanked her underling into her path, using him as a human shield. The bullet struck the poor guy straight on, and Xiaoyang's eyes widened. Her reaction time was insane. She really was an evolver too. Then, in a dirty move, she hurled the lifeless body toward Xiaoyang, forcing him to dodge. In that tiny opening, she bolted, sprinting toward the getaway car like her life depended on it, because it did. Xiaoyang refocused, snapping back into position, and shouted to Brother Li that she was making a run for it. From his rooftop perch, Brother Li didn't need to be told twice. With a cocky grin, he locked in his Barrett. Try running all you want, but under heaven and earth, my Barrett answers to no one. Boom! The bullet ripped through the air and hit Rui's leg. It tore straight through, slicing her limb in half mid-run. Her face contorted in agony as she collapsed just in front of the car, blood spraying the ground. Even Brother Li looked stunned for a second. He hadn't expected that kind of precision. But before he could follow up, Rui's brother reached out from the car, grabbed her, and yanked her inside. The engine roared. Tires screeched. And just like that, they were gone. As the car sped off, Xiaoyang's Bluetooth crackled to life. A voice asked what they'd do if those people came back for revenge. Xiaoyang didn't flinch. He simply said it didn't matter. Right then, a notification popped up on his system screen which confirmed the task named Nemesis of Villains is complete, offering 50 reward points. He smirked, said it again, louder this time, let them come back. He knew who they were now. Then another notification flashed. New task unlocked. Nemesis of Villains, Volume 2. The objective is to infiltrate enemy base and eliminate the cannibals. With 50 solid reward points. While Xiaoyang was busy reading through his latest system notification, the rest of the team had already burst into celebration. Cheers echoed through the air. They had won. But amidst all the shouting and joy, Xiaoyang's voice cut through with a calm but firm question. Had anyone been hurt? Has anyone died? One of the companions quickly responded that, thankfully, no one had died, just a few minor injuries here and there. Without wasting a second, Xiaoyang shifted into command mode. The injured needed to be sent to the medical room immediately, disinfected without delay. Enemy corpses were to be moved into cold storage, ready for Chun Chong to deal with later. And the refugees? They needed to be brought back from the abandoned building. It was finally safe enough. Orders given. He turned and walked back into his room, eyes locked on the screen that flickered to life before him. The corners of his lips curled into a satisfied grin. This wave had earned him 76 points. Not bad at all. Tonight, He was definitely going to splurge. The scene shifted. Outside a different building, Rue's car had pulled up, and a few people stood waiting. A moment later, her two companions helped her out of the vehicle, her body clearly bruised and battered. One of the men, tall, sharp-eyed, and holding a metal rod, stepped forward the moment he saw her condition. His expression darkened with concern, but before he could speak much, Rue snapped. Gritting her teeth, she blamed their carelessness, furious that they hadn't anticipated heavy weapons on the enemy's side. But when the man just stood there, silent and unflinching, her temper flared even more. She barked at him to stop staring and bring her some damn human meat already. Still, he didn't move. Instead, a faint smile curled on his face. That smile pushed her over the edge. She pointed at him, spitting insults, calling him useless, not even worth a toe of number 2. That was the last straw. The man's smirk dropped, and anger flashed in his eyes. With a sharp glare, he pointed right back at Rue, accusing her of falling so low and still having the audacity to speak like a queen. That's when Rue made her final mistake. She ordered her underlings to punish him. But no one moved. That silence told her everything. She looked around and realized what had happened. Every one of them had turned against her. The man grinned again, colder this time, and reminded her that she was injured and number 2 was dead, which made him, by default, the strongest one left. He spoke loudly, turning to the rest, asking if the brothers agreed. And they did. One by one, they began to surround Ray. She backed away, panic rising, but it was far too late. The man raised his rod, and with that they all pounced. Screams of rage mixed with the sound of metal striking flesh. Rue shouted, cried, begged, but it didn't matter. The same people who once followed her now took turns beating her down, and worse, they enjoyed it. The twisted joy on their faces made it clear. This wasn't justice, it was payback. It didn't take long. Rue was gone. As her blood cooled on the ground, the man who led the attack calmly wiped his hands clean. But before he could leave, another guy approached from behind and called him third boss. That single phrase lit a fire in his eyes. Furious, he shoved the guy and demanded what the hell he just said. The poor fool dropped to his knees, stammering apologies, too scared to look him in the eye. Finally, the man told him to speak if he had something useful to say. And he did. Rue was dead. Number 2 was gone. Their forces had been torn apart. They'd lost too many brothers. And what if they ran into that guy again? At the mention of him, the tentacle man, a cold sweat broke across the man's forehead. His smirk faded. Without another word, he turned and said they'd head west. The West Steel Group. Maybe they'd find refuge there. The scene shifted. Xiaoyang's car came to a slow stop outside a suspicious-looking facility, and both his companions stepped out, their faces tense. Jiang Qi, standing close to him and clearly rattled, muttered that Brother Yang had been right. This place really was a base. Hearing that, a small smile crept across Xiaoyang's face. The others moved off a bit to scout the area, and once they were far enough, Xiaoyang signaled them with a sharp hand gesture to keep quiet. They moved forward, Jiang Qi and Brother Li wondering if the enemies had already escaped. They muttered about how there was no movement, no sign of anyone, and figured the cowards had probably run off in fear. But suddenly, they froze. Rue's corpse was lying right in front of them. Brother Li stared, wide-eyed, then said it was that same woman he'd shot. He sounded shaken, like he couldn't believe they'd kill their own companions. Xiaoyang, however, was unfazed. In a flat voice, he said it wasn't surprising. People like that didn't play by any rules. Jiang Qi, still unsettled, changed the subject and brought up the big guy they'd fought earlier. He was nothing like Qinsheng. Something about him was off. Brother Li, now visibly anxious, turned to Xiaoyang and admitted that he'd heard them mention something about evolvers. And then came the real question. What even was an evolver? How did someone become one? At first, Xiaoyang looked a little surprised. Then, with a cold sort of calm, he explained it. The most direct path to becoming an evolver was by eating human flesh. That hit them like a punch to the gut. Both Jiang Qi and Brother Li went pale, sweat already starting to bead on their faces. But Xiaoyang wasn't done. He laid it out in full. To gain powers like the zombies, one needed exotic energy. And while the most concentrated source came from evolvers and mutants, ordinary humans had it too, though in smaller amounts, dispersed in their blood and flesh. He showed them a red-colored core, continuing that whether it was a zombie or an evolver, they were all mutants. Mutants evolved by absorbing exotic energy, and as the apocalypse worsened, even zombies had a chance of forming exotic cores. Brother Lee stood silent, processing it all, then rubbed his face and asked if that meant they could just eat zombie meat instead. But before anyone could respond, Jiang Qi snapped out loud that he wasn't eating any damn zombie. If Lee wanted to, fine, but he was out. Xiaoyang calmly explained that ordinary people couldn't eat zombie meat. It would just infect them. Only mutants like Chun Chong could grow stronger that way. And right as he finished speaking, a notification popped up in Xiaoyang's system. It said the mission to eliminate the enemy cannibals had been completed. He'd earned 50 points. He thought to himself that the threat had resolved itself. Whatever survivors remained clearly didn't pose a problem anymore. But just as he relaxed, a strange sensation ran through him. He turned quickly, just in time to see his zombie creeping up behind him. Without hesitation, he shifted into fighting stance and drove his blade straight through its head. As the body hit the ground, Xiaoyang crouched beside it. Sure enough, there was that same glowing red core. He pulled it out and held it up, then offered it to Jiang Qi and Brother Lee, telling them that if anyone wanted to eat it, they were welcome to try. Jiang Qi recoiled instantly with a grimace, but Brother Lee didn't flinch. He took both cores in his hands and swallowed them without a word. Within moments, his body began to change. His muscles firmed, power rippled through him, and a strange glow flickered in his eyes. Xiaoyang watched him for a beat, then warned with a smirk that while it felt amazing, this was just the start. He might be an evolver now, but his strength still wasn't enough to survive in this hellscape if he got careless. With that, the three of them turned to leave. Xiaoyang gave one last glance at the ruins behind them and said coolly that the crisis was over. It was time to head back. The scene shifted to the West Steel plant. A few cars pulled in, people stepping out and heading toward the entrance. But before they could make it inside, a man blocked their way, narrowing his eyes as he asked who the hell they were. One man stepped forward, cool and composed, claiming to be the third boss. The guard froze for a moment, confused. Third boss? He told them to wait and rushed off to get the leader's permission. A few minutes later, with clearance granted, the group was allowed inside. Waiting for them was Baldy, the leader, standing squarely in their path with arms crossed and a scowl on his face. He demanded to know what the third boss was doing there. Beside him, a woman coldly asked where Rue and number 2 were. With a grim look, the third boss broke the news. They were ambushed. Rue and number 2 didn't make it. Hearing this, Baldy immediately ordered his men to escort the third boss to a secure place. As they moved through the facility, one of the guards tried to lighten the mood, casually calling him third boss again. That triggered something. The third boss turned on him sharply, snapping, asking what the hell he just called him. The man apologized quickly, saying he just didn't feel right. When asked why, he pointed at the steel doors and barred windows, nervously saying the place felt more like a damn prison than a hideout. Before the third boss could respond, Li Chung showed up and began escorting all of them deeper into the facility. They were taken to another chamber, where Baldy stood waiting, flanked by his crew. The moment the third boss entered, he sensed something was off. He asked Baldy what the hell was going on. That's when the woman beside Baldy stepped in, her voice sharp and laced with venom. She questioned what should be done to a man capable of killing their leader. The mood changed instantly. Every person in the room turned, surrounding the third boss and his men like wolves. Realizing the danger, the third boss panicked, fumbling through excuses, trying to explain. But the woman only smiled, cruel and mocking, and gave the order to Li Chung to let them know exactly why they were going to die. Li Chung, dead serious now, told the third boss that he had visited the coal plant. Rue's corpse was lying in the courtyard. Number 2 was gone, not dead, not alive, just missing. And strangest of all, the entire plant looked untouched. No signs of fight. According to Li Chung, the most likely explanation was brutal. Things went sideways, and they turned on each other. Rue had been taken out by his own people. The third boss went pale. Sweat poured down his face as he desperately claimed they had no proof, no real evidence he did anything. But Baldy just laughed loud and bitter. Evidence? He scoffed. You think this world runs on evidence. He made it clear, if it weren't for Rue and number 2's power, they would have wiped out the third boss and his crew long ago. Then Baldy's face darkened, and with a nod, he gave the final order. End it. That's when one of the third boss's companions panicked, stepping forward with folded hands, begging for mercy. He claimed to have information, real, useful stuff. The woman raised an eyebrow and asked what kind. The man spilled everything. There was a settlement east of the city, packed with people and supplies. That's who had taken down Rue and number 2. He swore they didn't know how to become evolvers, He hadn't seen a single one among them. Baldy raised an eyebrow. If they had no evolvers, how the hell did they lose? The man nervously explained, they had heavy weapons. Normal bullets couldn't hurt number 2, but these guys brought him down in one clean shot. The woman smiled again, genuinely impressed. She told him it was good, very good information. The man relaxed, thinking he was safe now. He even asked, almost with a hopeful grin, if he'd be spared. That same smile still on her face. The woman turned to her men and gave a soft command. Kill them all. The moment that order dropped, the third boss and his companions panicked. But it was already over. In seconds, they were dead. Their bodies hit the floor like discarded trash. Looking over the corpses, Baldy smiled and muttered that threats like this needed to be erased without hesitation. But the woman wasn't so quick to act. She reminded him that the enemy had heavy firepower. Rushing in now would be suicide. They needed to evolve further, grow stronger, and when the time was right, strike with certainty. For now, scouts would be sent to confirm everything, that their enemies truly didn't know how to become evolvers. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was sitting in deep thought, wondering whether he should spend his remaining 126 points now or save them for later. He decided to browse through the system store. While scrolling through the options, he came across Black Tech supply box that cost exactly 50 points. He immediately bought it and opened it on the spot. To his surprise, the box rewarded him with a physical enhancement system, a significant upgrade for someone trying to survive in a world like this. But before he could explore it properly, his moment was cut short by a loud, heavy knock on the door. It was Shan Shan, and from her expression, it was clear something urgent had come up. She quickly explained that they had just caught a suspicious person near their territory, and Xiaoyang decided to go check things out himself. Soon after, Brother Li and Jiang Qi arrived, dragging the suspect toward him. The man introduced himself as Su Axing, claiming to be from the West Wind Steel Mill. Hearing that name sparked something in Uncle Song's memory. He recalled that the steel mill was located in the southwest area of the southern suburbs. Due to its massive size, it had been turned into a survivor settlement, and it was roughly 3 kilometers further out than the southern coal plant. Xiaoyang, naturally cautious, wanted to know exactly why this man had come into their area. Su Axing gave a calm, simple reason. In chaotic times like these, people should help each other. According to him, his leader had sent him out to look for survivors and potentially recruit them back to their group. Just then, Fatty stepped forward and showed everyone something concerning. He had found a map that the intruder had been carrying, and on it, several areas around their base had been circled. It looked like Su Axing had been sneaking around for a while and was actively mapping out their territory. Xiaoyang took a closer look at the map, and something didn't sit right with him. Trusting his instincts, he decided to activate minds to get a deeper read on the man in front of him. What he discovered confirmed his suspicion. This guy was not as innocent as he claimed. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang raised his gun and pointed it straight at the man's head. As a veteran survivor, he knew exactly how things work in the apocalyptic world. The intruder, realizing things had taken a dangerous turn, completely lost it. He started trembling. His face went pale, and it was obvious he had wet himself from fear. Desperately, he begged for his life, saying the map and the circles were only drawn as a precaution. Still not letting his guard down, Xiaoyang leaned toward Jiang Qi and quietly asked if this guy had seen Shinchong. Jiang Qi shook his head, indicating no. After a few seconds of silence, Xiaoyang lowered his gun. He turned back and decided to let him go. Not only that, he even handed the map back to him. The intruder didn't need to be told twice. He thanked Xiaoyang with a voice full of panic and ran off like his life depended on it, because it definitely did. 5 months later, at the West Steel plant, 2 workers were dumping garbage. As they worked, they chatted about the recent wave of disappearances. One of them joked, half seriously, about the monster returning and going on another rampage. But before they could finish the thought, a sudden noise cut through the air. One of the men warned the other not to go near it, but curiosity won. The guy stepped closer and was met with a flying knife straight to him, no doubt a fatal hit. Meanwhile, Li Chung was on gate duty, casually smoking when the surviving cleaner rushed up to him, breathless. He blurted out that his friend was dead, and he was pretty damn sure it was the tentacle monster again. Li Chung didn't hesitate. He ordered everyone to follow him, especially the evolvers. When the group reached the site, Li Chung inspected the area. As they moved in closer, he noticed something, the clear imprint of boots in the dirt. That's when it hit him. This wasn't the work of the tentacle monster. Cut to our protagonist, tucked safely inside his impenetrable fortress. He'd already survived longer than he did in his past life. At this rate, building a functioning civilization didn't seem like a pipe dream anymore. It had been a month now, and still, no missions had come in related to the West Steel Plant. That's when Shanshan showed up, waving at him cheerfully. He immediately leapt down to greet her. Zhang Qi reported that their hunting operation had gone smoothly, and even a 10-year-old had managed to kill a zombie on his own. Xiaoyang praised the team's work, but just then, a new mission came in to eliminate new threats and potential enemies, rewarding 80 points. In the next scene, Xiaoyang had arranged a meeting to discuss infiltrating the West Steel Plant. The group agreed, though they were unsure whether the steel plant harbored any hostile intentions. If Xiaoyang ran into trouble, it could spell disaster for all of them. But Xiaoyang reassured them he wouldn't go down so easily. He just wanted to confirm whether the plant was run by allies or enemies. He was counting on Gramps to watch over the fortress while he was away. Meanwhile, over at the West Steel Plant, Li Cheng demanded a meeting with the two leaders, but the guards wouldn't let him in. Furious, he grabbed one of them by the neck, but then, just a second later, he snapped back to normal. Something was clearly off. Lately, he'd been struggling to control his emotions, and it was getting worse over the past few months. A voice from inside eventually ordered the guards to let him through. As Li Cheng stepped inside, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. The reason? A middle-aged woman with a curvy figure stood before him. Wasting no time, Li Cheng got straight to the point. He had investigated the dumping grounds and discovered women's footprints. Definitely not the work of the tentacle monster. But before he could say more, the woman warned him to stay quiet. She didn't want her people to be too afraid to even step outside. She moved closer, grabbed his crotch, and complimented his hard muscles. But Li Cheng simply turned toward the door and walked out. Bro just dodged a fucking missile. From another room, someone said that she was too careless. It was the Bally leader calmly chopping meat, looking very much like they're the real culprits behind the attack on their own men. The scene cuts to Xiaoyang, who had just arrived near his destination. After wiping out a few zombies, he decided to keep a low profile. Summoning a pair of scissors from his storage, he began cutting his hair and smeared some dirt on his face. With everything set, he now looked like a scruffy beggar, just another survivor trying to get by. To execute his plan, he walked toward the entrance, where a man stopped him and asked for his identity. The moment the man learned Xiaoyang was a lone survivor, his face lit up with a grin. He wanted to hear Xiaoyang's story. According to the tale, Xiaoyang told, his settlement had around 10 people, but it was overrun by zombies. Everyone died, except him. He claimed to have gained enough experience fighting zombies and said he'd be useful to their group. The man seemed to believe the story and showed him the way in, but warned that Xiaoyang would have to pass a test first. As expected, Xiaoyang knew these people weren't the kind-hearted type. Just then, they were interrupted by someone. It turned out to be Li Cheng. He asked the man about the unfamiliar face. The man had been planning to take Xiaoyang to some secluded spot, but Li Cheng said, if you want to search him, do it here. Xiaoyang quickly picked up the scent. This guy had been planning to kill him. Li Cheng told Xiaoyang to hand over his weapons and come inside. But he also said, if Xiaoyang don't want to hand them over, that's fine. He won't force you, and can leave peacefully. After a moment, Xiaoyang decided to hand over his weapons. Li Cheng started searching for Xiaoyang. Our boy was impressed after seeing someone who still had some moral boundaries. Li Cheng wanted to know how Xiaoyang had survived with just a single weapon. He asked if Xiaoyang was an evolver and told him to follow. He left Xiaoyang in a room that felt more like a prison cell. After a while, a Baldy entered, asked for Xiaoyang's name, and wondered if he was an evolver. When Xiaoyang confirmed, an axe suddenly came flying toward him, but he dodged it with ease. Clearly, the Baldy was testing him. Keeping up his act, Xiaoyang began whining about how dangerous that was. But the Baldy, now excited to meet an evolver, asked if he knew how to become one. Then he warned him, if word got out, he'd kill anyone who spread the knowledge. Even Xiaoyang had to admit the bald guy's speed was impressive. He wondered, if he killed him now, would he still get those reward points? Meanwhile, the Baldy was impressed by Xiaoyang's reflexes and how sneakily he'd brought weapon inside. Still, he warned him about the difference in strength between them. Then he told his underlings to take Xiaoyang to clean up and bring him to the meeting room. Sometime later, a lackey brought Xiaoyang over. The bald guy introduced him to the team as their newest member. That's when we found out the middle-aged bitch name, Huang Ling. And the matters related to newcomers were handled by her brother, Huang Bin. Though honestly, let's just call him Dustbin from now on. Fits him better. Huang Ling figured our boy was lucky to be found by them, but now he had to prove his strength if he wanted to stick around. Xiaoyang didn't argue. He was ready to follow their command for now. Dustbin decided to take him along on patrol. A group of 4 people, including Xiaoyang, was sent out to scout the area. Somewhere along the way, one of the group members, Xing, kept eyeing Xiaoyang. He thought our boy's face looked familiar, like they'd met somewhere before. While they were walking, Dustbin took a moment to pull Xiaoyang aside and say something. He warned him, only a few people in the dam settlement knew the path to becoming evolvers. The 2 extra guys in their patrol group? Family. So he told Xiaoyang to keep his mouth shut and not leak a damn thing. Xiaoyang glanced behind him and finally recognized one of the guys. Oh yeah, he was the same bastard they caught earlier. And Li Cheng? Total outsider. They were just using the poor guy, squeezing out every bit of talent and strength he had, while he didn't even know the E in Evolver. The guy was being played like a fool. A few more steps, and they arrive at a quiet spot in the lush green plains. Tucked away was a small settlement, just 7 people. Dustbin had been watching them like a creep for a whole damn week and hadn't seen a single Evolver among them. His brilliant plan? Capture them all. Xiaoyang caught on fast. They weren't planning to help anyone. Nah, they were going to raise these people inside the main settlement, only to butcher them later like cattle. And the cherry on top? Dustbin, this arrogant prick, planned to take 5 back and deal with the other 2 right there on the spot. And since this was Xiaoyang's first run, Dustbin actually had the balls to treat it like a damn training session. At the survivors' camp, a man let out a long sigh after a hard day's work. Just as things seemed to settle, another guy spotted something in the distance. His eyes widened. A horde of zombies was charging at them like crazed dogs, hungry and relentless. The survivors scrambled, grabbing whatever they could to defend themselves. But the undead just kept coming. Some people were so terrified, they couldn't even move. It was chaos. And this was all part of Dustbin's brilliant little plan to clean up the survivors. A goddamn setup. Now, those trash bags were ready to swoop in and play the heroes. One woman was completely overrun, screaming as the zombies closed in. And then, slash, in the blink of an eye, the monsters were cut down. The bastard saved her just in time, and his 2 teammates jumped in to help wipe out the horde. They introduced themselves as Evolvers from the West Steel plant. The survivors, desperate and shaken, were nothing but grateful. In the middle of all this, Xiaoyang suddenly froze. He felt something. His eyes snapped to a nearby building, a chill running down his spine. There was nothing there. Or at least, that's what he told himself. Maybe it was just his imagination. Dustbin barked at him to stop spacing out and help with the cleanup. But deep down, Xiaoyang knew what he felt wasn't nothing. It was real. Something disgusting, a gross, writhing tentacle monster lurking nearby. The bastards managed to convince the survivors from the camp to come with them. Xiaoyang, of course, was told to stay behind and gather the loot. Dustbin, being the trash he was, went off to arrange a small transport truck. And naturally, he didn't forget to pile up the dead bodies too. Got to keep up the hole where the good guys act, right? Once the group left, Xiaoyang summoned his knife and started collecting the loot himself. Some of the survivors stuck around, grateful for the help. One of the women seemed especially concerned about one thing: hot water for a bath. And just like the scumbag the bastard wasted no time shooting his shot, offering her bath access under certain conditions. Yeah, typical. But while he was being a creep, axing, one of the group members felt something was off. Real off. Dustbin noticed the guy getting twitchy and told everyone to stay alert. Still wearing that smug-ass grin, the bastard turned to the woman and told her to be ready at night. He'd protect her, of course. Then he started mocking Axing for being paranoid. But before Axing could clap back, something stabbed him. Fast. Silent. And just like that, he dropped. Dustbin's face turned pale as it hit him. They were under attack. Not just by anything, but the tentacle monster. Cut to the next second. The grotesque creature was already an inch away from his damn face. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was still busy gathering zombie cores when he heard the loud commotion. He turned, frowning as the sounds grew more violent. Dustbin? Yeah, the bastard was now completely wrapped up in tentacles, flailing like a caught fish. And judging by the scream he let out before being crushed, yeah, he was officially fucked. That horrifying scene sent a chill straight through the rest of the so-called rescue squad and the survivors. Then the monster shifted its focus. It locked eyes with the bastard, the next victim. Panicked, the guy hurled the woman toward the monster, hoping to distract it. But the creature didn't give a single damn about gender. It started squeezing the woman just like it had done to Dustbin. And just when things looked over for her, slash, she fell to the ground, gasping, with pieces of tentacles scattered around her. Our boy had arrived. Xiaoyang finally stepped in to save their sorry asses. Now standing tall, he asked the bastard if this was the infamous tentacle monster they kept whispering about. And the guy, trembling, confirmed it. Yep, this was the son of the tentacle monster. The tentacle monster itself kept muttering, son, son, over and over again. It had the freakish ability to mutate ordinary zombies into twisted versions of itself. Yeah, real nightmare fuel. According to the bastard, even their strongest leaders had a hard time dealing with this abomination. He said they needed to run and bring reinforcements. But Xiaoyang? He wasn't buying that crap for a second. He knew exactly what kind of shit this guy was planning to pull. The tentacle monster lashed out, wrapping Xiaoyang tightly in its slick, squirming limbs. But instead of panicking, the guy just smirked. Son of the tentacle monster, huh? Interesting. With a flex of his muscles, Xiaoyang yanked the creature toward him. The monster thrashed and twisted, but it was no match for his strength. Xiaoyang pulled harder, then snapped. His bare hands tore through the monster like it was made of wet paper. In seconds, its entire body was ripped apart, scattered like some grotesque jigsaw puzzle. Back at the coal plant, the bastard who ran away finally showed up. He laid out the whole shit show to the baldy leader. The moment the guy heard what happened, rage exploded out of him. Without thinking, he killed one of the survivors on the spot. Just pure fury. People scrambled to calm him down, but that's when a wet thump landed in front of him. A bunch of bloodied tentacles. And right behind them, Xiaoyang walked in. The old bitch's eyes went wide. She couldn't believe it. This guy actually avenged their people, slaughtered the monster they were all too afraid to face. Both leaders went dead silent, realizing just how dangerous this kid really was. Later, Baldy started thinking, could this monster have been strong enough to kill Li Cheng? But the bastard who witnessed it firsthand wasn't convinced. His own uncle and brother were wiped out in seconds, and honestly, he didn't think even Li Cheng could pull that off. Hell, he even doubted that both leaders combined could handle that thing. The old hag brushed it off, saying the monster probably just relied on ambush tactics. Baldy agreed, but deep down, both of them knew the truth. Either way, they couldn't let Xiaoyang and Li Cheng grow too close. That much was clear, and right then, as if summoned, Li Cheng strolled in with a proposal. He wanted to promote Xiaoyang, make him an officer. Said his strength was on par with his own. Baldy scoffed, ready to shoot it down, but the old hag cut in. She was willing to give Xiaoyang the position, if he managed to kill the actual tentacle monster boss. Right. These trash leaders, who couldn't even take out the monster's kid, now wanted Xiaoyang to risk his neck to kill the real deal, just to become their underling. What a damn fair world. Still, thanks to Li Cheng's request, they at least agreed to send backup. Some kind of gesture. After a while, the leaders met with Xiaoyang again. They offered him the position of third leader, if the mission succeeded. Li Cheng didn't seem to have a problem with Xiaoyang surpassing him, either. Real humble of him. But Xiaoyang wasn't fooled by any of it. He didn't trust words. He trusted what he could see. He activated his mind's eye. And just like that, the truth spilled out in front of him, like sludge from a broken pipe. The overflowing hostility. The rotting intentions behind those fake smiles. These so-called leaders? They weren't allies. They were snakes. At Xiaoyang's base, Fatty raised the alert the moment Xiaoyang's call came through. Brother Li was quick to pick it up, always the one to handle things without wasting time. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was out there, standing like a boss on top of a bulldozer, acting like it was his personal throne. He dropped the orders straight, bring Chun Chong and a few of the heavy hitters, and meet at South Suburban Park the day after tomorrow. The mission was to wipe out the entire gang to the ground. Brother Li, solid as ever, didn't hesitate. He handed base control to Gramps and told him to hold it down while they were gone. Then he handpicked 7 of the toughest guys they had, clean, efficient, no baggage. But of course, nothing ever goes that smooth. Q Xiaoyu, the kid with more guts than sense. He wasn't letting them roll out without him. The moment he caught wind of the plan, he was ready to throw hands just to tag along. His mom tried to drag him back, but the kid dug in like a little beast. That's when old Song stepped in to he backed Xiaoyu up without skipping a beat, probably just vibing with the kid's reckless energy. Brother Li didn't push back. He gave a green light, promised they'd keep the kid safe, and made it clear everyone was in this together. The scene cuts. Cars come to a halt at a single spot. Members of the West Steel Plant Gang. Today's mission was clear: hunt down the tentacle monster. The plan? Keep it simple. Xiaoyang would handle the kill solo. Perched on top of a tall building, Xiaoyang spotted something. His team had arrived, landing right on time. Still, no signal came from him. The rest of the gang held position, waiting it out. Brother Li, ever cautious, reminded everyone to stay alert. Meanwhile, the lady chief noticed a small kid nearby and motioned him over. Without hesitation, she ordered the boy to head into the park. The kid hesitated, annoyed. His only job was to carry the loot, nothing more. Li Cheng backed the kid, but the lady had other logic that, according to her, the tentacle monster had a thing for muttering son like a broken NPC, so she figured, why not give it one? Classic bait strategy. And with their numbers? She was convinced this would be a quick sweep. The kid finally realized what was happening. He was bait. His protests got louder, but the noise didn't sit right with the Baldy. Without a word, he lifted the kid and shoved him forward. Brother Li watched the show from distance, and he and his team immediately started descending from the building. The kid now started to beg for help, but within seconds the monsters landed behind him. The bait had worked, and now that the creature was locked in, Li Cheng moved to step in and pull the kid out. But just as he made his move, the lady chief blocked him, warning him not to steal credit from the newcomer. Xiaoyang didn't seem to care about being used. Without hesitation, he shot forward with speed, grabbed the kid, and tossed him out of danger. The poor kid was getting tossed around like a damn volleyball, but it worked. Now caught in the chaos, Xiaoyang ended up snagged by the tentacle monster. The thing kept mumbling the same word over and over, son. From the back, Li Cheng prepared to jump into the mess, but again, both of those worthless chiefs restrained him. He couldn't figure out why his own leader was holding him back, but the woman just laughed it off. Saving the weak clearly wasn't part of her agenda. That's when it clicked. Li Cheng started to put the pieces together. He asked what they were up to, but before they could respond, a voice cut through the tension. It was Xiaoyang. He laid it all out. He knew their secret, the fact that they'd been eating humans. Li Cheng was stunned. Everything froze for a second. Then, both trash chiefs get caught up in an ambush. Brother Li and his crew came in hard, splitting into two groups. Another team charged straight toward the monster. The kid, small but fearless, lit up a molly and hurled it at the monster. But the thing barely flinched, swatting it away with one of its tentacles. Still, for the first time, its expression cracked. The monster looked completely shaken and called the kid his son. Xiaoyang was caught in the monster's grip, completely unfazed, watching the beast's reaction calmly. The kid whose Molotov had just flopped started hurling curses at the creature, spitting out foul words like it was personal. That's when the monster let out a furious roar. It clearly didn't appreciate the kid's mouth. The rest of the team finally caught on. This wasn't some low-tier mutant. Perfect. Time to see what happens when mutant goes up against mutant. Chen Cheng didn't waste a second. Our zombie charged straight at the tentacled freak, slipping past its wild strikes with ease. His leader being tangled up in those limbs didn't sit right with him. On the other side, the gang was getting lit up by a hail of bullets. In the chaos, the sudden appearance of a mutant zombie fighting on Xiaoyang's side left everyone stunned. No one could make sense of it. A zombie helping a human? It didn't add up. Chen Cheng, meanwhile, was snatched by a tentacle monster, but he broke free like it was nothing. The creature struck again, this time landing a clean hit that knocked him back a few steps. Xiaoyang, still half wrapped in tentacles, didn't waste the opportunity to throw some shade at him, which only made Chen Cheng more pissed. Even Baldy found it hard to believe how this random newcomer was cracking jokes mid-fight. But Xiaoyang was done playing around. With a quick move, he shredded the tentacles and stepped out clean. That's when the brown-haired bastard noticed something. The little kid had just called the newcomer Uncle Xiaoyang, and suddenly it clicked. This was the same guy who had taken down Xing earlier. Baldy realized they'd been set up. So did the lady chief. The gang spraying bullets? That was Xiaoyang's crew. And the real monsters here weren't the ones with claws and tentacles. It was Xiaoyang and that freak mutant zombie standing beside him. The lady chief realized things had gone south and immediately started crafting an escape plan. She barked out a command, telling the Baldy to buy them some time. And like a good little chaos gremlin, Baldy didn't disappoint. He hurled his axe, now glowing with some weird energy, straight into a giant rock. The impact shattered it, sending debris flying and throwing the battlefield into chaos. Using the distraction, the lady chief launched herself at the kid, Xiaoyu. Fatty tried to jump in and be the hero, but got kicked so hard he practically teleported halfway across the field. Within seconds, The lady chief had the kid in her grasp. Xiaoyu tried to resist, but all he got in return was a brutal punch straight to the face. The tentacle monster saw it all. Rage surged through its body as it let out a furious roar. Chun Chong didn't waste the opening. He moved fast, climbed onto the monster's shoulder, ready to take its head off. But just as he was about to strike, Xiaoyang stopped him, ordered him to let the creature go. Chun Chong froze, completely thrown off. They'd been risking their asses the whole time, and now they were supposed to play nice with the angry spaghetti monster? Make it make sense. The lady chief made her move, threatening to take the kid's head off unless everyone dropped their weapons. No bluff, just cold resolve. That's when Brother Li stepped forward, offering himself up in Xiaoyu's place. If anything happened to the kid, he knew he wouldn't be able to face the mother. The lady saw the desperation, grinned like she just won the jackpot, and barked her order again. Drop the weapons, or things are going to get messy. Li didn't wait. He dropped his gear and signaled the others to follow. Reluctant or not, they complied. Then came her demand, more like an order. She wanted their mutant to handle the tentacle monster. Too bad the universe had other plans. Tentacles lashed out without warning, fast and brutal. The lady's reflexes saved her, barely. She dodged, but in doing so, lost the hostage. Her men weren't as lucky. They were impaled on the spot, turned into skewers in a blink. Straight up one shot. Baldy somehow lived, probably out of sheer dumb luck. Nothing made sense for the lady chief. The monster shouldn't even be able to move, let alone attack. It was supposed to be restrained. But then she saw him, Xiaoyang, standing there, still as stone, calm as ever. And right next to him, Chun Chong was casually messing with a fly like none of this chaos was worth his attention. Meanwhile, the tentacle monster had locked eyes on Xiaoyu. That alone was enough to send Brother Li into panic mode. But Xiaoyang stayed calm and told him the kid wasn't in danger. Naturally, that only added to Li's confusion. The monster had completely shifted its attention to the boy. No hesitation, no aggression. And that's when the truth dropped. The tentacle creature was Zhang Xingji, Xiaoyu's father. The kid stood frozen, eyes wide, staring at what was left of the man he once knew. Even so, a kid's heart doesn't care about logic. He quickly hugged the rotting monster without a second thought, breaking down in tears. Meanwhile, our bald-headed wannabe boss stood frozen, watching a literal zombie family moment play out like he accidentally walked into the wrong genre. But survival instincts kicked in fast. The guy took off, hoping he could still outrun karma. Too bad Zhang Xingji, or Tentacle Monster, had no intention of letting anyone walk away. One swift move from a tentacle, and the Baldy was already caught. Panicking, the Baldy called out to his lady partner, but she was gone. She'd already made her choice. No way was she going to fight that thing. Not with Xiaoyang's faction either. Running was her only shot. But luck didn't care. A tentacle caught her mid-escape, and as she tripped and slammed into the ground, all she could do was scream. Before the curses left her mouth, she was already being dragged across the dirt. The Baldy was secretly enjoying the fact that she got snatched too. Misery loves company. He turned to Li Cheng for help, hoping he would pull him out of this mess. But Li Cheng couldn't even move. Xiaoyang had already blocked his path. That speed caught Li Cheng off guard. Xiaoyang didn't say much, just made one thing clear. He wasn't going to let him die. Zhang Xingji was done playing games. He hoisted Baldy into the air and slammed him into the ground with bone-cracking force. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of tentacles, finishing him off for good. On the other side, the woman was screaming, begging to be let go, but the monster had no mercy left. Anyone who tried to kill his son wasn't walking away. The tentacles wrapped tighter, bones popped, and within seconds, she was crushed like a toy in its grip. Xiaoyang got a system notification right after. Mission access granted, 80 points earned. His attention shifted to Li Cheng, who was already giving off that look, curious, suspicious. Xiaoyang could sense the questions coming, and he was right. Li Cheng was trying to piece it all together. He asked if Xiaoyang's team was from Easy City and still couldn't wrap his head around the earlier comment about eating people. Xiaoyang cleared it up. Being an evolver wasn't about luck. That's when something clicked in Li Cheng's head. A memory came rushing back. Back then, he had been handed some meat, and a little girl nearby had asked for some. Her mother refused, panicked. Li Cheng, being the decent guy, had offered anyway. The mother didn't take it. A few days later, the girl went missing. Rumors blamed the tentacle monster, but no one had seen it with their own eyes. Now, in the present, it all started making sense. The truth hit like a punch to the gut. Li Cheng doubled over and vomited. Disgust twisted into fury. He snapped. In a burst of rage, he shot toward Baldy's mangled corpse and began smashing what was left of it into the ground. Over and over until there was nothing left to hit. When it was done, he turned toward the others, eyes burning. He was convinced they had eaten humans too. But Brother Lee stepped in and shut that down. They never ate people. Instead, he tossed Lee Chung a zombie core, the real source of their strength. Harvested from zombies and evolvers alike. Clean, efficient, and without any side effects. The mention of side effects caught Lee Chung off guard. Ever since becoming an evolver, controlling his emotions had become a problem. Violence hit different now. A twisted dopamine rush that felt too damn good. There was no turning back from that. But as long as he kept consuming human flesh, things would only spiral further. If he stopped, maybe he could at least slow the damage. Xiaoyang shifted focus to Zhang Xingji, trying to get a clear answer from him. But Zhang's speech was wrecked. Nothing coherent came out except a few broken fragments like Yang Yang and Sun Sun. Still, Xiaoyang waved it off like it was normal. Another mutation casualty, speech center-fried, just like Qin Chong's. Even so, Zhang's mind still seemed intact underneath all that mess. Problem was, the guy looked like a horror movie extra. Dragging him back to base would probably trigger lockdown protocols and a few panic attacks. Still, Zhang managed to get his point across, more or less. In his garbled language, he said he'd gotten used to the area. Now that his family was safe, he could chill. Threw in a thumbs up too, clearly proud that Xiaoyang somehow decoded his nonsense like it was fluent gibberish. With the chaos handled, Xiaoyang started thinking ahead. Someone had to lead West Wind Base. Logically, Lee Chung fit the bill. Except he clearly didn't see himself as leadership material. The guy had all the power and none of the confidence. Xiaoyang paused, gave it a second thought, then shifted his attention to Brother Lee. He handed the role over to him, temporary leadership of the West Base. For now, Lee Chung would head back with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang intended to keep a close watch, not on Li Cheng's strength, but on the demon growing quietly inside his heart. A new arc of the story begins from here. We're shown a city, City S, completely engulfed in thick green gas, and the air is filled with the desperate cries of people. They're screaming, sobbing, and running in panic, trying to escape something deadly. That danger turns out to be terrifying plant-like monsters. One member of a group falls victim to these creatures, while the rest have no choice but to run for their lives. The entire swarm of monsters closes in, ready to finish off their prey, and within moments, they do exactly that. But what follows is even more horrifying. The man who just died is now covered in those same plants, and turns into one of those creatures himself. A girl from the group that had escaped was exhausted and stopped to rest. Her simp best friend asked if she was okay and offered to carry her. But another guy in the group told him to shut up and listen carefully. It was the sound of wind. That made everyone hopeful, since wind meant they were close to the forest's edge. But the relief didn't last long. The same guttural noises returned, and without wasting a second, they all sprinted. The simp guy tried to act heroic, telling the girl he'd protect her no matter what. After running for a while, they spotted some nearby buildings, and the girl finally felt safe and relieved, thinking they were saved. But it was way too early to celebrate. A huge plant suddenly grabbed her and ended her life in the next second. Her so-called protector could only stand there, watching, frozen. Now he was just crying over his lost virgin love. One guy slapped him hard to snap him out of it and yelled that if he kept acting like this, he'd be left behind. The plant creatures had followed them all the way into the city, and now they were about to unleash their chaos there too. The 4 survivors eventually reached a certain location, and one of them recognized it. They had arrived in M City, but the others felt uneasy. The place looked abandoned, and they figured the city must have been evacuated. That's when the simp guy noticed something, a figure that looked like a human, hiding behind a large pole. Taking charge, the main guy approached the figure to ask about the evacuation point. But the pole guy turned out to be none other than the tentacle monster himself. One glance at the creature shattered any happiness they had and threw them into full-blown panic. They bolted in terror, while the tentacle zombie silently watched them from behind. After running a bit, the group finally stopped to catch their breath. One of them wondered why these creatures had shown up outside the forest too. But they didn't even get a chance to talk further. Plant creatures suddenly appeared again and started surrounding them. The simp guy lost all hope, burst into tears, and began mourning the fact that he'd never even confessed to his virgin love. As the monsters closed in, another guy pulled out his knife, ready to end his own life. But just then, out of nowhere, something shot past him from behind and blasted all the plant creatures in one devastating strike, wiping them out instantly. Over at the eastern fortress, Zhang Xiaoyang stood there, staring blankly at his territory under the damn bright moon, lost in thought. His little utopian dream? Yeah, it was going pretty damn well. His community score had climbed to 62, and his stash of store points? A solid 231. By this point, he was basically loaded. And when you've got points to blow, scrolling through the daily shop feels like a damn luxury. He had some tempting options, too. He could grab a level 2 armed deterrence box for 20 points, a level 2 black tech box for 50, or a damn level 3 superpower awakening supply box for 100. Normally, nothing really shocked Xiaoyang anymore, but that last item? That shit floored him. He didn't even think twice, spent those points like a maniac, and cleared out the shop in one go. The armed deterrence box handed him a badass armored jeep. The black tech box? Another physical enhancement serum, always handy. But the real kicker was in that superpower awakening box. It contained a level 1 enslavement mark, a damn skill that lets him enslave a living being. Though honestly, he didn't feel the urge to use it just yet. Brother Cheng, Brother Xingzi, and Li Cheng were still loyal and holding steady. Right after his shopping spree, fate threw him another opportunity to stack more points. A mission popped up. Weed Control, Volume 1 had officially begun. At first, he thought it was just some boring gardening bullshit. But that misunderstanding got cleared up fast when Brother Xingzi reported back about an incoming swarm of mutant plant freaks. Later that night, the fortress residents gathered outside the wall, nervously eyeing some weird-ass tentacle monster. Xingzi escorted a group he'd just rescued, dragging along a nasty-looking mutant plant corpse for inspection. From the crowd, Shangji's wife and kid rushed over, beaming with joy. The guy had no issue calling the boy son, but when it came to saying wife, hell, that word seemed to have been wiped from his damn brain. He just called her marry me like always. To this day, Xiaoyang remained the only one who could actually translate the guy's broken speech patterns. The reunion was awkward as hell, but also kind of heartwarming. There were tears, tight hugs, and plenty of weirdness. Xiaoyang, though, didn't waste a second. He got straight to work, examining the withered mutant corpse. Shangzi tried explaining what had gone down, but the poor guy barely had enough words to string a proper sentence together. Eventually, the leader of the survivor group had to step in and explain. They came from City S, forced to flee because of those creepy, mutated plants. Sure, City M wasn't exactly safe either, but compared to the absolute shitshow in City S, it was paradise. On their way to the fortress, they'd even passed through zombie-infested zones. Without wasting time, Xiaoyang sent one of his men to go fetch his new armored jeep, which he'd parked 2 blocks from the base. He wanted to see the goddamn border between the 2 cities himself tonight. With the survivors guiding the way and the armored jeep clearing the path, they reached the spot without much trouble. But shit had gotten worse already. In just a few hours, those damn vines had grown taller, spreading even farther. Xiaoyang realized he needed to get inside that jungle to fully grasp the threat. Of course, Survivor Bro wasn't thrilled. After barely escaping the hellhole, no sane person would be eager to march back in. Still, pretending the problem didn't exist wasn't going to cut it. If this kept up, even the nearby Westwind Steel Mill would get swallowed whole, and once that happened, their production and daily lives would take a serious hit. Before diving into that nightmare, though, Xiaoyang figured it'd be smarter to do something else first. His people needed to get stronger so they could handle the shitstorm themselves. Gramp Lee and his new steel mill crew were tagging along too. For the next few days, no more waiting around. It was about to be a full-on hunting spree. Grinding time, baby. Speaking of the steel mill, there's another damn mutant causing problems nearby. This one's been munching on zombies like it's some kind of buffet. Luckily, though, no one had a look at that ugly bastard for long. Xiaoyang was in full-on Assassin's Creed mode tonight. With one clean, badass slash, he took down that zombie-eating freak without hesitation. With the big bastard out of the picture, the rest of the crew finally got some breathing room and went all out with their guns. They didn't hold back, unloading their clips like maniacs, letting bullets rain down on the clueless zombies shambling through the city. Under Xiaoyang's command, they hunted down mutants and collected their cores from the bodies. Again and again, they repeated this routine, slowly stacking up their supplies. But what they didn't know was that something far worse was stalking the streets. A grotesquely overfed evolver prowling around, looking for some fresh, juicy human meat. The regular zombies? They didn't even register as obstacles to this freak. He could wipe them out without lifting a damn finger. With the human population shrinking fast, this bastard had been forced to start roasting zombie meat just to survive. Still, what he really craved was a bite of untouched, untainted human flesh. And unfortunately, luck seemed to be on his side tonight. The scent of his favorite meal was already drifting through the air, right to his nose. Meanwhile, under Li Hung Li's leadership, the steel mill was running smoother than ever. But now, with new firepower in their hands, some of the guards were getting cocky as hell, venturing beyond their safe zone just to kill zombies for kicks. And that's exactly the scent the buffed-up Evolver caught on to. He licked his lips, grinning like a twisted bastard. The best kind of meat, after all, came from those so-called pure humans, the ones who hadn't eaten their own kind yet. But this freak wasn't stupid. He knew damn well those guards were packing serious heat. Charging in alone would be risky as hell. He understood he'd need to wait a few more days to strike properly. But the thought of waiting, it drove him insane. He was practically drooling, shaking like a starving dog ready to snap. Back at the fortress, Xiaoyang was once again fiddling around with his system shop, tweaking things as usual. After that, he called for a full meeting. They'd been out on coordinated hunts for 3 straight days now, and it was time to settle things. He handed over all the collected loot to Li Hong, Li, and Zhang Qi to divide up. But Li wasn't having it. He spoke up, protesting that it wasn't right for just a few of them to hog all the resources when everyone had busted their asses during the hunts. However, Xiaoyang shot down that argument without hesitation. For the rest of the group, there was already more than enough, plenty of weapons and ammo to go around. Right now, what they really needed was to push a few top-tier fighters even further. It was a far better strategy than splitting up the corps evenly and leaving everyone half-evolved and weak as hell. Besides, everyone in the settlement trusted the boss's judgment. Xiaoyang hadn't screwed them over once. As for Shan Shan, Xiaoyang had something else planned for her. He called her into a private room, just the two of them behind closed doors. She walked in with a nervous look, clearly unsure of what was about to go down. Meanwhile, right outside the room, the usual nosy bunch, little Shuai Wanwan, Zhang Qi, and Brother Chong, were shamelessly eavesdropping. All they could hear was their boss telling Shan Shan to just endure the pain. A few minutes later, strange noises started leaking out from the room, making it sound even more suspicious. Suddenly, the door swung open, catching the eavesdroppers in the act. Zhang Qi gulped awkwardly, muttering that damn, Brother Xiaoyang sure finished fast. Judging by the sounds, they honestly thought Xiaoyang had been clapping Shan Shan's ass for real. But it turns out, the situation was something else entirely. Good thing Zhang Qi was there anyway, because Shan Shan was now sitting calmly, gently holding her arm, while an empty syringe sat right there on the table. Yep, she really did get penetrated, just not in the way they were thinking. After absorbing a ridiculous number of mutant cores, Zhang Qi had basically become one of the strongest fighters in their entire settlement. Right now, Xiaoyang wanted to set up a spar between the ever-humble Zhang Qi and the fiery Shan Shan. Of course, Zhang Qi wasn't too thrilled about it. He flat-out refused, saying he wasn't about to hit a girl. Hearing that, Xiaoyang just smirked and gave Shan Shan full permission to slap the hell out of him. No holding back, she could go all in. Zhang Qi, cocky as ever, figured he could tank anything thrown his way. After all, with all the mutant cores he'd absorbed, he was damn confident about his durability. But before he could even finish bragging, Shan Shan let loose a slap so vicious it almost knocked his damn jaw out of place and nearly rearranged his whole face. Brother Chong and Xiao Kai had to jump in and stop him from falling over. Shan Shan, on the other hand, was just as shocked by her sudden burst of power. Xiaoyang had injected her with a physical enhancement serum, boosting her up to a level just under Brother Chong's. Zhang Qi, meanwhile, was still sulking, realizing he wasn't sitting as high on the power ladder as he thought. Naturally, Xiao Kai couldn't resist throwing some trash talk at him, teasing him for being such a whiny little bitch about it. Once everything was ready, Xiaoyang started handing out roles for their upcoming expedition into the woods. He picked his best fighters to join him and chose the leader of the new recruits to act as their guide. But Mr. Leader wasn't having it. He immediately refused the job. Hell no, he wasn't going back there. He'd escaped that nightmare once already and had sworn never to set foot in that damn place again. Li Chung mocked him, calling him a coward for backing out, but honestly, Mr. Leader was being pretty damn reasonable. He had no family or friends in the nearby city. He was perfectly fine staying behind, working as a laborer in the safety of the fortress, far from all the madness. That's when the guy who'd lost his girl, yeah, the one who'd been heartbroken, stepped up and volunteered to lead the way. Meanwhile, over in the western suburbs, some bulky evolvers were searching through abandoned buildings, looking for someone specific. But things are going downhill fast. His brain was slowing down more and more each day. If he didn't get his hands on fresh human meat soon, he'd completely lose it. His pounding headache was suddenly interrupted by the sound of loud, filthy moaning nearby. He quickly followed the noise, drawn in by the lustful sounds. When he pushed open the metal door of an old building, he was greeted by a goddamn wild scene. Two couples tangled together, going at it like animals in heat. Buff Evolver cleared his throat loudly to get their attention and, well, to stop the fucking in progress. The foursome froze the second they saw him, and they clearly weren't happy to see his sorry ass again. He quickly assured them that he wasn't there to rob them this time. In fact, he was here to share some information. Of course, the women weren't buying his bullshit for a second. Everyone here had already accepted their fate, half human, half monster. So what was the point in lying? But Buff Evolver swore he was telling the truth. He'd discovered a community of pure humans, fully armed and ready for war, and now he wanted their help to go hunting. The half-monsters slowly surrounded him, their bulky bodies closing in, watching his every move like hawks. After a tense moment, they agreed to trust the bastard, just this once. And if he was lying, well, they could always eat his ass later. Just like that, he was allowed back into their group. And to welcome him properly, the redhead half-monster, with everything hanging out, offered him something tight and warm. Buff Evolver wasn't the type to turn down an offer like that, and he gladly took her up on it. While all that freaky shit was going down inside the city, Xiaoyang's group had finally crossed into the forest border. Their guide for this dangerous mission? None other than the heartbroken Zhu Xingkai. Xiaoyang praised his guts, and Xingkai declared that he wanted revenge. He wasn't about to forgive those mutant plants that killed his girl. Plus, his parents were still trapped somewhere inside that cursed jungle. The boss took the lead. Li Cheng handled the rear. Brother Cheng and Shang Jie Shengzi took the left and right flanks, and Xingkai stayed secured in the middle. Xiaoyang was only risking this insane expedition to stop the jungle from spreading any further into his territory. Saving people was just a bonus. Then, out of nowhere, a wet vine suddenly dropped down, splattering sticky goo all over his face. Xingkai's instincts kicked in immediately. He'd seen that nasty shit before. He shouted at Xiaoyang to get the hell out of the way, but it was too damn late. The vine whipped around Xiaoyang's neck like some crazed python, tightening fast. Suddenly, the massive Venus flytrap appeared, the same monstrous plant that had ripped Xiao Tong in half before. No one had ever survived that thing's jaws. But today, that record was about to be broken. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate. He grabbed the slimy vine with both hands and yanked it with all his strength. He pulled so damn hard that the creature's disgusting guts spilled out everywhere. Xingkai stood there, completely stunned, unable to even speak. The grotesque pile of innards landed with a sickening thud right in front of the boss, squirming like a sack of nasty, slimy grapes. The Venus flytrap must have realized it fucked up, because it immediately tried to flee. But Xiaoyang wasn't about to waste his time chasing after it. He ordered Shengzi and his mutated tentacles to handle it. Shengzi didn't disappoint. His freakish tentacles shot out, grabbed the plant, and reeled it back in like some nasty-ass fishing line. But just when they thought it was over, the plant let out a sudden blast of green, toxic fumes. Strangely, nobody seemed alarmed by it. In fact, the gas smelled weirdly pleasant. Xiaoyang's senses instantly went on high alert. Breathing in that strange, sweet-smelling smoke? Yeah, that definitely wasn't a good sign. He was about to yell at everyone to cover their damn noses, but suddenly, all the lights around them just vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, everyone else was going through their own bizarre nightmares. Xingkai felt this sharp, pounding sensation hammering inside his skull. He glanced around, only to see the rest of the crew standing stiff as statues, completely frozen in place. But then, something else grabbed his attention, a faint rustling sound from the nearby bushes. That's when a woman stepped out from the tall grass, softly calling his name. His heart stopped. It was her, Xiao Tong. The memory of her death was still raw in his mind, clear as day. But there she was again, standing right in front of him. His brain screamed that this wasn't real, but his heart? It was too damn overwhelmed to care. A flood of disbelief and relief crashed over him as he stumbled toward her. Xiao Tong coaxed him to come even closer, whispering that the rest of the survivors were just nearby. Completely spellbound, Shin Kai didn't even think twice. He just followed her voice, chasing the ghost of the woman he once loved. While that twisted scene unfolded, the raid on the steel mill had already begun. The half-monsters finally reached their target, a whole damn factory packed with fresh, helpless humans. One of the boys was practically drooling the moment he caught the scent of their prey. Nothing hit quite like the smell of pure, clean human meat to stir up that savage hunger. The others tried to keep him in check, warning him to stay calm, but it was too late. The dumb bastard's vision had already turned blood red with hunger. Before anyone could grab him, the idiot charged straight in, completely ignoring any kind of plan. Predictably, the guard spotted him right away as he got too close. But these poor bastards weren't fast enough to react. Before they could even raise their rifles, one of their own had already been ripped apart and devoured. The gunfire erupted in an instant, alerting Brother Lee. The guards had dealt with plenty of brainless zombies before, but this was way beyond their pay grade. Their AK-47 rounds were completely useless here. Every bullet that landed just got shrugged off as the half-monster's wounds instantly healed. Ignoring the hail of gunfire, the hunter kept doing what he did best, ripping everything apart. Honestly, he could have torn through the entire outer guard right then and there, if Brother Lee hadn't shown up in time to smash his damn foot straight into the bastard's gut. That one brutal kick sent the dumbass flying like a goddamn spinning top. Midair, the creature barely managed to steady himself and stick the landing. But at this distance, Brother Lee could easily just blast him to pieces with high-caliber rounds. The dumbass had no choice but to retreat, limping away in shame. From far away, he'd get gunned down. Up close, he'd get his ass handed to him. There wasn't a single good option left. Brother Lee barked orders at his men, telling them to drag the wounded back to the infirmary and try to keep them alive. Meanwhile, the half-monster idiot staggered back toward his crew's hideout, utterly humiliated and bleeding out. Hell, he didn't even make it all the way, collapsed halfway there, groaning like a kicked dog. But instead of sympathy, all he got from his crew was pure disgust. They'd warned him already, told him to be patient, but nope, this dumb fuck couldn't keep in his pants, and now look where it got him. Still gasping, the idiot barked at his crew, yelling at them to quit screwing around and just toss him some meat so he could heal up. But that wasn't how this crew operated. In their world, if you were too dumb and weak to follow orders, you didn't get second chances. You got left behind. And this dumbass? He'd finally worn out everyone's patience. One of the girls, fed up with his whining, walked right up and stomped on the back of his neck, hard enough to snap it. He stopped breathing instantly. One less mouth to feed. More meat for everyone else. With that dead weight gone, the 4 remaining half-monsters started cooking up a plan to get at the humans holed up inside the factory. While the guys were still sitting around, scratching their heads like morons, the girls already had it figured out. Sure, they were monsters, flesh-hungry freaks, but outwardly, they still looked human enough. Their plan was simple. They just walked right in through the front fucking door. Back in the forest, Shinkai paused for a moment when he sensed an eerie force pulling him toward what looked like Xiao Tong. The creature pretending to be her was growing impatient, and its disguise was starting to fall apart. But before it could harm Shinkai, a flying knife decapitated it. For the second time in just a few days, he had to witness someone he cared about die in a brutal way. The one who threw the blade was Xiaoyang. Even he had briefly fallen under the illusion spell. Still shaken, Shinkai turned his fury toward the main culprit. Xiaoyang then made him look at the bushes again, and slowly, the disturbing illusion faded, revealing the truth. What he thought was Xiao Tong was actually a tangled mass of vines. The plant, though creepy, was strangely well-formed. Honestly, getting hypnotized by it wouldn't be the worst thing. After that, Xiaoyang went around, waking the others from their mental trances. Li Chong felt like several years had gone by, and even the 2 mutants had fallen for the hallucination. Xiaoyang figured that the flower must have released some sort of hallucinogenic gas. Curious, he started dissecting the vine bundle's internal structure. Maybe it contained a mutant core. Sadly, the thing he killed turned out to be just a puppet, not the real creature. The vines stretched deep underground, so the main body was probably located far away. For fun, Xiaoyang followed the roots and unearthed something odd, something that looked like a potato or a taro root, likely a nutrient storage part of the creature. Just to be safe, he stashed it in his dimensional space. Who knows, it might even be edible. Then he turned to Shinkai, hoping he knew more about these strange plant beings. Unfortunately, Shinkai only knew how dangerous they were. However, Someone named Old, he might have more knowledge. He used to work at the Agricultural and Forest Research Institute and was stationed in a high-rise settlement before Xing Kai and the crew escaped. Wanting answers, Xiaoyang changed direction to go meet Old He. Meanwhile, back at the steel mill, the half-monsters finally launched their simple but risky plan. Redhead hobbled into view, pretending to be tired and terrified, but she made sure the goods were visible. To make the act more convincing, she stumbled and collapsed near the front gate. One of the guards on wall duty spotted her. The rest of the guards quickly gathered, thinking she was a survivor trying to reach safety. As guards, they were trained to follow protocol when strangers show up, but those rules quickly vanished when they saw Red. One of them wanted to inform their superiors, but another, a low-ranking guard, just wanted to bring her inside to safety. Red cried out for help, and Simpguard believed every word. From a distance, the other half-monsters watched and laughed, clearly impressed by Red's acting skills. Another woman in the group didn't want to be outdone and claimed she could do even better. Either way, Red had pretty much secured herself safe entry into the fortress filled with fresh targets. Back in the forest, the rest of the group was struggling to navigate the jungle in such dim light, but luckily they reached the next city without any more issues. As they neared the old base camp, someone suddenly called out Xing Kai's name. His Aunt Yang was peeking from behind a wall. Normally, he would have run straight to her, but after what happened earlier, he hesitated. He wiped his eyes, and Xiaoyang chuckled, reassuring him that the hallucinogenic gas had worn off. On the other side, people in Aunt Yang's camp were in a panic, unsure whether those coming out of the woods were allies or enemies. Some wanted to grab Xing Kai and bring him to safety, while others weren't even sure it was really him. Aunt Yang was leaning toward attacking first and asking questions later. She led a few people, armed with whatever they had, hoping to ambush the newcomers. Shangji could have wiped them all out in one move, but Xiaoyang told everyone to hold back. A couple of arrows flew toward them, but the big boss effortlessly swatted them aside with his bare hands. Then, with a firm and commanding voice, he shouted at the other group to stand down, and it actually seemed to work. Xing Kai stepped in to explain to his aunt that the people with him weren't enemies. Aunt Yang seemed to believe him and told her men to stop wasting bullets. Xing Kai clarified that Xiaoyang and his group were outsiders, not from the jungle. When questioned about the rest of the group, he had to deliver the bad news. Half of his companions had either died or been seriously injured, including Xiao Tong. When they asked to be let inside, the city's people were understandably hesitant. The main cause for concern was Brother Chong and Brother Xingji. Just then, the big boss stepped in to reassure everyone. He even encouraged the mutants to say something to ease the crowd's fears. Brother Chong took off his mask and said that while he might look scary, he's actually quite gentle. Xingji, meanwhile, showed off his muscles for everyone to admire. Xiaoyang felt awkward. He'd expected them to behave more normally. After some back and forth, Aunt Yang eventually agreed to let them in. Meanwhile, at the steel mill, Shanshan wandered over to the front gate to check in on the team stationed in the west. She radioed Brother Li and asked him to open the gate. But before stepping inside, her keen senses picked up a hostile presence. It was faint and disappeared quickly. The half-monsters nearby, who had been leaking killing intent, quickly backed off and kept hidden. Brother Li himself opened the door for her. Once she went in, the half-monsters finally relaxed. They'd almost been caught. All three sensed she was an evolver, a pure one, no less. They couldn't believe it, but all they could think about was how delicious she would be. After all, consuming an evolver would surely boost their powers. Shanshan headed straight for the infirmary to check on the people injured by that maniac earlier. Xiaoyang had already tasked her with handling the infection inhibitors in case something like this happened. Brother Li, however, was unsure. His men had been bitten hours ago and still weren't showing any symptoms. It was possible their attacker wasn't a zombie after all. Amidst the uncertainty, Red stepped up and claimed she had the answers. She said that in the western suburbs, mutated humans had gathered to hunt regular people. Brother Li didn't know who this red woman was, but she sounded confident. She tearfully said those mutants were worse than zombies, smart and starving for flesh. Apparently, she barely managed to get away after finding a bike. To Brother Li, it sounded like she had brought all this trouble to their doorstep. Red quickly apologized, and one of the guards, clearly infatuated with her, defended her by blaming Brother Li for pointing fingers. Li clarified that he wasn't blaming anyone. He just wanted to know what they were dealing with. Red warned everyone that another attack might be on the way. Seeing she had no clothes on, Brother Li suggested she rest first. As the others left the room, Shanshan kept her eyes on Red. Something about her didn't sit right. She couldn't pinpoint what it was, but chalked it up to stress and the weight of her responsibilities. Meanwhile, back in City S, the group arrived at a tall building located in an area filled with green smog. Xiaoyang asked why they didn't choose a safer, sturdier place nearby. The answer? Staying near the ground was dangerous. The lower you go, the denser the green mist becomes. Breathing it in for too long can turn an ordinary person into a plant mutant. Only buildings with 10 or more floors were considered safe. As the fog, there was much thinner. Everyone took the stairs while chatting as they climbed up. Once they reached the top of the high-rise building, Xiaoyang finally reunited with Professor He. They updated him on the situation outside the jungle and the issues happening in another city, which were dragging everyone's morale down. After explaining the situation with the mutants, Xiaoyang invited Brother Chong and Shengji to come inside and meet the rest of the people living in the high-rise. As for the conditions in T-City, B-City, or even overseas, there was no information available. So far, there hadn't been any signs of organized rescue. Everyone was pretty much left to fend for themselves. Xiaoyang then showed the strange potato he had dug up earlier and asked the professor if he knew anything about it. Calmly, Professor He identified it as the tuber of the plant-type mutants. It was edible, and the people in the high-rise had been surviving on it for a while. If they hadn't been facing a food shortage, they probably would have never dared to eat something that looked so strange. Still, finding a reliable food source like that was a big deal. Their conversation got cut short when an emergency broke out just outside the building. Looking out the windows, they saw a huge number of plant mutants gathering around and surrounding the high-rise. These enemies were identified as something known as flower carts. The moment Professor He heard that term, his face changed. He realized that these flower carts could be the reason everyone in the building might die today. Raising his voice, the professor told everyone to listen up. Women and children were to go straight to the top floor and lock themselves in sealed rooms. Anyone who could fight needed to gear up immediately. He'd rather some people survive than see everyone die. The residents listened. They were ready to risk their lives to protect the settlement. Professor He then looked at Xiaoyang and figured he was still young, so he told him to hide with the others upstairs. But Xiaoyang just scoffed and reassured him that he'd be fine. In fact, he was curious to see what kind of monster could scare everyone this badly. The professor warned that if they didn't destroy the flower cart's core body in time, they'd all be doomed. Apparently, the flower cart could control other plant mutants, likely by releasing pheromones, and it was capable of launching large-scale coordinated attacks. Its main body had to be nearby, and it was clearly furious. To the professor's horror, Xiaoyang casually opened the window, and he pulled out a rifle seemingly from thin air, planning to test how tough these enemies really were. From the top floor, he began sniping at the incoming plant mutants one after another. As expected, these things were freakishly resilient. They could heal from deadly injuries in seconds. But Xiaoyang wasn't done yet. He wanted to see just how far that regeneration went. He focused on one mutant, riddling it with bullets until its body looked like Swiss cheese. That creature still held on for a moment, but eventually dropped dead. Based on that test, it looked like it took 2 full magazines to kill just one of them. Not a great deal, which explained why everyone was so terrified. However, Xiaoyang had a major advantage, an almost endless supply of weapons and ammo stored in his personal dimension. When he suddenly pulled out dozens of crates from thin air, the people in the high-rise were stunned. And when the young man tore open the nailed wooden crates with his bare hands, their shock only grew. Inside the crates were the ultimate weapons against plant-type mutants, Molotov cocktails. Xiaoyang instructed the high-rise residents to use the crates if any mutants slipped through. Without giving more details, he jumped straight out of the window. His mutant brothers didn't hesitate either. 3 wild lunatics dove off the 16th floor like they didn't care about their lives. But hey, at least their landings looked badass. Each of them struck a dramatic pose as they attacked the hideous plant mutants. The moment they got close, the creatures rushed them, but Xiaoyang was ready. He grabbed one by the head and, with a powerful yank, tore it clean off, beheading the first enemy that dared to charge him. Brother Chong wasn't lagging behind. Fast, powerful, and nearly matching the boss in combat style. Then there was Shengji. This guy was all hype and presence. His tentacles did most of the killing, and the scene was a bloody spectacle. Meanwhile, Professor He realized how foolish he had been earlier for telling Xiaoyang to hide. Luckily, Li Cheng had taken charge above, prepping the residents to take down any mutants that slipped by. He called on anyone skilled enough to grab Molotovs and guard the stairs. For the first time in months, the high-rise folks had a real reason to feel hopeful. Their morale was sky high. Down below, Xiaoyang finished off the last of the mutant plants. Like clockwork, he ordered his mutant brothers to check the corpses for cores. Meanwhile, he was dying to check out the creepy flower cart thing everyone kept mentioning. Any mutants that made it through were quickly torched. Thanks to Xiaoyang and his crew, nobody died this time. While others ensured the building's safety, Xiaoyang trusted his instincts and slipped into the woods. Moving like a ninja, he tracked down the source of the nightmares, the twisted flower cart. Deep in the forest, he finally found it. the creature at the heart of the chaos in City S, spewing out green mist. Suddenly, his instincts screamed at him to dodge. He leapt back just in time to avoid a lethal attack. That strike was just as dangerous as Shungji's tentacles, but Xiaoyang had been fighting these things long enough to know how to handle them. Now, it was a matter of overpowering the beast. Sensing danger, the flower cart released a thick cloud of spores. But the poor thing didn't know Xiaoyang never falls for the same trick twice. Before the cloud reached him, he inhaled deeply and held his breath. As the area filled with toxic green mist, the creature started squirming like a dying bug. Its petals fell away, revealing limbs underneath. It tried to run, scuttling away on its gross legs. But that pathetic attempt wouldn't work on Zhang Xiaoyang. He moved his fingers, traced a sigil in the air, and summoned the slave mark. His new power wrapped around the mutant beast. A few minutes later, everyone inside the survivor building became alert when Flower Cart's actual body showed up. Professor Hay was visibly shaken. It was impossible for him to forget how terrifying that twisted creature had been. After parking his newly acquired pet in the driveway, Xiaoyang showed up like everything was completely normal. Speaking in his usual broken speech, he casually asked Shungji and Brother Chong whether they had collected all the mutant cores downstairs. Shungji confirmed they'd gathered a decent number, and Brother Chong translated accurately. One of Xiaoyang's mutant allies sounded like he had gravel in his throat when he spoke, and the other one just spewed incomprehensible nonsense. Listening to them both was mentally draining. Then Professor Hay decided to address the obvious concern. Why the hell was that monstrous flower cart parked right outside the building? Xiaoyang, completely unfazed, replied that the mutant was now on their side. To ease the survivors' fear, he even brought them outside to prove that there was no reason to worry anymore. The old professor, nervous but curious, finally gathered the courage to approach the grotesque creature. With hesitation, he touched the flower cart and asked how on earth Xiaoyang managed to tame such a beast. But Xiaoyang didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked what the professor thought of the plant from a botanist's perspective. The professor observed that although the plant had mutated beyond recognition, it likely still retained its original plant instincts and behavior. He explained how in the plant world, just like in the animal kingdom, competition could be brutal. But instead of hunting prey, plants constantly fight for sunlight. For instance, tall trees evolved to outgrow their neighbors, while smaller plants found different ways to survive. That's why in thick forests, grass tends to be sparse. The dense canopy blocks sunlight. His professional guess was that flower cart became aggressive because it had lost its early advantage during mutation. Without access to sunlight, it had to adapt by feeding on animals and humans to survive. Right then, flower cart extended one of its vines toward Xiaoyang. Li Cheng instantly reacted, drawing a small knife to protect him. But Xiaoyang, calm as ever, told him to stand down and let the vine come. Thanks to the slave mark, the creature couldn't disobey him. The vine reached Xiaoyang's spine and made contact with his skin, transmitting something directly into his neural network. It was Flower Cart communicating with him, confirming that the professor's analysis was completely accurate. All of S-City had become a battleground for mutated plants, and it had adapted to survive by feeding on living creatures. Now that the tumor-like plant was his servant, Xiaoyang was responsible for its well-being. As a gesture of trust, Flower Cart opened up and revealed its glowing, radioactive-looking core. Then, willingly, it handed the soft, spongy core over to its new master. The moment it touched Xiaoyang's palm, it smoothly merged into his body. Li Chong was, of course, worried again, but this was just part of a ritual to finalize the bond between master and servant. To test out his new power, Xiaoyang raised his palm, and suddenly, a bunch of vines shot out with immense force. They wrapped around a nearby tree and squeezed tightly. With a simple thought, Xiaoyang made the vines snap the thick tree trunk in half. Shungji was stunned. Those vines were clearly stronger than his own tentacles. In that moment, Xiaoyang unlocked the Gardener achievement and received 150 points as a reward. While City S was in the process of being freed, the Western Steel Mill came under attack from an unknown threat. That red-haired, cannibal mutant had been setting traps, and the survivors inside the mill kept falling for them. After hearing a knock at her door, she put on an innocent act and welcomed a man bringing a late-night snack, one she found quite appetizing. She was a pro at playing the damsel in distress. The guy, meanwhile, was doing his best to look like a helpful good guy, concerned about the new arrival. Red pulled him in seductively and thanked him sweetly. Taking it as a green light, the guy jumped on her like a desperate perv. She quickly retreated into her room, pretending to be shocked. He apologized for misreading the situation, but that wasn't the issue. Red just wanted to take things outside the factory because the room had thin walls. Of course, the clueless guy followed. It was a classic setup, bait, hook, and reel. Outside the steel mill, they loudly got intimate. Once done, the guy was completely drained, enchanted by Red's looks and skills. They'd already exchanged a variety of bodily fluids, and he still didn't know her name. But the mood shifted when he spotted a torn piece of his friend's jacket sticking out of a dirty plastic drum. Opening it, he found a gruesome mess of guts and blood. That's when Red attacked, clawing at his neck. At least he got laid before being eaten alive. Back outside, Red's group was still hiding. Musclehead had dozed off and got smacked on the head. He was supposed to be on watch, and Baldy didn't take slacking lightly. This mission was critical. They were waiting for Red's signal to attack. As tensions rose, Blondie started getting suspicious. Red hadn't given any signal, and it felt like she was hoarding all the fresh, untouched meat for herself. So, the trio decided to investigate. Using their sharp sense of smell, they followed the trail and discovered barrels full of blood and guts. It was clear now, Red had gone rogue. Blondie suggested a simple fix. If Red could infiltrate, so could she. They'd already been betrayed once that night. Baldy disagreed. One greedy traitor was bad enough. Sending another was reckless. Musclehead stepped in, reminding them Blondie was their best shot at getting in. Reluctantly, Baldy agreed, but warned her. If she pulled a Red, he'd kill her even if it cost him his life. They went with the same plan. Blondie faked helplessness and knocked on the gates. The guards, alarmed at first, aimed their pistols, but she tearfully claimed she was escaping zombies. Once they noticed her curves, they felt lucky, another hot survivor, and maybe even better looking than Red. Without proper checks, they let her in. But before Blondie could settle in, Red came storming out, screaming not to trust her. She warned the guards that Blondie was a disguised mutant who had tried to eat her before. Believing Red, the guards fired all their bullets at Blondie, chasing her out. As bullets tore through her body, she tripped, accidentally revealing what was beneath her dress. The guards rushed off to get gasoline to burn her body, giving Blondie just enough time to crawl away. The guards, being idiots, didn't leave anyone behind to guard the body. While they reported back to Brother Lee and Sister Sean, Blondie had already limped back to her group. Exhausted and wounded, she collapsed at their feet, begging for mercy. She promised to obey them from now on. But Baldy wasn't moved. They all knew what being compromised meant. He picked up a massive rock, ready to crush her skull. There would be other plans to secure the food in the settlement. But before he could strike, someone else's blood spilled first. Musclehead had snuck up and slashed Baldy's throat. His bald head hit the ground, quickly followed by the rest of his body. Musclehead licked the blood off his blade, enjoying the taste. Blondie thanked him over and over, and he told her she could have Baldy's arm and leg to recover just enough. The rest of the body, that was his meal. Blondie could see his true motive. He'd done this out of greed. If she had died, Musclehead would have had only scraps. But by killing Baldy, he secured the bigger prize and now had the upper hand. Back at the steel mill, the higher-ups were finally starting to realize something was seriously off. Too many people had vanished without a damn trace. Brother Lee Honley was stressing hard. What kind of clueless guy would he be if his men kept disappearing under his nose? Tired of all this shady bullshit, Shan decided it was time to step in. She started scouting the outskirts of the mill, looking for even the smallest clue. Didn't take her long to stumble across something straight out of a horror show, drums full of blood and gore. She called over a squad of armed guys, and sure enough, they confirmed it. The remains inside weren't just random scraps. One of the torn-up jackets in the mess belonged to one of their own, and floating in that stinky soup of death. Poor dog's goddamn shoe. Red started freaking out internally. She could feel the walls closing in. That bald-headed scumbag and his crew must have dug up her little leftovers and left them out in the open like some kind of psycho art exhibit. But what really had Shan on edge was the fact that there was no sign of a fight, no damage, no noise, nothing. Last night had been too quiet. She turned to the new chick, Red, and demanded answers. And Red? She knew she was royally fucked. Every bone in her slimy-ass body trembled. But unlike the other simps she could fool, Shan wasn't the type to fall for her tricks. Without a second thought, Shan whipped out her blade and hurled it straight at Red's vital spots. Red saw her life flash before her eyes as the blade sliced through the air, aiming right for her chest. But the cannibal chick kicked into full-on monster mode, dodging the blade with freakish speed. It zipped past her and straight up obliterated a few trees nearby. Shan had always suspected there was something off about Red since the day she showed up. And now, all the damn signs were flashing red. Red knew she'd been exposed. Her free meat hustle was over. With her bullshit scheme falling apart, she snapped and lunged at the closest dude she could grab. Out of nowhere, she pulled a knife she'd probably had shoved in some weird-ass place and held the guy hostage, blade right on his neck. She was screaming threats, saying she'd slice his carotid artery open if anyone made a move. But Shan Shan didn't flinch. She told the crazy bitch flat out, if she killed another one of their people, she wasn't walking out alive. But Red couldn't stomach the fact that some young chick had outplayed her. If she was going down, she'd drag a few poor bastards to hell with her. Slowly backing away with her hostage, she kept up her psycho act, spewing threats non-stop. Once she was far enough, she snatched the guy's gun, kicked his ass to the ground, and out of pure spite, shot him right in the ass. Then she bolted. Shan Shan didn't panic. Cool as ever, she picked up her gun, aimed like a sniper, and pulled the trigger. She hit Red in multiple spots, putting fresh holes in the damn devil. But Red didn't drop. That mutant bitch just kept running, bleeding everywhere like a damn horror movie extra. Not letting her slip away, Shan Shan rushed to grab her bike for a full-on chase. But Li Honglei jumped in, telling her to hold up. They didn't know if Red had backup hiding out there. She could be leading them into some trap. Just to be safe, they had to lock down the whole damn settlement. Honestly, Brother Li wasn't wrong. Shan Shan quickly gave the order. Tighten the screening for new survivors. No more chances. Any newcomers would be quarantined in the safe house. No exceptions. For now, she'd return to the main fortress and fill them in on this twisted threat. And truth be told, Brother Li was low-key impressed. The way this young woman handled such a chaotic, stinky mess with so much control and grit, he had to give her props. Deep in the woods of S-City, those stinky, mutated plant undead were still wandering around like headless chickens. But their free run wasn't going to last. To flex their shiny new powers, Zhang Xiaoyong and Shengze took the lead, wrecking everything in sight using their vines and tentacle skills. For these two overpowered bastards, clearing the undead was like swatting flies. Meanwhile, Chun Chong and Li Cheng had the chill job, scooping up cores and torching the bodies. They literally built a bonfire out of zombie parts like it was barbecue night. Professor Hayes stood there not knowing whether to feel safe around these devil-level freaks or just straight up pressured by how damn powerful they were. Xiaoyang's whole Utopia mission was speeding up, racking in hella points. His squad was running like a well-oiled murder machine. Now that those plant freaks were no big deal, it didn't take long for his crew and the S-City survivors to reach the main fortress. Uncle Shun gave the young boss the lowdown on everything that happened while he was off doing hero shit. Xiaoyang also brought in the S-City crew, led by botany geek Professor Hay from the Agricultural and Forestry Academy. For now, they'd crash at the fortress. Later, once things were set, they'd move out to the jungle edge and build a third settlement there. Right then, Shan Shan screeched in on her bike, urgent as hell. She spilled everything about the chaos at the Western Steel Mill and pushed for tighter security at the fortress. But no stress. Professor Hayes' people wouldn't be put through the intense screenings. Xiaoyang had already vouched for them. When Xiaoyang heard about a few people dying at the steel mill, he didn't flinch. To him, it was good news. More danger just meant more mission rewards. And lucky him, Volume 4 of the Villain Vanquisher quest had just dropped. Taking out the creeps on the western outskirts would score him a solid 120 points. Meanwhile, Red, after barely escaping with her life, finally dragged her stinky ass to the hideout. She heard footsteps, and her black heart did a somersault. Blondie, freshly patched up, towered over her like a pissed-off devil, laughing as Red fumbled like a total goofer. Crawling back to the same mutant bastards she sold out? Pathetic. Red, being the slimy bitch she is, tried to gaslight it all as one big misunderstanding. But hell, she almost got Blondie killed. A death sentence would be too kind. Blondie told Musclehead to smash Red's head in so they could have her for dinner. But surprise, Musclehead didn't swing at Red. He whacked Blondie instead. Same rusty-ass metal pipe, same backstabber move. Honestly, that was on Blondie. Turning her back on a known scumbag like Musclehead? Rookie move. The dude had zero shame about reusing his old tricks. Blondie, now bleeding out, tried to warn Red. Musclehead wasn't doing this for her. He just wanted to stay on top and would flip on anyone in a heartbeat. Red didn't give shit, though. As long as she wasn't the one getting turned into dinner, she was fine with it. Blondie gave one last desperate shot, reminding Musclehead that Red is a traitor. But come on, for these cannibal freaks, words are just noise. So when that failed, Blondie went full desperate mode and offered her body. Too bad for her. Musclehead is into redheads, not blondes. So with his bare hands, he finished her off. After that, he did his usual psycho routine. An arm and a leg for Red to snack on, and the rest of Blondie's meat for himself. Back at the main fortress, The top dogs are busy figuring out what the hell to do about those cannibal freaks lurking in the west. Ironically, Li Chung himself used to be one of those meat-chomping bastards not too long ago. But according to Shan Shan's report, this new bunch, they're on a whole other level of crazy. These slimy mutants have ditched whatever shred of humanity they had left. Selfish as hell, dumb as bricks, pissed off at everything, greedy, savage, and completely hooked on human flesh. Xiaoyang made a mental note to eventually wipe out that stinky crew from the west, but he's got bigger fish to fry right now. Li Cheng's being sent back to the steel mill to back things up and whip the security team into shape. Fast forward 2 months, and surprisingly, shit's been pretty calm. Out in the woods, though, a group of survivors is having a full-on crisis. They know staying in their current hideout is basically a death sentence. So they pack whatever little food and crap they got left and dive straight into the woods. They pick nightfall for their escape, since those creepy-ass plant creatures tend to be more active in the daylight. Sadly, it didn't make a damn difference. Those scumbag mutant plants still sniffed them out like dogs. The moment they were spotted, chaos hit. A bunch of them got snagged and devoured instantly. The rest ran like hell, only to get cornered in some deadly trap. Only one path was open, but it was giving off serious horror movie vibes. Still, dead is dead, so they chose the lesser evil and took the sketchy road. After a long-ass run, they're all gasping for breath, totally spent. That's when a massive tree comes crashing down out of nowhere, sending everyone scrambling. They're all thinking, what kind of devil of a creature just body-slammed a tree? But when the dust settles, turns out it's just a logging crew casually hacking trees down with chainsaws. One of the survivors spots a familiar face. Zhu Xingkai is right there among the loggers. The surprise is mutual. Xingkai recognizes the guy too, someone named Ling. He quickly catches him up, telling him they've settled in M-City. But before the chit-chat can go too far, the ground starts rumbling. Yep, those mutant plant bastards are closing in again. Ling's losing it, and Xingkai just laughs it off. Like, bro, chill. These goofer plants are nothing now. Cool as ever. Xingkai radios in a creature alert for his squad zone, and then tells Ling and his crew to step aside. A few minutes later, the anti-plant squad rolls up, strapped with flamethrowers and full gear. Ling and his boys? Jaw on the floor. They've never seen something this badass. The squad gets in formation and starts roasting those plant scum, turning them into crispy, screaming mulch. Li Chung, Brother Chung, and Shang, she also swing by, but honestly, they barely have to lift a damn finger anymore. Ling is in pure disbelief. Like, how the hell is there a human faction this strong out here? Well, it's all because of the absolute unit that is Chief Xiaoyang. And then Ling spots the mutated duo hanging around with them, and nearly shits himself. But Xingkai and the others? They're so used to these devilish weirdos, it doesn't even faze them. Trying to ease the guy's panic, Xingkai invites him to come join the settlement and meet the legend himself, Xiaoyang. The third base they've set up, right on the edge of the jungle, has been thriving. They've even built a full-blown farm. Ling's mind is blown. While he and his people were out there living like scared chickens, these folks were farming in the middle of a damn jungle swarming with killer plants. And this ain't normal farming either. They're growing mutated crops. Ling picks up a freaky potato and nearly hurls it. Like hell he's eating that mutant veggie. Xingkai explains, yeah, these crops used to be like those man-eating plants, but they've been modified into high-yield food. Nothing but twisted science at its finest. And of course, it's all because of Chief Xiaoyang again. Professor He was the brain behind making these mutated crops actually edible. And with Xiaoyang's connection to the flower cart gang, tweaking the plant genes was a walk in the park. In fact, harvest season's already knocking. Land development's going smooth too. The old boomer professor handles expansion, while Li Chung keeps the place locked down security-wise. And now that their third base is fully up and running, it's finally time to settle the score with those cannibal scumbags festering out in the western outskirts. Inside the borders of M-City, two folks were strolling like they owned the damn place. Of course, it was our boy Zhang Xiaoyang and his zombie bro, Chun Chong. The muzzled freak gave a quiet heads-up to his chief. Someone was on their ass. Xiaoyang could tell right away. They were being stalked by a squad just as nasty as Jiangqi's old team back in the fortress. But these two weren't sweating it. The plan? Get Brother Chung some food. As expected, Red and Musclehead were lurking, hungry to snatch up the golden opportunity to score some premium flesh. But before Red could go full psycho, Musclehead yanked her back. From where they were hiding, he could see they were a little too late to the party. Some other nasty bunch had already moved in. And what a bunch of stinky freaks they were, a whole damn crowd of cannibal mutants, full of bulky, roid-raging scumbags and busted chicks dressed like they were auditioning for some post-apocalyptic fashion show. The way they stared at Xiaoyang and Brother Chong was like starving devils eyeing a buffet. Poor slimy bastards had never seen a pure evolver like Xiaoyang before. Just one bite of him, and who knows what kind of upgrade they get. Seeing Chun Chung with him, they figured the dude must have zombie-controlling powers. Hell, if they could absorb that too, they'd be straight-up monsters. Red clicked her tongue in annoyance, realizing they'd lost their shot. Musclehead, being the nosy boomer he is, decided to stick around and watch the shit show unfold. Didn't even take a minute before chaos exploded downstairs. Brother Chung went full beast mode, tearing through the wannabe predators like they were made of wet tissue. Xiaoyang, calm as hell, swung his blade like an artist, chopping heads clean off with each move. The cannibal squad, at least the simps who survived the first wave, noped the hell out once they realized they were the snacks on the menu. One poor goofer tried to escape by scrambling up a nearby building. Unfortunately for him, that was the same building Red and Musclehead were hiding in. Shit just got risky. And guess what? Xiaoyang totally noticed. With zero effort, he picked up a fat steel beam like it was a toothpick and launched it with sniper-level precision. That thing flew like a missile and skewered the fleeing cannibal from behind, turned the guy into splattered meat paste. No one survived Xiaoyang's steel pipe. That shit is legendary. Red and Musclehead were just a few inches away from being turned into blood-splattered wall art. They stood there frozen, dripping with some poor bastard's guts, trying not to even breathe. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang casually holstered his blade, hyped over the free loot. These mutants were tough, so their variant cores had to be top tier. Up above, Red and Musclehead didn't move a damn muscle till the two devils left the scene. Once the coast was clear, they peeked down and saw only 3 corpses had been devoured. Jackpot! They could now chow down on the rest of these high-value corpses without lifting a finger. While patrolling the western outskirts, Xiaoyang couldn't help throwing shade at Brother Chong for being a damn lightweight with food, wasting meat and barely eating like some picky chick. But mid-rant, he suddenly picked up movement from one of the busted-up, abandoned buildings nearby. Eyes sharp, he summoned his blade again. Clearly already spotted, Xiaoyang didn't flinch when some jittery bastard popped out of the shadows, wielding a crossbow and yelling at them to stay back. One look was enough for Xiaoyang to size him up, just a basic-ass civilian, unevolved and obviously scared shitless. Even with that weak-ass threat, it was clear this four-eyed goofer barely had the guts to pull the trigger. So instead of going full savage, Xiaoyang went chill and tried talking. But the poor bastard freaked out and nervously launched a bolt at him with a twitch of the finger. Of course, that puny toy didn't mean shit. Xiaoyang caught it midair like it was a paper dart, watching his only line of defense get grabbed like that totally wrecked Four Eyes confidence. And before he could blink, Xiaoyang had already flash-stepped across the gap between them like a devil on a mission. To shut down any more bullshit, he snatched the weapon straight out of the guy's hands. Not even sparing him a glance, Xiaoyang coolly called out to the rest hiding inside, saying he wasn't one of those stinky cannibals. As expected, about a dozen ragged civilians crawled out of the ruins, scared like chickens about to be fried. Honestly, it was kind of impressive that they'd survived this long without turning into desperate scumbag flesh eaters. For now, Xiaoyang decided to tag along as they moved under the night sky, searching for a safer place. Four Eyes mentioned they were originally heading to a steel mill in the southern suburbs, Zifeng, apparently. They'd caught some radio transmission claiming survivors were being taken in there. But let's be real, that plan had already gone to shit. They eventually figured out that regular folk didn't stand a damn chance out in those suburban hunting grounds filled with crazed cannibals. Later, they heard rumors of a survivor base out in the northern outskirts, one that wasn't just holding on, but actively hunting those bloodthirsty freaks. The talk in the streets was bold. The leader there could take on 5 or 6 cannibals at once without even sweating. A total monster in human skin. Still, considering the western outskirts alone were crawling with at least 1,000 of those stinky bastards, no single guy, no matter how badass, could protect everybody. Four Eyes claimed that cannibal evolvers don't roll in squads. They hunt solo. But some of the group thought he was full of crap. Four Eyes stood his ground, though, arguing that if cannibals ever formed squads, they'd just rip each other apart before killing anyone else. Typical crazy-ass logic. One guy in the group still wanted to stick to the original Zifeng plan. mainly because he was hoping to reunite with his brother, even though the odds of the guy being alive were bullshit level low. For all they knew, the Zifeng survivors could be cannibals too. Fries wasn't completely wrong, though. The last leaders of the steel mill were total bloodthirsty scum. But the new boss? He was standing right there with them. Xiaoyang casually dropped the truth bomb. He had straight up slaughtered the freaks running that place and flipped the entire power structure. And that emotional dude hoping for his brother? He finally broke down, quietly revealing his brother's name. Li Cheng, a former deputy officer from the southern suburbs. The same guy in Xiaoyang's inner circle now. Hearing that Li Cheng was alive and doing well, that lit the kid up like fireworks. Dude couldn't even hide the grin on his face. Xiaoyang explained that Li Cheng was at the Shifeng steel plant and helping manage some farmland. Yeah, actual farmland, during the middle of a damn apocalypse. The moment he heard that, the boy got even more hyped. Farming, of all things, being rebooted while the world was in ruins? That felt unreal, and knowing his brother was part of it, straight up legendary. But of course, not everyone shared the good vibes. That nerdy bastard with the thick glasses, 4 eyes, was already throwing shade, refusing to believe a single word Xiaoyang said. The audacity of this guy. He even had the balls to accuse our boy of luring them in for some personal gain. Xiaoyang just face-bombed hard. Like, really, man? After everything he'd done for them, that was the thanks he got? If he wanted to, he could have wiped this whole clueless squad off the face of the planet. Just as things got tense, a gunshot rang out of nowhere. Xiaoyang dodged it clean, but the aim was so trash, it was laughable. Turns out, it wasn't even an attack, just some random idiot in the group who misfired out of pure panic. But that one stupid move screwed them all, because 4 Eyes immediately picked up the distant, blood-chilling sounds of cannibals on the move. And yeah, that gunshot might as well have been a dinner bell. Panicking, 4 Eyes screamed at everyone to haul ass and hide in a nearby store. But Xiaoyang and his bro? Nah, they didn't budge. Completely ignored the order like it didn't exist. While the others ran for cover, those two just stood there like it was just another Tuesday. Xiaoyang didn't want to risk the cannibals chasing after the group and dragging them all down, so he was playing bait. Meanwhile, 4 Eyes was already jumping to conclusions, ranting that the cannibals would probably tear them apart first and sort out who eats who later. Since Xiaoyang clearly had zero interest in saving his own skin, 4 Eyes decided to pull the classic save yourself first move. Heroism could wait. Inside the store, everyone crammed into a dark corner on the second floor, holding their breath like their lives depended on it. Peeking through the window, 4 Eyes just hoped one thing: Xiaoyang better not sell them out. Outside, a bunch of naked cannibal freaks had Xiaoyang and Brother Chung surrounded, but they weren't exactly hyped to see just one guy. These creeps were expecting a whole squad of survivors to munch on. One chick even accused another of hogging all the humans for himself. But that was pure bullshit. Dude had just shown up. Meanwhile, one of the baddies in the gang couldn't stop drooling the second she saw a human chilling with a zombie. Her brain short-circuited, and she figured the guy must have some kind of zombie-controlling powers, which only amped up their hunger. Up on the second floor, the hidden survivors were watching the mess unfold, already panicking. 10 cannibals deep, and 4 Eyes was convinced Xiaoyang was toast. He was sure those freaks wouldn't even leave his bones behind. But then, boom, Xiaoyang straight up decapitated one of them with a clean blade swipe. Dude dropped like a sack of trash. The rest of the freaks didn't even catch what just went down. Xiaoyang wasn't wasting time with one-on-one nonsense. He taunted the whole crew to come at him all at once. And of course, these hot-headed bastards, even after witnessing that clean kill, couldn't swallow their pride and charged like idiots. Instead of dealing with the chaos himself, Xiaoyang handed the floor to Brother Chung, telling him to go full beast mode and burn through his stamina now so he could stuff himself later. Just as Xiaoyang was getting into position, one mustache cannibal tried to sneak in from behind and grope him. But nah, our boy launched himself straight up, jumping all the way to the 5th floor like it was light work. Fries almost thought he was hallucinating, questioning himself if his glasses were working correctly. Even the cannibals watching the jump knew instantly. This guy wasn't normal. He was on boss monster level, and they wanted no smoke. Some of them legit turned to dip out. But before they could, one of the freaks caught a clean headshot and dropped instantly. Xiaoyang made it crystal clear. No one was escaping. They either fought the mutant below or got clapped by him personally. Brother Chung, on the other hand, was low-key spooked by how strong these cannibals were. But before he could even complain, a wave of freaks rushed him full force. That lit the fire. He snapped out of it and went all in. In one strike, bare hands only, he crushed 2 of them. Then he went full breakdance mode, turning the battlefield into a slaughter zone. Every charging freak got obliterated. The leftover cannibals realized, holy shit, they hadn't even scratched the junior boss yet. So they bailed, running like their lives depended on it. Joke's on them, though. Their lives didn't depend on the run. It depended on Xiaoyang, who casually killed each one in a single strike. No mercy, no effort. The survivors who were hiding couldn't believe what they were seeing. A single dude wiping out a dozen man-eaters like it was just cardio. Xiaoyang, spotting them from above, told them to come out already. As they stepped outside, the scene was straight out of horror flick. Dead bodies everywhere. Four Eyes, now acting like a loyal dog, agreed to follow Xiaoyang's lead and join the Shifeng Steel Group. But this time, Xiaoyang had a condition. Before letting them in, he wanted to make a trip to the northern outskirts settlement Four Eyes had mentioned earlier. With the world flipped upside down, he needed to see what kind of people lived out there. And if they turned out sketchy, he was fully down to wipe the whole place clean. Cut to the northern outskirts, shit's already going down. The settlement was holding its ground, trying to fend off enemies hammering at the gates. Turns out, it was 7 damn cannibals wreaking absolute chaos outside the walls. Just as they were getting ready to launch massive stones at the defenses, in walks this beast of a dude, tall, jacked, and straight up radiating menace. Everyone calls him Brother Phone. He was just about to handle business when his daughter jumped in, all worried he was biting off more than he could chew. But let's be real, Brother Phone wasn't the type to run or back off. Man had a spine forged in fire. He told the gate crew to lock it down tight, then straight up leaped over the wall like it was nothing, landing with a dramatic superhero-level pose right in front of the cannibals. And these freaks? They were loving it. Hyped as hell that the base leader had shown up solo. But Brother Phone wasn't here to chat or flex. He was already shifting. His whole body started twisting and warping into something straight-up monstrous. And within seconds, he transformed into this massive, grotesque beast, fat, towering, and hulking over the buffed-out cannibals like some nightmare boss. The cannibals, for a second, actually hesitated. Even they could tell this thing was way more twisted than anything they'd ever seen. Still, cocky as ever, they banked on numbers and charged in full force. The brawl kicked off, fists flying, body slamming. At first glance, it looked like the cannibals were winning, like maybe they had the upper hand and were overpowering the guy. But nah, that was just the calm before the storm. Next thing they knew, nothing, just silence. Brother Phone had sliced through every single one of them in one clean, brutal swoop, like he was cutting through warm butter. No struggle, no mercy, just pure carnage. After wiping out the threat, Brother Phone looked totally drained, barely dragging himself back toward the settlement gates like a busted-up wreck. Inside, the people were already deep in debate. Some were hesitating, seeing him in that freakish monster state, unsure if letting him in was even safe. But the majority weren't having that doubt. They knew if they didn't back him now, they could be next on the menu for those freaky cannibal bastards. The girl especially felt the love and support coming from the crowd, and since some folks were even ready to put their necks on the line, the gatekeeper finally made the call. The gate swung wide open, and a few brave souls rushed out to help. Brother Phone, still halfway lost in that monstrous rage mode, yelled at them to back off, but these die-hard loyalists weren't about to let their leader die like roadkill. They started hauling up corpses and lobbing them toward him, careful not to get too close. Brother Phone, or maybe just the beast he was becoming, chomped down with that horrifying mouth growing out of his body, tearing through flesh in the most revolting way possible. One of the guys even looked like he was about to throw up on the spot. It was that nasty. After munching down a few bodies, Brother Phone slowly rose to his feet. At that point, he looked more like a monster than a man, totally on the edge of losing himself. That's when another threat pulled up, another damn pack of those buffed-up cannibal freaks rolling in from the background. They spotted the scene and instantly figured out what had gone down. This beast must have already wiped out some of their kind earlier. One of them was literally drooling, acting thankful to his dead homies for softening up the monster. But the survivors at the gate weren't about to sit back and let round 2 happen. They saw the cannibals closing in, and with Brother Phone still not back to full power, they didn't wait around. Grabbing whatever weapons they could find, they decided to step the hell up and protect their guy, ready to throw hands, no matter what came next. While Xiaoyang rolled up north with his new crew, something started to feel off. The road was quiet, too quiet. Way fewer cannibals than expected. That set off alarm bells in Xiaoyang's head. He wasn't dealing with regular-ass survivors anymore. Whoever lived up ahead. Yeah, they were built different. Fries suddenly clocked the area and dropped the info. They were stupid close to their destination. But just as the words left his mouth, gunshots ripped through the air and threw everyone into panic mode. Xiaoyang didn't need a GPS. Just by the sound, he could tell they were only a kilometer out from the settlement. Meanwhile, back at the base, all hell was breaking loose. The cannibals had already shredded through a bunch of survivors like it was a snack break. That one chick with a gun? She was hanging in there for a bit, holding it down, but not for long. Out of nowhere, some freak popped up behind her, tongue flapping like a damn psycho, clearly already fantasizing about carving her up. With one disgusting swipe, he knocked her gun away like it was nothing, leaving her wide open. The creep started creeping in, real nasty vibes. Then boom, dude got his jaw shattered from the side like karma had hands. Brother Feng charged in, absolutely unhinged, trying to save his daughter. He straight up tore the freak in two like a man possessed. But fate had to be a bitch. His daughter caught a scratch on her arm from the same wild move that saved her. Elsewhere, the other cannibals were munching down like beasts, but then clocked Brother Feng as the real threat. They didn't even hesitate. All of them zoned in to take him down first. Whole pack came charging. The girl, desperate as hell to help her dad, tried to jump in, but the gatekeeper grabbed her and told her to fall back. Inside the chaos, Brother Feng started fading. Dude was losing juice fast. Just when it looked like curtains, the skies said plot twist. A massive boulder came flying out of nowhere and crashed right between him and one of the freaks, instantly squashing the bastard. Everyone froze. The rest of those buffed-up monsters were like, what the actual fuck just happened? Even the survivors stopped and looked up. There he was, rolling in like a final boss cutscene. Xiaoyang had just entered the battlefield. Man came through when it mattered, ready to wreck shit and save the day. Big boss Xiaoyang entered the scene with Brother Chong, shocking both fighting parties. The survivors were terrified, thinking a new cannibal group had arrived to third-party them. On the other side, someone called Brother Chong a cannibal and speculated that these cannibals might eventually turn into monsters. Chen Chong didn't like hearing that, and Xiaoyang couldn't stop laughing at Chen Chong's dulled expression. But the cannibal group noticed something far more concerning. There was no scent of their own kind on these men. According to everything they knew, only a pure evolver could wield that kind of raw strength. If these strangers weren't cannibals, then they were something entirely different, and that made them unpredictable. He surged forward like a battering ram, cutting straight through the air toward the cannibal fighters. The cannibals also rushed in, confident from their experience killing zombies. They believed taking down this new zombie would be a piece of cake, but that belief shattered instantly when Brother Chong took one of them out with a single kick. The survivors looked on in shock, every jaw hanging loose. They had believed their leader, Brother Feng, stood unmatched in strength, but what they were seeing now made that belief collapse instantly. Brother Chong was on another level entirely. Four eyes from Xiaoyang's group explained to them that these weren't random drifters or nameless thugs. They were elite fighters from the southern outskirts. While this base still thought their own leader was the strongest in the entire apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, the cannibals squaring up against Brother Chong were in complete disbelief. In their entire miserable lives of raiding and eating anything that moved, they had never come across a zombie this absurdly stacked with power. But their pride wouldn't let them back down. They kept convincing themselves, if they all rushed in together, maybe, just maybe, they could overwhelm him. The problem? Nobody wanted to be the first one to test that theory. Instead of charging, they started snapping at each other, shoving and arguing about who should take point while the rest followed. The scene was so pathetic it looked less like a fight and more like kids fighting over who's stuck doing homework. From the sidelines, Brother Chong stood stiff, eyes shifting uncomfortably, watching this so-called crew melt down into chaos. In the middle of this loud mess, two hot-headed cannibals finally snapped and made a break for Xiaoyang, deciding he'd be the prize meal of the day, some pure evolver meat to chew on. But Xiaoyang wasn't even fazed. Xiaoyang barely even flinched. He raised his left hand slightly, and with raw, brutal strength, drove it clean through the first attacker's body. Without pausing, he gripped both halves and shredded the body straight down the middle, ripped apart like a cheap sheet of paper. The second cannibal froze mid-step, his brain short-circuiting at the sight. The raw power wasn't just scary, it was hopeless. And when the rest of the pack saw that display, reality finally hit them like a brick to the face. They weren't hunters here. They were prey. Panic flooded through them, Their bravado shattered in an instant, and every single one of them spun around trying to run for their lives. But running from Xiaoyang was a joke. Nobody outruns those long, whip-like vines. They lashed out across the battlefield, slicing through the air faster than anyone could track. One by one, they skewered the fleeing cannibals like bugs on a pinboard. Each strike clean, each kill instant. Screams cut short, bodies hit the ground, and the smell of blood flooded the air. By the time the vines retracted, the entire field was silent. Dozens of corpses sprawled everywhere, the cannibals reduced to nothing but meat on the dirt. Xiaoyang hadn't just won. He turned the whole squad into a massacre scene in under a minute. Meanwhile, out on the western outskirts, the survivors were absolutely horrified. Watching Xiaoyang and Brother Chong tear through cannibals like it was some speedrun on easy mode didn't feel human. It felt like they were looking at demons in broad daylight. People whispered in fear, wondering if this new duo would turn on them next. But Four Eyes, trying to calm everyone down, swore they weren't enemies, insisting these two were actually allies. While the tension simmered, Brother Feng lay collapsed on the ground, totally unconscious. Yet his flesh wouldn't stay still. It writhed and twitched like it had a life of its own, tendons crawling under his skin as though trying to escape. Without warning, that distorted mass of meat lashed out, striking at Xiaoyang. The attack came so fast, it almost caught him clean. He barely slipped past it, but not without a deep graze tearing across his arm. The sting of blood only sharpened his focus. Snapping back, Xiaoyang's vines erupted, lashing forward and wrapping around Brother Feng's mutated body like iron chains. The mass struggled, but the grip tightened, crushing down on the moving flesh and holding it in place. Every movement of that thing made Xiaoyang's stomach churn. He could feel how wrong it was. No heartbeat, no soul, just a body twisting itself into something monstrous. With pure disgust running through his veins, he yanked hard on the vines, pulling the creature upward, ready to slam it into the earth and end it right there. But just before impact, a desperate voice cut through the chaos. A young woman from the survivors screamed out, calling the monster Dad. Xiaoyang froze mid-swing. The woman collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming as she begged him not to kill it. Xiaoyang stared at the grotesque lump of meat, unwilling to believe any trace of humanity could still exist inside that mess. But the woman kept crying, choking out words about how her father wasn't in control anymore, how he wasn't like this before. For a long moment, Xiaoyang didn't move. Then, with clear reluctance, he loosened his vines and let the thing fall to the ground. His thoughts spun. If this was truly her dad, how could something so warped ever turn back human? Later, 2 dead cannibals were dumped next to Brother Feng's body, and the creature wasted no time tearing into them. The sound of bones crunching and flesh ripping made Xiaoyang's skin crawl, and even Brother Chong looked like he was about to vomit. Xiaoyang found himself oddly grateful that Chong, for all his brutality, didn't feed like that. After the grim scene, a survivor guy approached Xiaoyang, nervously asking him to come inside their base for safety. As for Brother Feng, he will be coming after recovery. Once they got inside the base, the survivor group dropped to their knees, thanking Boss Xiaoyang for saving their asses. If it wasn't for him, they would have lost their leader. Hell, maybe every last one of them would have been wiped out. But Xiaoyang wasn't here for a gratitude parade. He cut through the fake cheer and got straight to business, asking how long their settlement had been around and what was up with that lump of meat they kept calling Brother Feng. Feng's daughter explained that he was infected with something called the mimetic flesh mutation. Xiaoyang had never even heard of it. The mimetic flesh was described as a miraculous but insanely dangerous organism. Looked like some freak hybrid of a virus and bacteria. Apparently, the girl and her crew had been researching it. It was first discovered in wild animals. At first, everyone thought it was just some protozoan disease, but once they cultivated it, things got real crazy. The organism could transform into any kind of tissue. It didn't just mimic cells, it boosted them, enhancing their functions and characteristics. Even though testing on humans was completely illegal, the higher-ups went rogue and did it anyway. To their shock, it worked. A terminal cancer patient was completely cured in a week. Every trace of cancer wiped out. The mutated cells got branded with the flashy name God Cell. But then the apocalypse hit. Cities M and S collapsed into chaos as refugees poured in from neighboring regions. Researchers thought the God Cell would be the golden ticket to ending the crisis, but the so-called cure went berserk. What started stable turned into pure nightmare fuel. The mimic cells never stopped devouring. They just kept consuming every single cell in the host body. Infected people slowly lost their humanity, their minds replaced with a single drive: expansion. They felt this overwhelming urge to spread the infection. Over time, the mimetic tissue completely forgot the host's original structure, collapsing into shapeless, immobile lumps of meat. With no coordination left, the mass eventually starved and withered away. But before reaching that stage, while they still looked somewhat human, the infected would cluster together. That behavior led to the ultimate endgame, a grotesque sea of flesh swallowing entire cities. As Xiaoyang processed all this, someone suddenly asked if he was one of the infected. The voice came from none other than Brother Feng, who was somehow back to normal now. He was stunned when he noticed the deep cut he'd given Xiaoyang had already healed. Xiaoyang hadn't even realized it. Brother Feng was dead, sure Xiaoyang was infected since he'd cut him before and told him he only had a few days left. Xiaoyang just brushed it off, not stressed at all, because the virus was already purged from his body. Feng didn't buy it, so Xiaoyang broke it down. His body's dozens of times stronger than a normal human. His immune system's cracked beyond belief, and there's something even crazier. Right there, Xiaoyang flexed his secret, summoning a full-on mutated plant symbiote living inside him. The thing was miraculous and deadly, nothing like anything anyone had seen. Every bystander just froze, jaws on the floor. Xiaoyang pointed out that if flesh could mimic this well, it could be shaped on purpose. Then he raised his hand in front of Brother Feng and told him to infect him again. This time, he wanted to try taming it. Trusting him, Feng tore off a chunk of flesh and tossed it over. Xiaoyang grabbed it, examined it, and let it sink into his body. But that flesh was wild, uncontrollable. The moment it merged, it spread fast, forcing Xiaoyang to kill it instantly. Looking back at Feng, Xiaoyang demanded to know how he kept it in check. But Feng didn't control it. He was it. Every cell in his body was mimetic tissue. Biologically, he wasn't even human anymore. That had Xiaoyang wondering how Feng was still holding on to any humanity. The truth? His humanity was already gone. Only rationality and a sense of responsibility kept him moving. His structure hadn't fully broken down yet, but he could feel his last bits of reason slipping. Soon, he wouldn't even be able to keep a human form. Feng asked Xiaoyang to protect his daughter Xiaoping and his crew while he still had control. Right then, Xiaoyang's system pinged him with a surprise. New mission series, Disaster Collector. Goal was to study as many disaster types as possible. So far he logged 3, zombie outbreak, plant infection, and now mimetic flesh. He asked Feng if he'd eventually become part of the sea of flesh, and learned Feng didn't have much time left. Xiaoyang made up his mind to go with him, which threw Feng off. Xiaoyang just wanted to see the sea of flesh for himself. Feng agreed, but then worried about his crew. Xiaoyang had that covered. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and called for backup. Before long, Zhang Xingji showed up with little Xiaoyu. Seeing another monster rolling with Xiaoyang's crew left everyone at the base stunned. Xiaoyu was grinning ear to ear, happy to see his uncle Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't expect Xingji to bring the kid and asked if the boy's mom was fine with it. But the brat, full of confidence, told him not to worry. He was strong now. Then Xiaoyu suddenly glanced back and called out the guys who'd been tailing them. Silence hit for a moment, and a few seconds later, they stepped out, buffed-up cannibals, still confused how they got spotted. Now the crew spotted the cannibal muscleheads, and these freaks couldn't hide their sick amusement seeing a bunch of survivors standing there with one buff dude itching to throw hands. One of the muscle freaks pointed at Shengze, deciding he was the one to challenge. He asked if Brother Shengze was the bastard responsible for killing his kind. Shengze, confused as hell since he just showed up, had no clue what this meathead was ranting about. He tried to explain, but his gibberish broken language wasn't something anyone could actually understand. In the back, Brother Feng realized the cannibals had mistaken Shengze for him. Poor guy got blamed for something he didn't even do. The musclehead cannibals, hyped up and drooling like starving dogs, decided they'd just gang up and turn the group into a damn buffet. Little Xiaoyu told his dad Shengze to let him handle it first. His dad, still mumbling in broken speech, tried to warn him not to be reckless. But the cannibal mutants charged in like a pack of rabid wild dogs, and Xiaoyu was locked and loaded, pistol in hand, ready to put them down. He fired, bullets slicing through the air, but the buffed-up freak was dodging them like it was a damn video game, moving easy as hell. That cocky grin didn't last long, though, because suddenly one bullet actually tagged him, snapping his attitude real quick. Xiaoyu then tapped into full beast mode, swapping magazines in split seconds, spraying bullets with John Wick-level precision. Shots landed perfectly, freaks dropping one after another. One of the mutants somehow managed to sneak up from behind, swinging for a kill, but his strike slammed straight into the ground. Our little John Wick had already shifted, spun, and aimed his gun right at the bastard's skull. With style, he delivered a clean, point-blank headshot, resting the freak to peace. The camp survivors were watching in shock, their jaws basically on the floor, wondering how the hell this kid was so damn fast and deadly. Another buff cannibal locked onto Xiaoyu, and this time the kid knew he couldn't dodge. But before the freak could smash him, Daddy Shengze stepped in, saving his kid's ass by killing the monster instantly. That was the moment Shengze finally decided it was his turn to throw down and step into the fight. Watching their buddy get wrecked so easily, the cannibals instantly realized this dude was way tougher than the lame rumors they'd heard. Still, cocky in their numbers, they rushed him like a pack of rabid hyenas. But Brother Shengze wasn't in the mood to mess around today. He unleashed all his freaky tentacles and straight up shredded them to pieces. A little later, when Xiaoyang and the survivors crawled out from camp, the first thing they saw was the bloody massacre Shengze had left behind. It was a full-on horror show. Little Xiaoyu tugged on Xiaoyang's arm, asking how he did out there. Big Boss Xiaoyang gave him props, praising the kid for taking down 2 cannibals and grinding hard in training. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, gave credit to the farmland crops Xiaoyang had planted. Xiaoyang knew damn well those crops weren't ordinary. They carried evolutionary energy, the kind that could boost a person's strength like crazy. Then little Xiaoyu pointed at Brother Feng's body and got curious about the weird flesh. Xiaoyang explained it was a new mutation called mimetic flesh. Thinking about it, he realized every region probably had its own unique mutations, each one a walking disaster. And that had him wondering what kind of nightmare they'd be running into next. The scene jumps to the military camp, and shit's already going south. They're getting swarmed by a horde of oversized, nightmare-fuel ants, and the soldiers are barely holding their ground. One guy clocks the obvious. They're totally outnumbered, and sticking around means getting chewed up alive. With the captain barking orders, the squad makes a desperate run for their vehicles. But even that turns into chaos. Some of the trucks get wrecked mid-escape, crushed, and torn apart by the giant bugs. The soldiers inside don't make it, while the rest push forward, hauling ass. Behind them, survivors from the wreck camp are screaming their lungs out, begging the ones in the vehicles to take them along. Back to Xiaoyang, strolling with Brother Feng, while Shengze kept guard outside. That's when he noticed a cannibal strapped to a chair in one of the rooms. Brother Feng explained that he was using this guy to sniff out people infected with the mimetic flesh. Turns out, cannibals feel no hunger for that cursed meat, which makes them the perfect detectors since the infection spread silently. But then the bastard smirked, leaning in with that creepy grin, and said he didn't need to be used today. He'd tell them himself who the new infected one was. The word new infected instantly knocked Brother Feng off guard. With the same shit-eating smile, the cannibal told him he'd soon be drowning in sorrow over the death of his own daughter. Brother Feng snapped, demanding what the hell that meant. The cannibal shouted the truth. His daughter, the one he had fought tooth and nail to protect, was already infected with mimic tissue. Xiaoping suddenly recalled the moment she'd been scratched by her father. Brother Feng's face turned pitch dark, his rage crashing inward. Xiaoyang tried to calm him down, but the messed up part was how terrifyingly calm Brother Feng stayed, even after realizing it. No sadness, no guilt, nothing. Just a hollow shell. He turned to Xiaoyang, convinced his time had come to throw himself into the flesh sea. Even without empathy left in him, he begged Xiaoyang to cleanse his daughter the same way he had cleansed himself. But Xiaoyang laid it out. Shit like that wasn't possible. Immunity couldn't be passed on, and Xiaoping was already marked. Xiaoping had accepted it too. She knew there was no turning back and no telling when she'd lose control and hurt others. But suddenly, Xiaoyang called her out. He never said he had no other tricks. Pulling out a syringe, he told her to inject herself. It was an infection blocker designed to fight any virus, and Xiaoyang guessed it might just work on mimic tissue too. Without hesitation, Xiaoping stabbed the needle into her arm. The cannibal cackled from the sidelines, mocking them for thinking they could cure the impossible. But seconds later, his laugh died in his throat. His eyes went wide as he sensed the mimic tissue vanish completely. Shock painted his face, and Xiaoyang, seeing that reaction, confirmed it worked. Xiaoping lit up with joy, then immediately asked if boss Xiaoyang could give her father an injection too. But Xiaoyang shut that down. She was cured because she had only just been infected, while Brother Feng was already a lost cause, way too far gone to fix. The reality crushed Xiaoping, shattering her happiness on the spot. Brother Feng stood there, recalling Xiaoyang's earlier question about the Flesh Sea. He quietly suggested they move, now that things were wrapped up here. Xiaoyang gave the word, yes. The scene cuts to K-City, where Xiaoyang and Brother Feng were making their way toward the Flesh Sea. As they walked, Brother Feng told Xiaoyang they were close now, and shit could get dangerous real quick. Out of nowhere, someone yelled guys from behind. When they turned around, they saw a bunch of kids asking if they have food. Xiaoyang instantly thought, hold up, little kids calling grown men guys in a hellhole like this. That's sketchy as hell. His suspicion was right, because the kids suddenly started morphing into their real mimetic forms, dropping the innocent act. Meanwhile, back at the northern settlement, things were already going sideways. Little Xiaoyu crouched next to a massive bug, wondering where the hell these freaks kept crawling out from. Last night alone, he'd already smashed a good number of them. Xiaoping also confirmed she had never seen bugs like these before yesterday, and now more just kept coming in. The kid figured maybe he and his dad were somehow attracting them. Just then, the loud screech of engines tore through the silence. 3 military trucks stormed across the field and stopped right in front of the settlement. Xiaoyu immediately took charge, telling everyone to be ready because uninvited guests just pulled up. The soldiers inside looked pumped, seeing so many survivors alive here. Xiaoyu and his crew yelled at them to step out of the trucks immediately. One soldier hopped out first, yelling at the kid not to shoot. Xiaoyu quickly sized them up and noted they weren't those buffed-up cannibal freaks. The captain ordered his men to lower their weapons, saying they meant no harm since these survivors clearly weren't cannibals. Xiaoyu stepped forward to talk. The captain, confused as hell, asked if Xiaoyu was the leader of the settlement. Xiaoyu shot that down, saying he wasn't the boss, just the one holding the line temporarily to protect everyone. The captain was sweating bullets, but one dumb soldier started laughing, calling Xiaoyu a brat and mocking the idea that a kid could protect anyone. Xiaoyu clapped back, calling the bastard out for running his mouth, and the captain had to apologize for his teammates' bullshit. The captain introduced himself as Yang Bing, saying they came from City B. Their settlement got completely wrecked by a swarm of insects, and they had no choice but to escape. 5 vehicles made it out, but they got split up, and their actual leader with a few others headed straight for K-City. Xiaoyu's ears perked at the word swarm. He tossed the bug in front of them and asked if that's what they were talking about. A soldier confirmed it, but said the one Xiaoyu had was tiny compared to what they fought. As the rest of the soldiers checked out the bug, they realized the infestation here was way lighter than what they faced. One soldier warned them not to get too happy, since the swarm could roll in here too. Xiaoyu told them they only started seeing these bugs yesterday and already had plenty of other problems. When the captain asked if he meant zombies, Xiaoyu confirmed it. The captain explained they thought those zombies were being controlled by parasites, but after blowing their heads apart, no parasites were found. The captain then motioned to his men, and his crew instantly whipped out their guns, flexing their firepower. He bragged that killing zombies was nothing but a walk in the park for them. Xiaoping quickly cut him off, telling them to get inside, since they couldn't protect this many survivors if the cannibals launched an ambush. The soldiers marched right in, all cocky, saying not to worry because compared to the swarms they'd already survived, this place was just elementary school level shit. But little Xiaoyu was feeling uneasy as hell. Meanwhile, over in City K, Big Boss Xiaoyang had already wrecked the monsters that jumped him. He shredded them into so many pieces they couldn't even twitch, let alone regenerate. Brother Feng, standing behind, was just staring wide-eyed. Dude couldn't believe the kind of raw strength Xiaoyang was packing. Xiaoyang could sense about 20 more like Brother Feng within a 1-kilometer radius, and Feng confirmed it. All of them had already lost their shape-shifting tricks, meaning no ordinary human could even dream of walking into this place alive. Brother Feng pointed ahead, saying their destination was close. When they finally got there, Xiaoyang froze. The guy who never blinked in a fight was left speechless. Right in front of him was a disgusting sea of flesh, swallowing up the entire city like a flood. The whole place was drowning in it. That's when Feng's infection started kicking in, whispering at him to throw himself into that grotesque ocean. He actually started climbing up, ready to leap. Xiaoyang yanked him back hard, demanding if he wasn't even going to resist a bit. But for Brother Feng, it was hopeless. He admitted that one day he'd lose control completely, and no amount of willpower would save him. Xiaoyang wasn't having it. He pulled a move that made Brother Feng panic hard. Little plant-like tentacles sprouted from Xiaoyang's fingertips, writhing right in front of Brother Feng's face before stabbing straight into his forehead. Brother Feng convulsed violently, racked with pain, while Xiaoyang floated in midair, glowing with a green aura crackling with electricity. He decided that if what Brother Feng lacked was structure, then he'd damn well give him one. The energy slammed into Brother Feng's brain, kicking off a violent reaction, while Xiaoyang stayed dead calm, eyes closed, focusing on the work. After a while, Brother Feng, drenched in sweat and panting, asked what the hell Xiaoyang just did. Xiaoyang laid it out. He had implanted an adaptive spore into Feng. That spore would hold together his current brain structure. While doing it, his system had even identified the species. They weren't just dealing with mimic flesh anymore. The real name was Mimic Aggregate Protozoa. Xiaoyang placed a heavy hand on Feng's shoulder and explained. Losing structural memory wasn't his true nature. It was a built-in flaw. The flesh sea was just a desperate band-aid. To keep existing, it constantly fused with new life, feeding and growing. But as it grew, it would eventually run out of food, start eating itself, and collapse. Brother Feng asked if the spore could restore his humanity, and Xiaoyang told him straight. It wouldn't fix him, but it could preserve him. Those adaptive spores would keep replicating his current form, regenerating non-stop, and bullying the protozoa inside him into submission. As long as that structure stayed intact, Feng wouldn't forget who he was. He asked if that meant he could live on as Zhou Zhao Feng, his original self, forever. Xiaoyang assured him that he could, unless something completely wild and unexpected crashed the party. Even then, Zhou Feng realized he'd still have to fight his inner battles, and he was terrified he wouldn't hold out for long. Suddenly, Xiaoyang leapt straight at the city wall, deciding to push things further. He shouted for Zhou Feng to jump with him. The thought alone made Zhou Feng tremble. His stomach twisted in fear. He asked what the hell Xiaoyang was planning, but Xiaoyang only told back that he should jump and he would follow right behind.